The voice that wrote me. Hello, reader. Do you believe in the supernatural? Until recently, I thought I had a complete handle on this subject. My day job and my greatest passion is blogging. I investigate the paranormal, travel to eerie places, and explore abandoned buildings with a camera in hand. My viewers know me as Tim Morozov. I'm used to hunting for the supernatural with a flashlight in the dark. But I was utterly unprepared for the moment it found me in the broad light of day. The story of this book didn't begin at a desk. It began with an ordinary, brand new cast iron cauldron. According to the instructions, before cooking in it for the first time, you have to season the cauldron by heating it with vegetable oil. That's exactly what I decided to do on a gloomy, overcast day. I was out in the gazebo, under a sturdy roof, so when a slanted drizzle suddenly started, I didn't pay it any mind. I should have. I was holding a ladle full of boiling oil, pouring it over the glowing hot walls of the cauldron. At that exact moment, maybe because a stray raindrop drifted inside, the oil ignited with a deafening pop. Instinctively, I jerked back, trying to escape the pillar of flame. My hand shook, and the boiling, burning oil splashed directly onto my unprotected right forearm. It kept burning right on my skin. I let out a primal, animalistic scream from the searing pain and frantically tried to shake off the fire. I managed to extinguish the flames, but as I did, the melted, scorched flesh sloughed right off my arm. But the worst of it began later. When I inspected the wound, I realized it wasn't just a burn. The jagged edges of the split skin, the crimson patches of exposed flesh, and the blisters from the boiling oil weren't random. They formed a distinct, terrifying image. Staring back at me from my own arm was a devil. I could clearly make out the horns, the hollow sockets of empty eyes, the predatory snarl of fangs, and the outline of a pentagram. It was as if I had been branded with a red-hot iron. If you think this is just literary embellishment, check my social media or my Telegram channel, Tim Morozov, and find the photo of this burn. You will see it for yourself. It is the absolute truth. Back then, I didn't realize this brand was only the beginning, a door that had just cracked open. Shortly after the incident, tragedy struck my family. A close relative passed away. I went to the funeral. The weather was bleak, a biting, icy wind was blowing, and a cold rain drizzled down. Because of the excruciating pain in my burned arm, I couldn't wear warm clothes. Any fabric touching the burn caused pure agony. I stood in the cemetery, freezing to my very bones. The cold seeped deep inside me, mingling with the pulsing heat of my wound. When I got home, I collapsed. That night, a severe fever took hold of me. My temperature spiked to nearly 104 degrees. My body felt like lead, completely unmovable. I lay on my back, paralyzed by weakness, staring mindlessly into the pitch-black void of the ceiling. And right there, in that exhausting delirium, something came to me out of the darkness. It wasn't the devil in the flesh. It was a vision, a complete, vivid, an incredibly terrifying story that unfolded in my mind from the very first scene to the last. Historians often talk about how great discoveries were made in altered states of consciousness. It is widely believed that Dmitri Mendeleev saw his periodic table in a dream when his brain was completely exhausted. Nikola Tesla admitted that his brilliant inventions appeared to him in sudden, vivid flashes, after which he could see complex blueprints and mechanisms down to the smallest detail. Their minds, crossing the threshold of conventional reality, drew information from somewhere outside. But while great scientists received the gifts of genius in such states, my inflamed, fever-cooked brain opened a door to absolute darkness. What happened next is something I still cannot explain rationally. Once I found the strength to sit down at my computer, I no longer belonged to myself. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't think of anything else. I didn't plot the story. I didn't agonize over character motivations. I was like a stenographer, simply taking down dictation. My fingers, the fingers of that very right hand branded with the face of a demon, hammered away at the keyboard on their own. The text poured out in a relentless torrent. I sat before the monitor, not as a writer, but as a reader, watching with horror and disgust as gruesome, dark scenes materialized on the screen. Yes, there were distractions. I went to the hospital to get my dressings changed. My loving wife often left me to watch our baby. Physically, I was there with them, speaking words, but my mind was locked away inside that story. I lived for every free minute to rush back to the keyboard and purge my head of the visions clawing to get out onto the page. It took me only 9 days to write this full-length novel. Do you know how long it takes professional writers to finish a book of nearly 300,000 characters? Months. Sometimes half a year. I checked. No human being in their right mind can conceive and type that much material in 9 days. My speed was unnatural. It proved to me once again, I wasn't the author. I was just a printer, a stenographer through whom this darkness forced its way into our world. 9 days of absolute trance poured out onto these pages, and the realization of that still sends shivers down my spine. But before you turn the page, I must give you one warning. The beginning of this story might seem slow to you, a chronicle of childhood loneliness and emptiness. But don't let that fool you. It is only the calm before the storm. What was broadcast into my head during those feverish days turned out to be brutal, bloody, and utterly merciless. This book is not for the faint of heart. There are no rose-colored filters here. What awaits you is a heavy, alcohol-fueled haze, primal violence, murder, and a raw, visceral darkness that will turn your stomach. My hand set it down on paper without censorship. If you are easily disturbed, you had better close this book right now. But if you are ready to descend to the very depths of human madness, welcome. I sincerely hope this story crawls into your head as deeply as it once crawled into mine. Enjoy the read. Tim Morozov. P.S. And a quick piece of advice before you start. If you're reading this at night, try not to look at the ceiling. Chapter 1. The Labyrinth of Cracks. My father always seemed like a man from another era. I was his last child, born at a time when my 2 half-brothers and 2 half-sisters from his first marriage were already well into their 20s. In his new, small family, I was the firstborn, but to them, I was a living reminder of betrayal. My father had left their mother for mine. My half-siblings never said it to my face, never threw insults at me, but their silent, icy hatred hung in the air every time our paths crossed. I felt it on my skin, even as a toddler. Then again, my father cared little for these family dramas. While he was alive, our family never struggled. There was always plenty, stability, and order in the house. What he cared about was his work and his cigarettes. He smoked constantly, burning through 2 packs a day, methodically and stubbornly destroying his lungs until there was nothing left. He wasn't even 60 when the acrid, blue smoke finally claimed him. I was barely 3 years old at the time. I hardly remember his face. Only fragments remain in my memory, the feel of a heavy, calloused hand patting my head, the creak of his boots, and the sharp, lingering smell of his strong tobacco that had seeped into everything we owned. For my mother, his death was a threshold beyond which real life ceased to exist. Grief broke her quickly and mercilessly. She didn't try to fight it, nor did she look to me for comfort. Instead, she found her escape in long, heavy drinking benders. Our once cozy wooden house began to sink rapidly into darkness and neglect. My mother didn't have drunken rages or cause scenes. She simply drifted away. She would disappear for weeks at a time, entirely forgetting my existence, her mind forever wandering somewhere far away. And me, I was just left to my own devices. I had my own make-believe world where I took refuge. I would crawl on the floor for hours, using an old deck of cards to build fragile garages for my toy cars. I watched our fat old CRT TV, imagining myself as the elusive Zorro, galloping through the rooms on a curtain rod. But no matter how vivid my childhood imagination was, or how deeply I lost myself in play, the moment the TV went dark, reality came crashing back. My main, most tangible companion remained the heavy, crushing loneliness of an empty house. People often say that a child's mind is like a sponge. It isn't blinded by the rigid logic of adults. It doesn't know the word impossible, and therefore it is far more receptive to the subtle, the mystical. Today, looking back, I can say with absolute certainty, it's true. It was at that age, amidst lonely games and oppressive silence, that this gift began to awaken inside me. The gift of seeing what is hidden behind the fabric of reality. My brain, desperately seeking another living soul nearby, cracked open the door to another world. It all started subtly, with little things. First came the shadows. You know that feeling when you catch movement in an empty hallway out of the corner of your eye? You whip your head around, but there's no one there. Only the air feels a little denser, a little colder. Those shadows became my first neighbors. I wasn't afraid of them. On the contrary, I liked thinking that there was someone else in the house. Then the visions began to take shape. I remember sitting on the porch one summer evening and seeing bees, giant ones, the size of an adult man's fist. They didn't sting, and they didn't try to attack me. They just hovered slowly in the air around me, emitting a heavy, unnatural, vibrating hum. Of course, no such insects exist in nature. I reached out to touch their fuzzy little bodies, but my fingers passed through empty air. Now I understand. Those harmless illusions, those glitches in the matrix of reality, were merely preparation for my fragile, young mind. A warm-up before meeting a real, far more powerful guest. I was about 5 years old. It was Easter, a bright spring holiday that, in our empty house, felt like just another dreary, endless day. My mother, as usual, was gone, lost in another bender, and I was lying on my bed, completely alone. Out of all the holiday food that normal kids got on that day, I had only a single egg, dyed red with onion skins. One of our neighbors must have stopped by to check on me and left it on the kitchen table. I brought it to my room and ate it slowly, meticulously peeling away the burgundy shell. I took tiny bites, trying to stretch out the pleasure, staring mindlessly upward. Our ceiling was lined with wide wooden planks, thickly coated in old white paint. Over time, warped by temperature swings and dampness, the paint had dried out and split into deep, strange cracks. They wove together into a complex, chaotic labyrinth of black lines against the white background. I often studied them before falling asleep, but in that moment, as I stared into the pattern, I suddenly felt a shiver run down the back of my neck. The air in the room shifted subtly. It became thick, charged with static. I stopped chewing. The labyrinth of cracks began to move. It didn't feel like a trick of the light or a visual glitch. The lines were actually shifting, their curves flowing smoothly. And in the next instant, a sharp realization hit me. From deep within the dark recesses of the dried-out wood, something was staring back at me. Something was hiding up there, and it wanted to introduce itself. Any normal child in my place would have bolted from the room screaming, but I didn't scream. I wasn't afraid, not even for a second, because from this faceless, formless entity radiated a warmth and friendliness so concentrated, so pure, that I had never felt anything like it from a living person in my short life. It was as if it descended from the ceiling and wrapped me in an invisible, heavy, fluffy blanket. The entity didn't speak aloud. It had no voice. It communicated with me through pure emotions and images, projecting them directly into my head. "Hello. Don't be afraid. I'm with you," I felt inside. That evening, the lines on the planks began to arrange themselves into amusing, moving pictures. The entity showed me little stick figures running across the ceiling, bizarre trees growing, and flowers blooming. It told me wonderful, gentle fairy tales without a single word. I lay on my bed, clutching the half-eaten egg in my hand, and laughed. I laughed as loudly and genuinely as I ever had. This was no one-time vision. From that Easter evening on, my life changed dramatically. The entity in the ceiling became my best, my only real friend, my secret protector. Toy cars and cardboard cities faded into the background, because now I had something alive. Every day, I waited with bated breath for darkness to fall. During the day, I would wander around the yard, playing, but in my mind, I was counting down the minutes until evening. The moment twilight draped over the house, I bolted to my room, locked the door, lay on my back, and stared hungrily at the ceiling. Our conversations lasted for hours. I told my friend everything. I complained about how much I missed my father. I told him how terrifying it was to sleep alone in an empty house while the wind howled outside. I shared plots of movies I had watched, and my friend listened. He was the perfect listener. He took away my anxiety, absorbing it like a sponge. In return, he shifted the patterns of the cracks, making them dance for me. He sent waves of such powerful, unconditional comfort that any fears simply dissolved. I fell asleep every night with a smile on my face, feeling completely safe. But we had a deal. Very clearly, gently, yet with absolute authority, the entity made me understand the golden rule. "This is just between you and me," a voice echoed in my head one day. "Don't tell anyone about me. Ever. People won't understand. If you reveal our secret, the magic will fade, and I will leave." I swore I wouldn't. Lying in the dark, I pressed my hands to my chest and whispered vows of loyalty to the ceiling. I promised my friend that no one in the world would ever know about him. But I was only a 5-year-old boy, foolish, naive, and desperately craving validation. My joy and pride swelled so much that keeping them bottled up inside became physically painful. It happened a couple of weeks later. I was sitting on the bench by our fence. One of our neighbors walked past, a heavy, loud-mouthed woman who always looked at me with disgust and pity. She stopped, stared down at me, and sighed. "Poor kid. Your mama off on another bender? You're growing up all alone, with nobody to care about you." Her words cut deep. My childhood pride boiled over. I wanted to wipe that pity off her face. I wanted to prove to her, to prove to the whole world, that I wasn't a nobody, that I had a protector far stronger than any of theirs. "I'm not alone," I shouted, leaping off the bench. My voice shook with resentment and triumph. "Nobody cares about me? Well, I have a friend. He lives in my room, right in the ceiling. He can do anything, he shows me pictures, and he loves me more than anyone." The neighbor raised her eyebrows in surprise, tapped her temple with a finger, muttered something about a crazy, half-mad kid, and walked away. And I was left standing there. The moment the last boastful words left my lips, an icy wave washed over me. The air was sucked from the surroundings. A primal, paralyzing dread of what I had just done gripped my stomach. I bolted. I ran into the house so fast I tripped on the porch steps, but I didn't even feel the pain. I burst into my room, slammed the door, collapsed onto the bed, and stared unblinkingly at the ceiling. "I'm here," I cried out, sobbing bitter, panicked tears. "Please, I was kidding. She didn't believe me, I swear. I'll never tell anyone else, ever. Please, show yourself." But the labyrinth of cracks remained motionless. I lay there until late into the night. I begged, I apologized, I got down on my knees in the middle of the room, reaching my hands upward. I tried to catch even a fraction of that familiar, soothing warmth. My only answer was a dead, leaden silence. The magic had evaporated. The ceiling was once again just a piece of wooden planking painted white. The air in the room was damp and cold. My friend kept his word. He left. He abandoned me to this empty reality. For years, I believed I had severed that connection forever. But that was not the end. Many years later, we would meet again, and that moment would change my life once and for all. My familiar world would be turned completely upside down, warped beyond recognition. After. Chapter 2. 5 Rubles and the Endless Field. By the time I was 5 or 6 years old, my mother and I had already moved out of that old wooden house and into an apartment. But the ghosts of the past kept trailing after me. I don't remember exactly how it came to pass, but that summer I found myself in the countryside, staying in my late grandmother's empty village house. The entire extended family had gathered there, my adult half-brothers and sisters, along with their own children. The very people to whom I was an outsider, a living proof of their mother's ruined marriage. At first, everything seemed surprisingly normal. There was even a fragile illusion of acceptance. In the mornings, our pack of kids would run down to the lake. The adults were big on physical activity. We would race barefoot through the dew, laughing and splashing in the cool water. I felt like part of something big and right. But that illusion shattered with terrifying cruelty. At some point, the adults' mood shifted abruptly. To this day, I don't know what the real trigger was. Maybe my smile just rubbed them the wrong way. But they decided to get rid of me, and they chose the filthiest way to do it. I was accused of stealing. It was over a 5-ruble coin, a truly pathetic, insignificant sum, yet they staged a veritable inquisition over it. The coin was highly distinct. Someone had found it at the bottom of the lake, where it had lain for a long time, pinched inside a clamshell. The metal bore a clear, recognizable mark. The adults solemnly announced that they had found these 5 rubles hidden among our grandmother's things, specifically in a heap of dusty, compacted junk that nobody had touched in years. And, of course, they decreed that I was the one who had stashed it there. I hadn't taken the money. It was utter, outright absurdity. Much later, when I told my mother about it, she only smiled bitterly, saying that finding a single coin in that mountain of grandmother's clutter would have been physically impossible. It hadn't been hidden there. It had been planted. Or they had simply fabricated the entire story from start to finish. What were they trying to achieve? Did they expect me to cry, grovel at their feet, and beg forgiveness for something I didn't do? They looked at me with cold, vacant eyes, and in that moment, I finally understood. They simply didn't want me in their family. To them, I was garbage. But I was a proud child. I couldn't stand injustice. Without saying a word in my defense, because there was nothing to defend, I turned around and walked away. And that was when the worst part happened. Something that left a wound far deeper than any false accusation. I walked out of the yard, expecting someone to call after me, expecting someone to stop a 5-year-old boy. But absolute silence breathed down my neck. No one paid any attention to my departure. No one came looking for me. Nobody gave a damn where I went. They had gotten exactly what they wanted. The walk from the village to our small town was several kilometers. I walked through a vast, endless field. The tall stalks of grain stood like a wall, the wind rustled overhead, and I was scared out of my mind. A tiny speck in a massive world, trudging along a dusty road. I swallowed tears of resentment, but stubbornly kept putting one foot in front of the other. When I finally reached our apartment, the door was locked. My mother wasn't home. Dusk was falling. Standing in the stairwell in front of the locked door, I knew I couldn't stay there. If the adult neighbors saw me, they would start asking questions. Why are you alone? Where is your mother? Why are you sleeping here? Despite my age, I already possessed the feral instincts of a kid from a broken home. Attention from adults always leads to trouble. To the police, to child services, to the orphanage. I had nowhere to go. And so, my feet carried me of their own accord to the place where I always hid from reality, to our old, abandoned house. Fortunately, it was summer, and the nights were warm. I slipped inside, avoiding the room with the cracked ceiling, and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. There, curled up in a ball amidst the dust and old wooden planks, I fell asleep, listening to the rustles of the empty house. This was my first night sleeping in the attic of that abandoned house, but unfortunately, it was far from my last. Chapter 3. The Taste of Salt and Emptiness. By some incredible miracle, against all odds, I made it to the first grade. I remember the morning of September 1st perfectly. The air smelled of oncoming autumn, while a sticky knot of anxiety twisted in my stomach. I knew today was a big day. I knew I had to go to school. But I was frantically tearing the house apart, unable to find my new denim outfit, the one bought specifically for this occasion. Where did it go? Had it been hidden? Lost? Or sold off in another drunken haze? I will never know. In the end, a neighbor was the one who took me to school. I walked beside her, clutching her hand, dressed in my old, worn-out tracksuit. The exact same one I wore day in and day out to climb fences and kick up dust in the streets. It was stained with ground-in dirt and grass. The back-to-school assembly. All around me stood neat, well-dressed children with massive white hair bows and bouquets of gladioli. Smiling parents bustled around them, straightening collars. And right there in the middle of them stood me, a disheveled, lost little boy in a dirty track jacket. I think that was the morning Child Protective Services first took notice of me. Their eyes swept over me, making some invisible notation in their files, and that was it. Just a passing glance. The gears of the system had begun to turn, but nobody was going to take me away that day. And so my school life began. I attended class sporadically. On the days I didn't make it to school, my main objective was simply to survive until evening in an empty house while my mother was gone. I would rummage through the bare kitchen cabinets. If I was lucky enough to find some leftover flour and salt, it felt like a feast. I would mix the white dust with cold tap water, add salt, and fry up a sad excuse for pancakes in a pan. They tasted of burnt batter and despair, but back then, I thought nothing in the world could taste better. But I don't want to paint too bleak a picture, or lie and say my life was a living hell. That wouldn't be true. My mother wasn't drinking constantly. There were periods of clarity, days, sometimes weeks, when she was sober. During those times, our home came alive. It would smell of clean laundry and real food again, and I would feel like a completely normal, well-fed, loved child. This constant oscillation between a normal life and the abyss was exhausting, but you get used to it. Still, some things are impossible to forget. I will never forget the moments of starvation, or rather, not the hunger itself, but its horrific, body-wrenching aftermath. The worst part comes later, when the bender finally ends, and my mother, consumed by guilt, finally stands at the stove to make soup. You stare at the bowl of hot broth with potatoes and herbs floating in it. Your brain screams with joy. You are ravenous, desperately wanting to eat. You lift the spoon, bring it to your lips, swallow, and your shrunken stomach refuses to accept it. Your body rejects the food. The spasms make it physically painful to breathe. A heavy, suffocating nausea rises in your throat. An organism accustomed to emptiness revolts against normal nourishment. And so you sit over that bowl, swallowing your tears, forcing the life-saving broth down drop by drop, begging your body not to give up. That taste of the very first spoonful of soup after a long stretch of emptiness, it is the taste of pain, and it has stayed with me forever. Chapter 4. My Personal Cell. Despite those empty days, the toasted flour with salt, and the ringing loneliness, looking back now, I realize those were the good times. Most importantly, I was home. Hungry, left to my own devices, falling asleep in a cold bed, but still in my own familiar world. A world where the walls were familiar, and my old yard rustled outside the window. This fragile, precarious little world collapsed over an absolute absurdity, because of a domestic mess so sordid and pathetic that it still makes me sick to remember it. In one of her drunken stupors, my mother stole a pair of shoes from some fellow drinking buddy. Just old, worn-out shoes. The police, incident reports, sterile, bureaucratic jargon, the trial, they locked her up. But the truth is, she wasn't the only one sent to prison. We went down together, just each to our own cell. Mother left to serve her time, and the state system came for me. I still remember that moment, to the point of a physical burning sensation in my palms. I'm standing on the stairwell of the holding facility, a sickening, sour smell of overcooked cabbage, stale bleach, and floor wax. The eternal, clinging stench of any orphanage hits my nose. I grip the metal banister bars with white-knuckled intensity. They are painted with cheap, cold oil paint. I look down through them at the flights of stairs, choking on silent sobs, with only one clear, sharp thought pounding in my childhood head. This is my cage. These iron bars keep me from falling, but they also keep me from leaving. At first, it didn't seem entirely hopeless. They kept me in my hometown. I even continued to go to my old school, sitting at the exact same desk. It created a fragile illusion that my life had barely changed. But the state machine has no empathy. It operates by mathematical laws, limits, quotas, bed space. At some point, I became an excess number in our orphanage's statistics. They simply packed me up and transferred me to a residential school 80 kilometers away from the city. And that was where sheer hell began. The residential school quickly and brutally beat any trace of home, any trace of humanity, out of the children. The primary background sensation there was a perpetual, gnawing, stomach-knotting hunger. Sweets felt like something from a parallel universe. We only saw candy on New Year's. The adults couldn't have cared less about what was happening to us. They had dead, burnt-out eyes. Meanwhile, among the kids, a primal law of the jungle ruled. The older boys beat the weakness out of the newcomers, and until you learned to hit back, until you got used to standing your ground with the taste of your own blood in your mouth, you weren't accepted. I vividly remember the agonizing, maddening itch that flared up across my skin from someone else's threadbare, hole-ridden pants issued from the supply room. You scratch yourself raw in the darkness of the dorm room, hating the entire world. But there was something worse than the itch, the constant hunger, and the nightly fights. In those 3 years, nobody ever came to visit me. No one from that massive family on my father's side. Not one brother, not one sister. I couldn't understand. Why were they treating me like this? Yes, we had different mothers, but the same blood flows in my veins. How could they sleep peacefully and laugh, knowing their youngest brother was locked up here, among brutal strangers? There was only one thread, which in the end only made things worse. One of my half-sisters would occasionally write me short, dry letters. In one of them she wrote, "Just wait, your brother will be coming to see you soon." God, how I lived for that promise. For weeks I pictured that exact moment, how the heavy doors of the school would swing open, how he, grown up, strong, would walk into the hallway, and all those vicious older kids would go dead silent. I waited for him every single day. I stared out through the grimy windows, but he never came. On the very day I finally realized I had been betrayed, something inside me broke. After lights out, I lay on my hard, institutional cot, feeling utterly hollow, staring blankly up at the ceiling. The ceiling of the dorm was a slab of heavy, solid concrete, unevenly smeared with whitewash. And suddenly, through a veil of tears, I watched the concrete begin to change. Across the flat surface, with a quiet, dry crackle, jagged lines as black as pitch began to crawl. They widened, spreading in every direction. The air in the room instantly turned ice cold, and a sharp, thick, and painfully familiar smell of cheap tobacco hit my nose. From the depths of those black cracks, something loomed down at me. There were no sweet fairy tales or colorful patterns like in my early childhood. This was a heavy, suffocating, formless entity that radiated a primal, paralyzing dread. It swirled in the darkness of the ceiling, as if feeding on my despair, my anger, and my shattered hopes. I felt as though it was mocking me. There is no one for you. You are completely alone. In terror, I squeezed my eyes shut, my fingers gripping the thin blanket, and pulled it all the way over my ears. I lay there, not daring to breathe, praying only for it to go away. And it did. Gradually, the icy cold receded, and the pungent smell of tobacco vanished without a trace. When I dared to open my eyes, above me was nothing but ordinary white concrete. Never again during my years at the residential school did the ceiling come to life. The shadow had appeared only once, at the absolute peak of my pain, and then vanished. I survived. I learned to fight, learned to hide my emotions deep inside, and they accepted me as one of their own. And then my mother was released from prison. By some miracle, she managed to secure permission to take me back. We returned to our apartment. I was starting my 11th year. My childhood was left behind forever, trapped behind those metal bars, and under the gaze of the terrifying shadow on the ceiling. I came back different. My mother still fell into occasional benders, but it didn't break me anymore. I just gritted my teeth and kept living. I thought the most terrifying monsters of my life were left in the past, and that now, finally, everything would be fine. How wrong I was. Chapter 5. The Illusion of Normality. Time doesn't heal everything, but it is incredibly good at covering wounds with a thick crust of rationality. I grew up. Or rather, to be honest, I just got older. After school, an absolute pitch-black void opened up before me. I never got a higher education, or even a decent vocational one. In my world, there were simply no people who could sit me down at a table, explain how life worked, guide me, or at least give me an encouraging pat on the shoulder, saying, "Apply to that school, you'll make it." I was a weed. The system just spat me out onto the asphalt and checked a box in its reports. The only thing that truly weighed on me was the chronic, skin-deep poverty that seemed to seep under my skin. My adult life became an endless, grinding struggle for survival. It was a blur of dirty, low-paying jobs. I hauled crates in warehouses, mixed concrete on other people's construction sites, and stood behind the counters of freezing, drafty kiosks. I rented the most run-down rooms on the outskirts, rooms reeking of other people's old age, and was constantly counting pennies. My life settled into a gray, monotonous rut. My mother continued to slowly rot away in her apartment on cheap alcohol, and my relatives on my father's side. I felt neither love nor hate for them, only a flat, unbroken indifference. In a small town, we occasionally crossed paths on the street. An obligatory hello, a stiff nod, and each of us went our own way. They had their lives, I had mine. Long ago, back after my father's death, They had made it crystal clear that they didn't want me around, and I accepted the rules of the game. I knew they didn't need me at all, but truth be told, I didn't have much use for them either. Ever since my orphanage days, I had learned one lesson well. In this world, you can only rely on yourself. I got used to it. I didn't need anyone's help, anyone's pity, and I certainly didn't need any forced attempts to build artificial family ties. I was alone, and I was perfectly fine with that. I had built a solid concrete wall inside myself. As I grew older, I began to analyze my childhood. An adult's mind is terrified to death of the unexplained, and so it always clawed for logic. I would lie for hours in the darkness of my rented hovel, dissecting my own memories. That friend in the cracks of the wooden ceiling? A simple hallucination. I was 5 years old. I lived in an empty house, went days without seeing real food, and was thoroughly steeped in loneliness. A feverish, starving child's mind had simply invented a coping mechanism. And that terrifying black shadow with the smell of tobacco at the orphanage? Same thing. A nervous breakdown brought on by extreme stress and my family's betrayal. My subconscious had simply dredged up the image of my long-dead, smoking father and warped him into a monster. I convinced myself that I was completely normal, just traumatized. I almost believed it. And then, broadband internet came to our world. I bought a cheap, beat-up laptop, and an abyss opened before me. At first, I searched for answers timidly. I would type phrases like hunger-induced hallucinations in children or sleep paralysis into the search bar. But algorithms are ruthless. Once you peek into a dark corner, they keep throwing more and more links your way. Soon, my YouTube feed was flooded with the occult and the paranormal. Mostly, it was cheap trash. Teenagers running through the woods with shaky cameras, screaming at every rustle, and pretending dust motes on the lens were ghosts. I watched it with a wry smirk, only becoming more convinced of my rational theory. But one night, I stumbled upon a guy's channel. His name was Tim Morozov. He didn't scream and run from shadows. There was a heavy, suffocating depth to his videos. He explored the paranormal as if he had first-hand experience with it. He told stories, dissected terrifying concepts, and the atmosphere he conjured sent cold shivers down my spine. I watched video after video. The glow of the monitor cast a harsh light on my tired face in the dark room, and the longer I listened, the more my concrete wall of logic crumbled. In one of his videos, he talked about entities that attach themselves to places where human suffering is concentrated. At that moment, it was like a jolt of electricity shot through me. I remembered that smell of cheap tobacco. I remembered the unnatural, dry cracking of the concrete above my orphanage cot. It hadn't been a hallucination. The voice from the screen seemed to give me permission to believe what I had spent years pushing away. The unseen world exists, and the thing that had stared down at me from the ceiling when I was a child was real. From that night on, an obsession consumed me. My life as a warehouse hand and a dirt-poor laborer suddenly faded into the background. I had found a purpose. Just watching other people's videos wasn't enough anymore. I wanted to see it for myself. I started combing through occult forums. I spent my last savings on a powerful flashlight and a cheap point-and-shoot camera, and began exploring abandoned places. My weekends turned into a grim ritual. I traveled to forgotten, rotting structures, abandoned hospitals with peeling wall tiles, the rusted workshops of defunct factories, condemned apartment blocks where children's toys still littered the floors. I wandered there for hours. I breathed in the stench of damp plaster and rot. I listened to every scratch and creak, freezing in doorways as I swept my flashlight beam into the pitch-black darkness of basements. I searched. I invited the unseen to speak. I waited for the temperature to drop, for black cracks to crawl across the walls. But the ghosts were in no hurry to meet me. In the abandoned hospitals, I found nothing but empty liquor bottles, and in the empty apartments, the rustle of rats and the howl of drafts. The unseen world remained silent. After 6 months of fruitless wandering through other people's ruins, standing one night in the middle of an abandoned boiler room, I suddenly realized my mistake. Entities don't just appear out of nowhere. They are bound to energy, to specific, concentrated pain. Why was I wandering through other people's dead walls, trying to catch strangers' ghosts, when I had my own? I switched off my flashlight. The darkness swallowed me instantly, but in my mind, everything became crystal clear. I had to go back to the beginning. I needed the exact place where that wooden ceiling had first cracked. That old, crooked house from my early childhood, where it had all started. When my mother and I moved into that ill-fated apartment, she had sold our old plot of land for next to nothing to some guy. He had apparently planned to demolish the wooden wreck and build a summer cottage, but things didn't pan out for him. Years went by, and the house just stood there, abandoned, slowly rotting behind a crooked fence. It was dead, in essence, but legally it belonged to someone else. I couldn't just break in. I needed the legal right to be there day and night, to rip up floorboards, to sit in the attic and wait, without worrying that the neighbors would call the police. I had to buy it back. I tracked down the owner. The price he named for the weed-choked plot would have seemed modest to an average person, but to me, scraping by on odd jobs, it was astronomical. But now, I had a goal. For the first time in years of echoing emptiness, I knew why I was waking up in the morning. The next few years turned into a grueling survival marathon. I lived for the idea of that house. I took on extra shifts, worked without days off, and unloaded trucks at night. I lived on the cheapest pasta, wore clothes worn down to threads, and hoarded every single coin. My obsession became my fuel. And finally, after several grueling years, the day arrived. I handed the owner a stack of crumpled bills, signed the papers, and walked away with a heavy, rusted key. Standing in front of the creaking gate I had known since childhood, I stared at the weathered timber walls. The circle was complete. The house was mine again. Chapter 6. Ghosts of the Past. I prepared thoroughly. I waited until evening, grabbed a powerful, heavy flashlight, and drove to the house. The weather that day seemed to play right into my grim mood. Since midday, heavy, leaden clouds had blanketed the sky. A gale-force wind kicked up, bending the trees to the ground, and as I approached the porch, thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. With a heavy clang, the rusty key turned in the lock. I pushed open the moisture-swollen door, stepped over the threshold, and at that exact moment, a full-blown storm erupted outside. A downpour unleashed, drumming furiously against the leaky roof. Inside, I was swallowed by an absolute, thick blackness. The musty smell of rotting wood, dampness, and years of empty abandonment hit my nose. I clicked the flashlight's button. A dense beam of light cut through the gloom, catching peeling wallpaper and swirling clouds of dust. The house welcomed me with hostility. The moment I took a step, a floorboard shrieked so loudly beneath me that the sound echoed off every wall. My heart immediately leaped into my throat. I walked slowly down the corridor, sweeping the beam from side to side. Every rustle made me flinch. Suddenly, a sharp, dry crack echoed from somewhere in the kitchen. I spun around, raising the flashlight. Nothing. Only an old, lopsided wardrobe cast an ugly, long shadow on the wall, resembling a hunched figure. I took another step down the hallway, when suddenly, directly above the roof, a thunderclap cracked with deafening, violent fury. The house shuddered to its very foundation. Startled, I flinched. My sweaty fingers slipped, and the heavy metal flashlight fell from my hands. It hit the boards with a loud clatter, rolled a few feet, and plummeted into a gaping hole where a floorboard was missing. The corridor was instantly plunged into pitch-black, suffocating darkness. I froze, terrified to move, and in that very second, a blinding flash of lightning flared outside the window. For a fraction of a second, a deathly white light flooded the space in front of me. My heart stopped. There, just a few meters away at the end of the corridor, stood a person. A tall, pitch-black figure, frozen in an unnaturally rigid posture. The silhouette was staring directly at me. The darkness closed in again, hiding it, but the image was burned onto my retina. Dread gripped my throat with icy claws. I couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. Panic rushed to my head. I dropped to my knees, scraping my skin on splinters, blindly and desperately shoving my hand into the hole under the floorboards, scraping the dirt. Where was it? Where was that goddamned flashlight? Finally, my fingers brushed against cold metal. I frantically yanked the flashlight from beneath the floor, fumbled for the button, clicked it, and, trembling all over, threw the shaking beam directly toward the spot where the stranger in the dark had just stood. The light cut through the dark to reveal nothing. No one was there. Only long, moisture-blackened, mold-covered strips of old wallpaper hanging like tatters from the ceiling to the floor. A bizarre play of light and shadow during the lightning strike, fleshed out by my terrified brain. I slumped heavily onto the floor, pressing my back against the wall, gasping for air. Calm down, I told myself, trying to soothe my violent shaking. It's just an old house. Rationally, I knew there was a logical explanation. The timber had dried out over years without heating, and now, with the pressure changes and the strong wind, the beams were simply creaking. Whatever was rattling in the attic was probably a loose piece of slate, torn by the wind. The hanging wallpaper and the drafts whistling through the empty rooms created the illusion of another presence. No mystery, just physics and the building's age. But my subconscious didn't care about logic. I was scared out of my wits. Finally, I forced myself to stand up and made my way to my room. I stood on the exact spot where my childhood bed once lay, and slowly raised the flashlight to the ceiling. There they were, the exact same boards, the exact same crack. I switched off the flashlight. The room plunged into a ringing, oppressive gloom, shattered only by flashes of lightning outside. "I'm here." My voice sounded unnaturally loud and hoarse. "I'm back. Come to me. You, who came to me in my childhood. Show yourself. I'm ready." Nothing. Only thunder rolling over the roof. I called out again, and then the tension built up over the years collapsed. I snapped. All the guilt I had carried since I was 5 burst out in a desperate flood. "Forgive me!" I screamed into the void, my voice breaking into a hysterical, frantic whisper. "Forgive me for slipping up back then. I was just a stupid boy. I shouldn't have told anyone about you. I broke our promise, but please, forgive me. I didn't betray you, do you hear me? I came back." I stood there, breathing heavily, clenching my fists until my knuckles turned white. But the house was silent. My legs gave out. Emotional exhaustion weighed on me like a concrete slab. I slid down the wall and sat on the dirty floor, wrapping my arms around my knees. I sat and waited, listening to the drum of the rain. My eyes began to grow heavy, reality turned sluggish, and then the world exploded. Directly above my head, a deafening, apocalyptic crash erupted. A blinding white flash pierced straight through the house. Lightning had struck the roof. The old building shuddered to its foundation. The air instantly filled with the sharp stench of ozone and smoke. With a wild, ear-splitting crack, the ceiling above me split in two. A wide, black fracture, like a jagged wound, tore through the boards from wall to wall. In the same second, I heard a low, mounting roar. The house erupted instantly, like a dry matchbox. A violent orange flame swept over the roof with a howl, rapidly cascading down the walls, devouring the rotting wallpaper. Acrid, choking smoke rolled into the room, clogging my lungs. Heat seared my face. My brain screamed, "Run!" I tried to spring up, to push myself off the floor, but nothing happened. My arms trembled and gave out like wet cardboard. I lost my balance and crashed heavily onto my back. Panic flooded me. I strained every muscle, trying to roll over to get on all fours, but my body refused to obey. It had become foreign, as if hundreds of pounds of lead weights had been shackled to my limbs. I dug my elbows and heels into the floorboards, groaning with exertion, making a desperate effort of will to crawl away from the encroaching fire. But every movement required superhuman effort. I barely moved a fraction of an inch. My own body pinned me to the floor like dead weight. The connection between my brain and my muscles was severed. Exhausted, choking on the thick smoke, I remained lying on my back. The fire roared louder, the flames circling the room, the beams cracking, the smoke stinging my eyes to tears. And then, my gaze was locked onto the crack in the ceiling directly above me. There, in the pitch darkness of the attic, a shadow flickered. It dashed past the fracture incredibly fast. It was as if something that had been locked up there for decades had suddenly seen an exit blasted open by the lightning. The shadow darted one way, then another, and then, slowly, stealthily, crept back to the edge of the crack. The world around me seemed to cease to exist. I lay on my back, inhaling the bitter smoke of the fire, pinned to the floorboards by an invisible concrete slab. And the thing in the rift stared down at me, never breaking eye contact. In its gaze, there was not a trace of that childhood warmth, only absolute, freezing hunger. And then it lunged outward. The crack was too narrow for its massive, formless body, but that didn't stop the creature. A sickening, wet crunch echoed. The entity began to break its own bones to squeeze through. Crunch. Snap. With a sickening squelch, an unnaturally long, pale arm spilled out of the ceiling. It was broken in several places, bending at impossible angles, a sharp shard of bone tearing through the rotting flesh from within. But the moment the arm was clear, a new, even more terrifying sound echoed, a loud, wet click. Before my eyes, the protruding bone retracted back beneath the skin with a disgusting squelch. Joints popped back into place with loud cracks. The unnatural bends straightened, and within a second, the mangled arm became whole. It tensed, its long fingers gripping the edge of the crack with white-knuckled force. The entity forced its way further, willingly crushing its own ribcage and shoulders. The sound of snapping bones, tearing tendons, and grinding cartilage cut even through the fierce roar of the fire. But as soon as each mutilated part of its body squeezed through the crack, it immediately reconstructed itself with a series of sickening pops. Bones ground back into place, torn flesh fused instantly. The creature wasn't just mutilating itself, it was shaping its form. Tumbling out of the ceiling and fully assembling its body, the massive beast hung directly above me, clinging to the burning beams. It turned its head toward me, and I heard its voice. It vibrated directly inside my skull, vile, wet, and squelching. It was as if the creature's throat was clogged with thick, rotten slime that bubbled with every word. "You've returned," It rasped with a wet rattle. The heat was becoming unbearable. I could feel my clothes starting to singe. I desperately clawed at the unyielding wooden floor with heavy hands, trying to budge even an inch.
You dare beg for forgiveness?
The voice hammered my brain, making my ears ring. With every rasp, a thick black sludge dripped from the creature's unseen maw directly onto me, hissing as it vaporized on the scorching floorboards.
You betrayed me. You broke our pact at the very first opportunity. You destroyed everything yourself with your filthy tongue, you little liar.
I groaned desperately through clenched teeth, trying to say anything, but my jaw had also become foreign and heavy.
You are guilty,
the creature bubbled, reaching out with its long, slime-dripping arms, the very ones that had just mended before my eyes. It reeked of damp earth and rotting meat, overpowering even the smell of smoke.
And there will be no forgiveness. Your life is over. You will die right here and stay with me forever.
The beast dropped from the ceiling, plunging straight down onto me, and in that same instant, the ring of fire closed in. Flames lunged at me from all sides with a roar. The fire consumed my immobile, heavy legs. An unbearable, searing, flesh-burning agony shot through my nerves. I felt myself burning alive, choking on the smoke, staring into the descending black maw of the monster. My mind shattered in agony, my voice tore in a superhuman scream, and I snapped my eyes open, gasping for air with a yell. I was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall, drenched in a cold sweat. My heart was pounding so hard it threatened to burst through my ribs. I frantically began slapping my legs and chest with trembling hands, trying to smother non-existent flames. My fingers dug into intact clothing. My arms and legs were light again. They obeyed me. No burns. No smoke. I looked around wildly. The room was bright. The storm had long since passed. Thick, golden beams of morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, catching lazily dancing dust motes in the gloom. Outside, birds were singing carelessly. It was a dream. Just a horrific, incredibly realistic nightmare born of my exhausted, terrified subconscious. I rubbed my face with trembling hands and let out a hysterical, deeply relieved chuckle. I sat on the floor, leaning against the cold wall for another hour or so, just watching the sunlight slowly crawl across the dirty boards, burning away the remnants of the night's madness. My breathing evened out. My heart stopped slamming against my ribs. I looked up at the ordinary old ceiling with its crack and realized one simple thing. My fears from yesterday, the illusions in the corridor, that nightmare, there were no ghosts here, except for the ghosts of the past. I got to my stiff feet, brushed off my clothes, and stepped into the middle of the room. The daylight had finally banished the night monsters, and suddenly an avalanche of sharp, aching nostalgia washed over me. I stared at the sunlit, dusty corners, but what I saw was my childhood. Over there, against the wall, an old, fat-backed TV used to stand, where I had once watched a Zorro movie. I had been so captivated that it became absolutely vital for me to become a hero. I remembered how I had secretly swiped some scissors and ruthlessly shredded my mother's best black skirt to cut out an eye mask. Boy, did I get it then. But now, that memory brought only a warm smile. And from that corner over there, I used to charge out on my trusty steed. My steed was a long, thin rod, a special wand used to draw the heavy curtains open or closed because my hands couldn't reach the top. I would gallop on it all over the house, imagining myself as the elusive, masked hero, feeling completely invincible. I looked down at the worn, peeling floorboards and remembered how I would crawl here for hours on my knees, how I drove my toy metal cars, building entire cities and garages for them, how, holding my breath, I constructed fragile houses of cards on this very spot, only to get angry and start all over again when they collapsed from the slightest draft or my own careless breath. Only the good things came back. It felt as though the house was embracing me. I stood in the middle of the ruin, but for the first time in years, I felt truly happy. I hadn't found a paranormal miracle, but I had received something no less important, a sense of inner restoration. It was as if I had reclaimed my stolen family, reclaimed my true home. I had no intention of backing down, or leaving this place either. Years went by. Gradually, my sharp obsession gave way to the mundane routine of daily life. The house demanded work. I started restoring it bit by bit. Of course, there was no talk of expensive renovations. I did everything myself, patching holes with whatever my finances allowed. I re-roofed the leaks with cheap slate, replaced the rotted floors, put up fresh wallpaper, and cleared out years of other people's accumulated trash. The house stopped being an abandoned wreck. It became livable again. Mine. But there was one detail I left untouched. I renovated the whole house, even tidying up my former childhood bedroom. I laid down new linoleum, painted the walls a light color, and put in a bed. But I never painted the ceiling. I left it exactly as it was, with its peeling paint, yellowed with age, and that same long black crack right down the middle. Things got a bit better with work, too. I found a stable job, my salary went up, but money was still always tight. I still lived frugally, putting everything into these wooden walls. As for the paranormal, my shelves began filling up with books on the occult, works on esotericism, and the journals of paranormal researchers. And I didn't just read them. Deep down, I still wanted to believe I wasn't going crazy, that there was something in this house. And so, I began conducting experiments. Time after time, month after month, I tried to coax the unseen into contact. I bought a cheap Ouija board, sat for hours in total darkness, barely touching the planchette with my fingers, throwing questions into the void. The wooden board remained dead. I bought a radio receiver, tuned it to the empty frequencies between stations, and left it on all night. The room would fill with the steady, oppressive hiss of white noise. I recorded it on a dictaphone, then spent days listening to the audio through headphones, hoping to catch even a single otherworldly whisper through the static. But there was nothing, only static. My attempts to connect with the thin world grew less frequent, eventually turning into a dreary chore before fading away entirely. I would look at the Ouija board gathering dust in the corner and feel like an adult idiot who was still waiting for Santa Claus. My faith died a slow, painful death, but in the end, it faded completely. At some point, I looked up at the ugly black crack in the ceiling and realized the truth. I was just clinging to a coping mechanism from my traumatized childhood. No ghost, no friend, just old boards and the creaking of wood warping with age. I admitted defeat. I lost faith in thin worlds, entities, and the occult. I finally accepted the fact that I was a completely normal, ordinary person with a vivid imagination and a lousy hand dealt by fate. It was time to grow up. And at the exact moment when my faith had completely burned out, and this chapter of my life seemed closed forever, everything plunged straight into the abyss. Chapter 7. I waited, and at last it came. Everything changed in a single day when the company I worked for went bankrupt with a resounding crash. I was left without a penny to my name once again, and immediately felt the long-forgotten, suffocating dread of poverty settle onto my shoulders. I searched desperately for a new job, but our small town left me with no real choices. Either slave away for absolute pennies or have an education, which I had never possessed in my life. Panic consumed me. I was physically afraid to look toward tomorrow. This gnawing sense of instability, of perpetual uncertainty, was more exhausting than any manual labor. I was dead tired of constantly thinking about survival, sick of the background anxiety that didn't let up for a single second. So one evening, I decided to get drunk. I just wanted to pull the plug, shut down my brain, drown in a saving oblivion, and relax for at least a couple of hours. Yes, usually I rarely drank. As a child, watching my mother methodically drown her life in a bottle, I had sworn I would never touch alcohol. But adult life made its own adjustments, though I still kept one strict principle. I never, under any circumstances, drank the morning after to cure a hangover. I was deathly afraid of benders, and believed that a morning shot to take the edge off was the first step into an abyss from which I would never escape. And there I was, sitting in the kitchen, a bottle on the table, a shot glass in my hand. Somewhere nearby, my phone murmured, streaming another ghost video from YouTube that I had turned on just for background noise. That evening, I knew no limit. But no matter how hard I tried to drown my fear, the alcohol didn't help. Thoughts about work, like nagging flies, kept buzzing in my head. Half listening to stories of poltergeists, I thought bitterly about how I couldn't even escape this place. Move to a big city? With what money? I simply didn't have the cash. I shouldn't have been saving up for nails and boards for this old shack, but for a one-way ticket out of this depressing dump. The alcohol began to stoke a dull, blind rage inside me. To hell with this house. What childish, monumental stupidity. Coming back to find a ghost? My imaginary friend? What for? He abandoned me. No, worse. He never existed in the first place. That loud-mouthed neighbor was absolutely right when she tapped her temple to call me crazy. And thank God I told her about him back then. Otherwise I wouldn't be sitting in this kitchen right now, but in a padded cell. I glared angrily at my phone, where the voice continued to drone about the paranormal. To hell with all of this, I growled, snatched the phone, and hurled it with all my strength into the next room. It slammed against the wall with a loud crash and went silent. Why did I even buy this house? Did I hope to meet my childhood madness? Or was I trying to reclaim the illusion of family? That time when my father was still alive, when the house was in order? To hell with my father. My drunken brain suddenly put two and two together with terrifying clarity. He knew what he was doing. He smoked 2 packs a day. He couldn't have helped but know that he wouldn't last long with habits like that. That means he knew in advance that he would drop dead and leave me at the mercy of fate. He traded me for the acrid bite of tobacco smoke. To hell with him. To hell with this house. To hell with this imaginary magical friend in the ceiling. To hell with this hopeless poverty and my entire past life. I did a decent job restoring this cabin, after all. Tomorrow, I'll put it up for sale. Maybe not for much, but it'll be enough to get me started. I'll buy a ticket and head to Moscow. I'll rent some hovel, find a decent job. There are definitely more opportunities there. I've heard delivery couriers are on their feet all day, but make decent money. Sure, they work like dogs, but do I not work hard enough here? I basically live without days off. 5 days slaving away for the man, and on weekends breaking my back to repair this god-forsaken house. And all for pocket change. For what? I'd rather bust my ass on the concrete over there. The plan seemed perfect. Tomorrow, I'd take photos and post the listing. I grabbed the bottle and poured myself a full, brimming, faceted glass of vodka. To a new life. We have to drink to that, I yelled into the empty kitchen. I downed the entire glass in one gulp. I had never done anything like that in my life. I was so wildly energized and intoxicated by my own idea of escape that I decided to seal it with this wild gesture, as if signing a contract with myself. But I had catastrophically overestimated my limits. My body rebelled instantly. I felt violently ill, the room spun before my eyes, and everything I had just drunk forced its way back up. Some time later, hollowed out, gripping the wallpaper with sweaty hands, I stumbled through the drunken haze to my room and collapsed onto the bed. But I couldn't pass out. Lying on my back, I glared with a bleary, angry gaze at the crack in the ceiling. "Tomorrow, I'm painting over you," I hissed into the darkness, my tongue thick and slurring. "You hear me? Nobody's going to buy a house with an ugly ceiling like this. I'm going to paint you over, plaster you shut for good. You'll never crawl out of there again." "I betrayed you?" "Yeah, right. What did you expect from a 5-year-old child, you monster?" Sleep rolled over me in heavy, sticky waves. I wasn't so much sleeping as drifting in a feverish delirium. I was having a nightmare. The exact same one where the black, bone-snapping demonic beast crawls out of the rift, reeking of smoke and tobacco. And in my dream, I'm standing below with a roller, frantically applying coat after coat of thick, white paint, blocking it from breaking into my home. At some point, I opened my eyes. The room was dimly lit by the yellow glow of a street lamp. Naturally, I hadn't drawn the curtains. I felt absolutely terrible. My head was splitting, my mouth dry as dust, and everything felt hazy and sluggish. I was still incredibly drunk. I had probably only been lost in that delirium for about 5 minutes. My gaze fell upon the ceiling once more. There was no black monster. The crack had changed subtly. The lines had come alive again. 2 eyes were staring down at me. But there was no coldness in them, none of the burning hatred I had witnessed in my nightmares. They radiated a long-forgotten, concentrated warmth, a feeling of absolute peace and judgment. No, not anger because I had blabbed to the neighbor all those years ago, and not resentment over my drunken threats to paint over the ceiling. This was something else. It was the heavy, sorrowful gaze of a parent looking at their child lying in a drunken stupor. A silent pity shone in that look. The air in the room grew thick, and then a voice echoed in my head. Or rather, it wasn't even a sound. The words didn't play in my ears. They seemed to manifest directly before my eyes, seared into the very fabric of my brain. "Don't worry. Soon, everything will change. You only have to wait a little longer." A wave of soothing warmth washed over me, flushing away both the alcoholic nausea and the rage. Following those words, I closed my eyes and completely drifted off, sinking into a deep, peaceful sleep. Chapter 8. Hangovers and Doubts. The morning began with a heavy, chest-constricting anxiety. Upon waking, I couldn't immediately piece together the previous evening. You know that vile, suffocating sensation after heavy drinking, when you open your eyes and your heart is hammering somewhere in your throat? It feels as though you've done something irreparable and terrible, but your feverish brain flatly refuses to yield the details, hiding them behind a thick shroud of a panic attack. I dragged my head off the pillow with difficulty and looked around. My phone was lying on the floor in the next room. Shuffling my feet and wincing at the pulsing pain in my temples, I stumbled over to get it. I picked it up from the floor. Fortunately, the device was intact. Only the protective screen glass had shattered into cracks. Returning to bed, I curled into a ball, caught the edge of the ruined protector with my fingernail, peeled it off the screen, and cast it aside. The bright light stabbed at my eyes. I began mindlessly scrolling through short reels, trying to distract myself from the headache and soothe my hammering heart with the flickering images. Some time passed this way, but the anxiety, a nagging sensation that something important had happened yesterday, would not leave me. Gradually, fragment by fragment, my memory began to assemble the puzzle of the night before. I remembered my desperate rage. I remembered how, in a blind fury, I had decided to wash my hands of everything, sell the house, and flee to Moscow. Then, the memories of me screaming at the ceiling resurfaced. A wry, painful smirk touched my lips. Threatening to paint over the ceiling after downing a glass of vodka. What a complete idiot I was. Paint? I'd be lucky just to survive today, lying on this bed and making absolutely no sudden movements. But suddenly, my finger, hovering over the phone screen, froze. It was as if a jolt of electricity shot through me. I remembered the eyes. Not those terrifying, hate-filled cataracts from the nightmare, but warm ones, full of peace and a silent parental pity. And right then, the words that had not been spoken aloud, but were seared directly into my consciousness, rushed back. Don't worry, soon everything will change. You only have to wait a little longer. An icy chill ran down my spine, momentarily eclipsing the hangover. I tensed up completely. Had it really been him? Had the kind friend from my hollow childhood truly returned to me? Or had I just imagined all of it in a drunken delirium? After all, I did remember that horrific, utterly surreal dream where I stood with a roller in my hand, desperately trying to slather white paint over a black, demonic beast crawling from the crack. Where did the boundary lie between reality and the hallucinations of an alcohol-poisoned brain? I didn't know. Swallowing dryly, I slowly shifted my gaze to the ceiling, to that familiar, ugly labyrinth of dry cracks. "Are you there?" I whispered hoarsely, barely moving my lips. I listened to the silence of the room, waiting for the air to grow thick again, for warmth to spread through my body. But nothing changed. No answer came. The wood remained silent, and the cracks were nothing more than dead, motionless lines on the old paint. Chapter 9. The Blocked Signal. Naturally, I decided to put the sale of the house on hold. The words seared into my consciousness that night gave me something I had been deprived of for a very long time. Hope. Something was supposed to change. But what, exactly? And when? A new phase of my agonizing, maddening waiting game began. Every evening, like clockwork, I lay on the bed, staring intently at the ceiling, studying every single line of the ugly labyrinth in minute detail. But it remained utterly lifeless. The wood was silent. In the silence of the empty house, only my own voice echoed. "Are you there?" I asked into the gloom. "Why aren't you answering? What is supposed to change? Give me some kind of sign." My only answer was the howling of the wind outside. With each passing day, with every new, silent night, my confidence ebbed away. The rational part of my brain methodically clawed back ground. It had just been a drunken delusion, a hallucination of an alcohol-poisoned system. I had imagined the whole thing. I scraped by on odd, one-off jobs just to make ends meet, but found nothing stable. Life continued to spiral downward. After a month of fruitless waiting, a heavy, suffocating wave of disappointment and anger washed over me. Most of all, anger at myself. What an idiot I was. Once again, like a naive fool, I had fallen into the sticky trap of someone else's promises. Had life taught me nothing? I remembered the institutional smell of the orphanage. I remembered staring at the dusty windows until my eyes ached, waiting for my brother, who was coming soon. I had waited then, and I was betrayed. I was waiting now, believing a voice from the ceiling conjured in a drunken stupor, and the result was exactly the same. Nothing had changed. No one was coming to save me. In this world, you can only rely on yourself. Period. I couldn't go on living like this. It was time to go back to the plan. Fix up the house, sell it, and leave. I began to act abruptly, with a sudden frenzy. To keep from ruining the furniture, I noisily dragged everything out of my childhood room, now my adult room, cluttering the narrow hallway so much that I had to squeeze through sideways. In the old shed, I found a heavy iron can with the remains of some thick white paint, just enough to seal the ceiling once and for all. Returning to the room, I grabbed a stack of old newspapers and began methodically covering the floor. The paper rustled under my feet, concealing the fresh, clean linoleum I had laid down during the renovation. Then I pried open the tight lid with a screwdriver, pulled it off with an effort, and thoroughly stirred the white mass with a wooden stick, lifting the thickened sediment from the bottom. Everything was ready. I set the open can right on the windowsill, reached for the roller, preparing to make my first stroke over the cracks. And at that moment, I heard a sound. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from the next room. Someone was knocking on the window. I froze, without even touching the roller. This was completely wrong. The house stood behind a high fence, and the gate was locked from the inside. No stranger could have entered the yard. If someone had come, they would have knocked on the gate, not the window glass. Tap, tap, tap. The knock repeated, 3 short, sharp taps. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Slowly, trying to make no noise, I stepped out of the room and began to squeeze through the furniture-packed corridor, following the sound. Tap, tap, tap. As if someone was striking the glass with something hard. A claw. Or a stone. Reaching the doorway of the adjacent room, I peered cautiously inside. On the other side of the glass sat a massive, coal-black raven. It was pacing on the windowsill, deliberately hammering against my window with its heavy, curved beak. For a split second, my heart stopped. When the bird turned its head, I thought I saw its eyes burning with an unnatural, venomous red fire. But as soon as I blinked and took a step forward, the illusion vanished. The sun was setting, and the crimson rays of the dying light had simply reflected in the black beads of the bird's eyes. Just a reflection, I told myself, but the anxiety wouldn't budge. The raven kept staring straight at me through the glass. It was eerie. Suddenly, the bird opened its beak and let out a fierce, guttural cry, a loud, vibrating croak that made my ears ring. The raven flapped its heavy wings and dissolved into the twilight. I swallowed. My breath caught. I stood in the middle of the room in absolute, dead silence, not daring to move. My brain scrambled to find a logical explanation for this bizarre visit. And then, a crash shattered the silence. The sound came from my room, a heavy metallic clatter, followed by a wet, splattering splash. The blood drained from my face. Slowly, on leaden legs, I backed away, winding my way back through the corridor. I peered into the bedroom. That same iron can of white paint, which I had left open on the level windowsill just a couple of minutes ago, lay upside down on the floor. A massive, thick white puddle was rapidly spreading across the room. The old newspapers were instantly soaked through, completely failing to save the new linoleum from the deluge. I stood and stared at the expanding white stain. The fact that the paint was hopelessly ruining the fresh linoleum certainly upset me. With my perpetually empty wallet, any ruined renovation was akin to a minor catastrophe. But, strangely enough, it didn't scare me at all. The can couldn't have fallen on its own. It had been sitting flat. There was no draft in the room. The raven tapping at the adjacent window. It had been a distraction. I had been lured out of the room so I wouldn't interfere, so I wouldn't paint over the ceiling. It was here, right now. It had stopped me literally a second before I ruined everything. But why was it silent? I snapped my head up, throwing my gaze toward the black cracks. Why did you do that? My voice shook, echoing off the walls. You could have just talked to me again. Why are you hiding? I'm not afraid of you. Silence. I stood breathing heavily, staring at the lifeless wood. And suddenly, like a bright flash, my own inner voice echoed in my head. Scattered facts abruptly fell into a crystal-clear line. Why had I seen him every night during my childhood? Because children aren't blinded by the concrete rules of this world. Their minds are open. But me, I had grown up. I had built up an armor of cynicism, trauma, and logic. My adult brain had simply blocked out those subtle signals. Like the solid concrete wall I had talked about in my own theories. Why had I been able to hear his voice a month ago? Because I had been blind drunk. I had poured a glass of vodka down my throat, willingly shutting down all my mental defenses, all critical evaluation of reality. The alcohol had blasted a breach in my adult logic. Only then, in a state of total loss of control, had I been able to see him again. I looked at the puddle of paint, then up at the ceiling. So, to talk to him again, I had to tear down my wall. Chapter 10. An Old Friend. I was utterly consumed by this idea. Of course. Exactly. I was absolutely right. That was precisely how it worked. Why hadn't I thought of this sooner? I had read so many mystical and occult books, watched so many videos about ghosts and demons, yet I couldn't put two and two together. After all, in all those rituals, mediums entered a trance to contact the otherworldly. They deliberately shut down their consciousness, shattering the barriers of the mind to let the entity in. And there I was, like an idiot, trying to reach out to him with a sober head, blocked by logic. Without even wiping up the paint spreading across the floor, I bolted into the hallway, threw on my jacket, and ran to the shop. 2 vodkas and a soda, I blurted out, placing my selection on the counter. Kira, the shopkeeper, raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had known me since I bought the house, and we often exchanged a few words, but she had never seen me buy a combination like this before. Usually, I bought bread, cheap sausages, and sometimes beer. "What's the occasion?" she smiled, scanning the items. "Oh, nothing. An old friend came over," I lied, staring right through her. "A bit of a meager spread for a friendly get-together," Kira smirked. I didn't reply. I just waved it off, scooped up my change without even counting it, grabbed the clinking bag, and dashed back home. When I opened the front door, the thick, toxic smell of white enamel hit my nose immediately. The entire house was already reeking of paint. I walked into my bedroom, placing the bag directly on the floor next to the white puddle. I unscrewed the cap of the bottle, splashed some into a faceted glass, filling it about 1/3 of the way, and knocked it back in one gulp. I immediately chased it with soda straight from the plastic bottle. A familiar, burning warmth spread through my body. My mind screamed at me to stop, to slow down, but the feeling inside was as if I had unleashed a massive 8,000-ton locomotive. I slammed on the brakes with all my might, but the colossal train kept barreling forward under its own momentum, sweeping away everything in its path. I was bursting with energy, feeling a sudden urge to run somewhere. My theory had left me so incredibly wired that I couldn't sit still. I didn't wait long. I poured another and drank it down. The alcohol began to throb in my temples, but the sharp stench of paint stung my eyes. No, I'm going to suffocate in here, I thought. I had to pause my vigil. I found some old rags in the pantry and began frantically soaking up the thickening paint from the floor. Of course, the damage was already done. A huge, stubborn, whitish stain remained on the fresh linoleum. I should have wiped it up immediately. But right now, that was the least of my concerns. My friend was back. He was here. He would change everything. He would do for me what my parents should have done, but didn't want to. I took another drink. I loudly shoved the bed back into its proper place, covering the ruined patch of floor. I didn't want to lie down. I walked to the opposite wall, leaned my back against it, and slowly slid down. I sat right on the floor, stretching out one leg while loosely bending the other at the knee, letting my arm rest limply upon it. My consciousness was already thoroughly clouded. The solid concrete wall of logic in my head was beginning to fracture, letting in something irrational and primal. Night had fully closed in outside the window. I still hadn't drawn the thick curtains, so the dim light of a street lamp cast a slanted rectangle across the room's floor. Occasionally, a rare car would drive by on the dirt road somewhere beyond the fence. In those moments, bright beams of headlights would illuminate the room. They slowly glided across the walls, distorting the room's geometry, stretching the shadows of the furniture, and making the black lines on the ceiling seem to writhe and come alive for a split second. I sat on the floor, resting the back of my head against the wall. Having drunk quite a bit, I felt my manic energy give way to a heavy, leaden fatigue. My head began to droop. My eyelids grew heavy, and I started nodding off, blinking slower and slower, gradually and inevitably sinking into a hazy, drunken sleep. Chapter 11. The White Cross. A moment later I woke up, or at least that's how it felt. My brain was convinced I had only blinked, but my body told me far more than a minute had passed. A smell hit my nose, thick, heavy, and painfully familiar. The smell of tobacco. The very same strong, acrid tobacco my father had smoked his entire life. Our entire house had been saturated with this smell during my early childhood. It had seeped into the clothes, the curtains, the hair. I would have recognized that scent out of 1,000. As my vision cleared slightly, I realized I wasn't just smelling it. I could see its source. In the dim light of the street lamp filtering through the window, thick plumes of blue-gray smoke drifted slowly through the room. I was still heavily intoxicated, a dull buzz ringing in my ears, but this sudden awakening forced my brain to work. And then it hit me. The scattered fragments of my life fell into place with a deafening crash, forming a single picture. The smell of tobacco, here, now. The exact same smell of tobacco that had drifted from that terrifying shadow at the orphanage, and that invisible friend in the empty house when I was 5. It wasn't some random kind spirit. It wasn't a poltergeist. It was him. My father. My scarred, desperately love-starved mind clung to this thought like a lifeline. He hadn't abandoned me. All this time, from the very moment death had taken him, he had been watching over me. Tears welled up in my eyes and spilled over on their own. Hot, drunken, uncontrollable tears. "Dad?" My voice cracked into a pathetic, childlike rasp. I fell to my knees, reaching my trembling hands toward the ceiling. "Dad, is it you? I know it's you. I recognized you. I remember you." But neither the black cracks in the ceiling nor the thick plumes of smoke answered me. There was no voice. "Dad, where are you?" I shouted into the emptiness of the room. I was terrified to turn on the light. I had a sickening dread that the click of the switch would shatter this mystical moment and everything would vanish. Before, we had only ever communicated in the twilight, by the glow of the street lamp. Slowly, stumbling and leaning against the walls, I stepped out into the corridor. I went searching through the house, trying to find where this thick smoke was coming from. And suddenly, in the ringing silence, I heard a sound. It was as if someone invisible, standing right beside me, was taking a slow drag from a cigarette, then smoothly exhaling the tobacco smoke from their lungs. "Where are you? Why won't you talk to me?" I pleaded, peering into the darkness. Again, that dry sound of a drag. "I can see you're here. I see the smoke from your cigarettes. Why are you silent? Can't you speak?" There was no answer. Paranoia began to gnaw at my feverish brain. I couldn't tell. Was this all another dream or reality? What was actually happening here? I needed to pinch myself. I squeezed the skin on my arm with all my might. "Ugh!" I hissed in pain. But the doubts didn't recede. What if I was pinching myself in a dream? What then? The brain can generate pain, after all. Of course it can. "Dad, show yourself to me. I know it's you," I cried out in desperation. Maybe I'm not sober enough? Or maybe the opposite. I need to drink more. I need to open my mind all the way. I dashed to the kitchen and instantly tripped over the tightly tied trash bag, the very one where I had thrown the paint-soaked rags from the floor. A wild yet entirely logical plan for a drunk person took shape in my head. I had to leave myself proof. That way, I would know for sure whether it was a dream or if it had happened in reality. I dropped to my knees, tore the bag open furiously, and pulled out a rag heavily smeared with white enamel with my bare hands. I crawled to the wall and, with broad strokes, painted a large cross on the wallpaper. I threw the rag back toward the bag. Without looking, I fumbled for the kitchen towel hanging on the hook, hurriedly wiped my white-stained hands on it, leaving it thoroughly soiled, and tossed it into the same pile of rags. Making my way back to my room, I found the second bottle of vodka on the floor. I twisted off the cap, squeezed my eyes shut, and forced myself to down half of it in one go. Everything ached. The world before my eyes completely lost its shape, and I collapsed into oblivion. Everything ached. My neck was bent at an unnatural angle, and the slightest movement sent a shooting pain to the base of my skull. I woke up lying on the bare floor. My throat had turned into an arid, cracked desert, and my tongue was so dry it was stuck fast to the roof of my mouth. I tried to groan, to say at least a single word to myself, but only a pathetic, slurred gibberish escaped my lips. My head felt as though it were filled with molten lead. Right now, I wasn't thinking about last night, or the supernatural, or the proof. A primal instinct had taken over. I just wanted to survive. With my eyes half closed, stumbling and leaning my shoulder against the doorframes, I made my way to the kitchen where a bucket of water stood and plunged my head into it. I drank thirstily, like an animal, and bathed at the same time. Surfacing from the bucket with a loud gasp, feeling the icy water stream down my face and run under my collar, I reached out my right hand without opening my eyes, to the spot where my kitchen towel always hung on its hook. Say what you want about the orphanage, but the state system had drilled me to the point of muscle memory to always put things back in their place. But my fingers grasped empty air. The towel wasn't there. I froze. Slowly, I straightened up. I wiped the water from my face with wet palms to clear away the blurring droplets, and finally opened my eyes. At first, my unfocused gaze locked onto the opposite wall. And then, an icy chill ran down my spine, instantly clearing the last traces of the hangover from my brain. Right there on the wallpaper, a massive, jagged white cross was screaming out. The thick paint on it was still not entirely dry. The wall inside me collapsed. Memories flooded my consciousness in an unstoppable, drowning torrent. I remembered everything. The smell of tobacco, my paranoia and doubts about reality, my desperate, blind faith that it was my father, and what that voice had said directly to my mind a split second before I had finally drifted into oblivion. Chapter 12. The Split. My body was in agony as it recovered from the alcohol. I was shaking from that vile, sickening dread that always follows a drunken blackout. A persistent taste of rust and bile lingered in my mouth. I sat on the dirty kitchen floor, my back slumped against the wall, feeling my heart thumping heavily and unevenly in my chest. The white cross stared back at me from the wallpaper. My overnight test had worked. The paint wasn't even dry yet. Thick white drops crept lazily down the wall, leaving ugly, uneven streaks. I stared at the fresh mark, a wave of burning, suffocating shame washing over me. God, what have I reduced myself to? A grown man. Getting blind drunk on cheap vodka all by myself like an animal, getting enamel all over my hands, painting crosses on the walls. It was textbook. This is exactly how people end up as those local madmen muttering to themselves on the subway. The rational part of my brain, cutting through the hangover fog, struck hard with cold logic. Stop. The cross is real, yes. You drew it yourself. But what does that prove? People in the throes of delirium tremens barricade their doors against imaginary demons. Their barricades are real. The demons are not. You just drank yourself stupid, you idiot. The smell of tobacco, the smoke in the dark. It's a classic hallucination of a poisoned brain dredging up childhood fears. I clutched my throbbing temples. My head felt like it was literally splitting in two. But what about the words? That phrase that had echoed a split second before I blacked out. It hadn't felt like a thought. It felt as though it had been driven into my skull like a rusty nail. They took what belonged to you. And couldn't you have made that up yourself? An inner voice hissed venomously. I froze. And indeed, I could have. That phrase was the perfect crystallization of my entire rotten life. My relatives, those half-brothers and half-sisters, they grew up with father. They had a complete family, wealth, protection. They stuffed themselves with meat while I choked on dry flour and salt in an empty house and rotted in the orphanage. I had hated them for it my entire life. Could my drunk, feverish mind have simply manufactured that phrase to justify my own misery? Easily. I had always lied to myself. My entire conscious life, I had built up an armor. I don't need anything. I can do everything myself. Money can't buy happiness. You can only rely on yourself. I was proud of being a lone wolf. And now what? My own brain, or my father's ghost, was dangling a carrot in front of me from the darkness. Look, kid, you didn't suffer for nothing. You were robbed. Now we're going to find who's to blame. And like a beaten dog, I immediately snatched at the handout, instantly forgetting my independence, rolling over, ready to believe anything, just so someone would come along and tell me my life was a piece of garbage through no fault of my own. What a pathetic sight. I growled through clenched teeth and slammed my fist against the floor. No! There had to be justice. If it wasn't a delusion, if it really was him, who were they? The relatives? Or the entire system that had chewed me up and spat me out? What exactly did they take from me? An apartment? Accounts? The life I was supposed to live? My mind had turned into a battlefield with no victors. One half pleaded, "Sell this damn wreck of a house, pack your things, run to Moscow before you completely lose your mind. This is just the DTs, you're just sick." The other half coldly countered, "If you leave now, you'll be a pushover for the rest of your life. This phrase has taken root in you. You won't be able to sleep until you find out if it's true or not." I sat on the dirty floor before the fresh, dripping white cross, caught in a vice between my own madness and a mystical abyss. The door had slammed shut. I stood at a crossroads, and any step now led into the dark. Chapter 13. The Illusion of Justice. Deep down inside, beneath the thick, calloused crust of adult cynicism and orphanage scars, I had always wanted to believe in a miracle. Not in a fairy tale Santa Claus who puts presents under the tree. That was for sheltered, happy children. My belief was different. I desperately needed some kind of omnipotent, benevolent spirit to exist, a supreme creator. I didn't go to church, didn't wear a cross, and didn't know a single prayer, but it was vital for me to know that someone was watching over us, that we weren't just lumps of meat left to survive in the dirt, but creations whose journey had meaning. But reality slapped me in the face time and time again. I had never encountered any proof of this benevolent miracle, or of anything paranormal at all, until recently. It seemed, what more proof did I need? I sat in the kitchen and methodically counted them off on my fingers like a madman. First, the heavy paint can that had crashed to the floor from a level windowsill when I was absolutely crystal clear sober. Second, the huge black raven deliberately tapping its beak against my window pane. Third, the voice in my head, unerringly striking my most painful spot. And fourth, the thick smell of tobacco that had filled the room last night. But the paradox of the human psyche is that it will defend itself to its last breath. My rational brain, writhing in a hangover, kept throwing up excuses even for what I had seen while sober. The paint can? My inner voice whispered. The house is old. A heavy semi-truck drove by on the highway, sent a vibration through the walls, and the can slipped off the uneven windowsill. The raven? Birds often fly into windows when they see their reflection. The smell of tobacco and the voice? Well, you poured a bottle of vodka down an empty stomach, dragged childhood fears out of your subconscious, and painted that cross yourself. I still couldn't stand up, beat my chest, and declare with 100% certainty, yes, the paranormal world exists, and I have undeniable proof. There was always that miserable 1% of doubt remaining. But that 1% no longer mattered, because something far more powerful than logic had entered the game. Justice. This word had always resonated in my chest with a heavy, almost physically painful toll. As a child who had swallowed tons of injustice, who had rotted away in an orphanage while my relatives were alive and well, I grew up with a manic, fanatical desire to restore it. This was my trigger, my moral compass. My entire conscious life, I had acted according to my conscience, even if it came at a severe personal cost. If I saw deceit, I ran headlong into conflict. I couldn't resist it. If I or anyone else was treated unfairly, the guilty had to be punished, and the balance restored at all costs. And that entity, whatever it was, knew it. They took what belonged to you. This phrase had taken toxic root in me. It pulsed in my temples, grew through my doubts, crowding out my instinct for self-preservation. I paced back and forth through the corridor cluttered with old furniture, muttering to myself, clenching and unclenching my fists. I didn't even notice my thirst for the truth turning into a blind obsession. An invisible puppeteer had found the rawest nerve in my mind and was now systematically, with sadistic pleasure, pulling on it, stoking my anger. Closer to noon, my hangover forced me to leave the house. I was out of mineral water, and the water from the kitchen bucket wasn't cutting it anymore. I walked quickly into the local grocery store, looking around nervously, and tossed a crumpled bill onto the counter. The cashier, Kira, rang up the bottle but didn't hand back the change. She froze, looking at me with undisguised concern. "Are you okay?" she asked cautiously, her hand resting on the register. "What? Yeah, absolutely." I tried to smile, but my facial muscles felt stiff, like wood. "You look terrible," she lowered her voice. "Your eyes are bloodshot, you're pale, you're shaking all over. You reek of some chemical and stale smoke. Yesterday you ran in here looking completely out of it. Are you sure nothing's happened?" I snatched the change from her hand. "Everything's fine, just the renovations are tough." I spat out dryly and hurried outside. I felt her frightened, pitying gaze on my back, but I didn't care. Returning home, I went into the kitchen to the old wall-mounted wash basin. I pressed the metal nozzle, gathered some ice-cold water in my palms, and splashed it on my face repeatedly, listening to it drain with a splash into the tin bucket under the sink. Trying to pull myself together, I leaned my wet hands against the wall and heavily raised my head, looking into the cloudy mirror. A stranger stared back at me from the other side. Disheveled, greasy hair, an earthy gray complexion. Deep, black shadows hung under my eyes, and my pupils were dilated like those of a cornered beast. My lips twitched with a nervous, slight tremor, silently mouthing fragments of thoughts. White paint was deeply embedded under my fingernails. If that neighbor from my childhood or the paramedics saw me now, they would have called the men in white coats without a second thought. I looked like a man whose mind had completely and utterly snapped. I gave my reflection a crooked, grim smirk. What if it isn't my father's ghost, but just schizophrenia in my exhausted head? Well, I don't think I can go any madder than I've already gone throughout my lousy life. My decision was final. Moscow, which was about to turn 900, wasn't going anywhere. It had stood and would stand. I could sell the house and escape to the capital at any moment. I'd lived in poverty for so many years, I could hold out for another couple of months if needed. But to leave right now? To turn my back on this mystery without ever finding out who stole from me and what? To refuse the chance to talk again to the father I hadn't seen since I was 3? No, that was beyond my strength. I had to make full, clear contact with him. But I wouldn't repeat yesterday's mistake with alcohol. Vodka shatters the armor of logic, yes, but it robs you of physical control and erases memory. And I needed absolute clarity. I needed to remember every single word of his. I wiped my wet face with a rough towel, never taking my eyes off my bloodshot reflection in the mirror. The reinforced concrete wall of rationality is only erected by my brain when it has the energy for it. A healthy, rested mind will always cling to logic and protect its reality. So, to bring that wall down, I simply had to starve the system of its energy. I came up with an entirely different, completely sober way to hack my own consciousness. A brutal, exhausting way. I would push my body to such total, primal exhaustion that the boundary between reality and the subtle world would wear thin and collapse on its own. And this time, I would remember everything. Chapter 14. The Predatory Smirk. October turned out to be surprisingly dry, but chilly, biting to the bone. However, I barely felt the cold. For the last few days, I had slept 3 hours a night at most. I simply couldn't. The moment I closed my eyes, a whirlpool of images, whispers, and theories would start spinning in my head. But strangely enough, I didn't feel exhausted. On the contrary, some new, harsh energy was pulsing inside me. I parted with my car without any regrets. Some messy-haired student took my beat-up old hatchback. Kids these days love driving those buckets of bolts. To them, there's something rebellious and youthful about a car like that. A sort of modern equivalent to those old Volkswagen hippie buses from the 70s. Whatever. I would have sold it for scrap if this guy hadn't turned up. He wanted his first car, and I wanted fast cash for the experiment. Besides, with my plan to move to Moscow, a car would have been a burden anyway. If I couldn't reach father here, well, the capital has the subway. The cash burned a hole in my pocket, and I put it straight to work. At the supermarket, I bought about 2 weeks' worth of food, throwing mountains of instant coffee and the strongest black tea into the cart. Then I stopped by the pharmacy. Ammonia, please, and some tinctures, Eleuthero, ginseng, and lemongrass. Yes, 3 bottles of each, please, I flatly dictated to the pharmacist. The woman in the white lab coat gave me a strange look, but I didn't care. The plan was simple and brilliant. I decided not to sleep. I would keep myself from drifting off for as many days as my body could handle. I had watched dozens of videos and read hundreds of forums. The system we live in is just a pen. People are intentionally kept dumb, fed informational garbage, forced to sleep 8 hours so their brains reboot, and never manage to step outside the boundaries. They tell us that visions from sleep deprivation are hallucinations, a defense mechanism of the psyche, the DTs. But what if it's the exact opposite? What if a well-rested, healthy brain is a brain in a cage, and exhaustion strips away those safety fuses? What if these so-called hallucinations are actually the real, objective world that is carefully hidden from us? The very paranormal layer of reality where you can talk to the dead, where there are no secrets. I felt my consciousness growing crystal clear with every hour without sleep. It was as if I were truly waking up. Returning home, I locked the door with all the deadbolts. I brewed a triple portion of coffee, adding a few drops of ginseng. Passing by the hallway mirror, I caught a glimpse of myself. A pale face, dark, hollow circles under my eyes. But the look in them, that look wasn't mine. It was too sharp, too confident. The corners of my mouth curled upward on their own, forming an unfamiliar, somewhat predatory smirk. I blinked, dispelling the illusion, and the smirk vanished. Just adrenaline, I told myself, feeling a strange but pleasant chill run down my spine. I'm doing the right thing. This time, I will reach you, Dad. Whatever it takes. The first night was surprisingly easy. I understood perfectly well that I wouldn't see or hear anything this early. The boundary of reality was still too strong. So I just killed time watching movies, chugging coffee, and when the first, still weak wave of drowsiness rolled in around 3 a.m, I easily fought it off. With dawn came a second wind. It grew light, and my fooled body decided a normal new day had begun. But after midday, that false energy evaporated, and a strange restlessness overcame me. A tense energy roamed through my body. I wanted to occupy myself with something, anything, as I organically loathe sitting idle. But at the same time, a sluggish, leaden laziness weighed on me so heavily that forcing myself to do anything felt like an impossible feat. So I just wandered around the house, stuck between the urge to act and complete apathy. When twilight gathered outside the window, it became truly difficult. My head turned into a cast-iron bell, inside of which stood a low, monotonous hum. Reality began to lag, like a demanding game on an old, sluggish computer. Space slipped past me in jerks. I would look straight ahead, then turn my head to the left, but my brain simply didn't have time to process the movement. It only gave me 2 static images, straight and then immediately left, completely cutting out the turning process itself. For now, this only happened occasionally, but it scared me half to death. My body begged for mercy. I desperately wanted to lie down. Anywhere, even right here on the hard floor. At that moment, it felt like the softest featherbed in the world. I'll just close my eyes for a second. The most dangerous thought in this state. The moment it appeared, I forced myself to stand up. I trudged to the kitchen for another cup of coffee. The drink itself had long stopped keeping me awake. It tasted like burnt dirt, but the mechanical action, stand up, walk, pour boiling water, temporarily shattered the approaching stupor. On the second night, at about 3 o'clock, it happened. The smell of tobacco suddenly drifted through the musty air of the room. I don't smoke, and there were no cigarettes in the house at all, so the alien scent hit my receptors instantly. My heart hammered somewhere in my throat. "Father?" My voice sounded raspy, broken. "Are you here? Answer me. I need to talk to you." I listened so hard my ears rang. In response, only the dead silence of the house. Someone had definitely been smoking here just a couple of minutes ago. The smell was still faint, ghostly. Full contact was still a long way off. The wall between worlds hadn't completely crumbled yet. But this barely perceptible aroma worked better than any energy drink. It gave me a wild, almost primal confidence. I was on the right track. I couldn't give up. Chapter 15. The Point of No Return. The third day flew by in a dense fog, fueled by a stubborn surge of adrenaline. My motivation gave me the strength to hold on. I had little control, moving on autopilot, and could barely remember what I had been doing all this time. But at least I knew the most important thing for certain. There was no smell of tobacco, no creeping shadows around me. Nothing. I was alone. But everything changed drastically on the fourth night without sleep. I began to cross the very threshold where the mind loses its grip on the flesh. My sense of touch was the first to return, or rather a disgusting bitterness in my mouth. A nasty, acrid taste and a vile crunch between my teeth, as if I were chewing sand. I mechanically wiped my lips with my hand. For some reason, the skin on my fingers was tight, coated in a dried, whitish crust that looked like flour. On top of this strange, dry residue was an oily, dark smear of some thick sludge. My throat seized in a spasm. I coughed hard, and clumps of black, foul-smelling mucus splattered from my mouth directly onto the table and the floor. Water. I rasped dryly to myself, not even thinking about what was staining my hands. I tried to turn my head toward the bucket of water, but my neck wouldn't obey. I had to physically fling it in that direction, the way you fling an arm that has gone numb in your sleep. My head wobbled back and forth with momentum before my unfocused gaze finally locked onto the bucket. From the outside, I must have looked like a zombie from a cheap horror movie. A dull, glassy-eyed stare from under my brow, jaw hanging slack. My posture was unnatural, broken. My fine motor skills had completely shut down. It felt as though my limbs no longer belonged to me, and to move at all, I had to tense only my major muscles, jerking my body forward in the desired direction. I mentally commanded myself to stand, but my body flatly refused. My legs remained like jelly, so I simply shifted my weight to the side and tipped myself over, stool and all. I crashed to the floor like a shapeless sack of rags. There was no pain at all. It was as if my nerve endings had died. Water. I squeezed out again. Wriggling with clumsy, jerking movements, I crawled toward the low stool where the bucket stood. Somehow, I flung my disobedient hand upward, clawed my crooked fingers over the rim, and yanked it toward me. The bucket tipped over with a crash, drenching me from head to toe. The icy water was a shock that instantly sent a powerful wave of heat rushing through my body. This thermal shock cleared my mind for a second. Ignoring the puddle around me, I practically shoved my head into the overturned bucket like an animal, greedily licking the remaining moisture off the metal, desperate to rid myself of that black sludge and wash away the burning bitterness. I got up with difficulty and, swaying, leaned against the table. I lowered my heavy head and froze. On the tabletop lay an overturned jar, surrounded by scattered dark granules of instant coffee. Coffee. Motherfucker, it was just coffee. I had absolutely no memory of eating it dry, but I had. How had I even gotten to the kitchen? I didn't remember that either. Whatever. I needed to brew some more. Hot, scalding coffee. I mechanically reached for the kettle, but my fingers didn't find plastic. They pressed against something flat and ice cold. I blinked. It was glass. My bedroom window. Outside, a street lamp burned dimly. The kettle. I rasped into the emptiness, leaving a foggy mark on the glass from my breath. Where is that damn kettle? My sluggish mind suddenly offered up a vivid image, a red car driving down the street. I looked out at the empty road. It wasn't there. But I'll wait, I thought lazily. A few seconds later, A red car did indeed drive by in the glow of the street lamp. I followed it with a blank, dull stare. "There," I whispered to my reflection in the glass, a strange, terrifying smirk spreading across my face. My facial muscles barely obeyed, turning the smile into a grotesque grimace. "I can see the future. Now a gray Nissan will round the corner and blind me." And so it did. A car rounded the corner, heading my way. A flash of high beams struck me right in the eyes, searing my retinas. I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut, flinging a hand up to my face, and when I opened them, I was sitting on the stool. A small glass vial was clutched in my hands. I stared at it blankly, having absolutely no idea what I was doing. My fingers weakly fumbled with the ribbed cap, but my brain refused to process how to open it, or why I even needed it. My thoughts were heavy, sluggish. A blink. The scene cut. I suddenly realized I was already standing. A sharp, nauseating chemical stench hit my nose. I looked down. That same vial was lying on the table, now open, with a small puddle of ammonia spilled onto the countertop. The pungent smell of smelling salts saturated the kitchen, finally jolting me out of my stupor. Well, sort of. My brain was still floundering in thick jelly. I slowly turned my head. My gaze darted to the wall, to the spot where my ultimate proof should have been. But there was no cross. "There's no cross," I rasped, unable to believe my own eyes. I blinked as my insides bottomed out, and my voice cracked into a scream. "There's no cross! There's no cross!" An icy panic washed over me. My head refused to function. When had I last slept? I could no longer tell where the line between reality and delusion lay. Was I asleep right now? Or maybe when I had found the cross that morning, the one I had painted myself to prove it wasn't a dream, was that actually a dream itself? What if I had made it all up in a drunken stupor? I stepped right up to the wall and peered at the wallpaper, feeling a sticky sweat run down my spine. No, the texture had changed. In that exact spot, the wallpaper had been hung in patches, crookedly, haphazardly, bubbling up. Someone, apparently in a rush, had pasted them over. No, it wasn't me, I muttered, feverishly feeling the uneven seams. I do clean work. Someone was in a hurry to repaper it, most likely while I was blacked out. My gaze slid downward. In the very corner, near the baseboard, lay a crumpled ball of paper. Slowly, with my joints popping, I got down on my knees. My hands shook as I picked up the tight bundle. My fingers struggled to unfold the stiff, dried paper. I unfolded the torn piece of wallpaper. My heart skipped a beat, hammering in my throat. On the reverse side, distorted by the creases, the thick white lines of paint were clearly visible. "No, no, no," I whispered, gasping for air. The cross was real. It had all been real. My proof existed. I hadn't lost my mind. Someone had torn it down and pasted new wallpaper over it. They wanted to hide it from me. They wanted to make me think I was crazy, that I had made it all up. But how did they know? How could they have possibly known about the cross? The air in the kitchen suddenly thickened, growing heavy. My eyes stung unbearably. "Tobacco smoke," I rasped, inhaling the familiar, acrid scent. "Father? Father, are you here?" My heavy, stubborn head lolled uselessly to the right. My blurry gaze drifted through the doorway into the bedroom, past the familiar cracked ceiling, and froze. I wasn't looking at the ceiling. There, in the gloom, someone was sitting on the bedside chair. The pale light of the street lamp carved only a motionless male silhouette out of the darkness. The glowing ember of a cigarette pulsed in the dark. "Father, it's you. You've come to me." The silhouette slowly raised a hand to his face and took a deep drag. His voice didn't echo in the room. It sounded directly inside my head, vibrating somewhere in the back of my skull.
Your older sister is a witch.
The words fell heavily, like stones.
She communes with evil. She knows everything. She knows you want to reclaim what is rightfully yours. And she knows you are speaking to me.
What? A witch? I whispered, and in my feverish brain, everything suddenly fell into place. The puzzle was solved. Now it all makes sense. I hissed furiously, clutching the torn piece of wallpaper with the cross in my fist until my knuckles cracked. It's her. She's the one who came here while I was blacked out. She papered over everything to destroy my proof. She wants to make me doubt myself, wants to sever our connection. That bitch. It's never enough for her. She lived in luxury her whole life, stole every penny from me, left me to rot in poverty, and now she's crawling inside my head. What a piece of filth.
Calm down, the voice echoed again, wrapping around my mind. You will get everything back. I believe in you.
A searing, almost forgotten warmth spread inside me at those words. I had waited for this for so long. I wanted to go to him, to throw my arms around his neck, to hold him. Forgetting that my body barely obeyed me, I lunged forward clumsily into the bedroom. My foot came down hard on the floor, stepping right on the loose piece of smooth wallpaper smeared with dried paint. The thick paper slid treacherously across the floor. My leg shot forward, and my body was violently thrown back. The world spun before my eyes. The back of my head struck the edge of the kitchen table with a sickening, dull thud. A flash of pain blinded me for only a fraction of a second, and then everything around me went black, and I plunged into the dark, bottomless abyss of long-awaited sleep. Chapter 16. Cracks in Memory. I surfaced from the darkness in a sticky, cold sweat. Anxiety squeezed my chest, heavy and gnawing, as if something irreparable had happened. My head throbbed with such force, it felt as though molten lead had been poured inside my skull. It was that exact kind of exhausting, crushing pain that crashes over you after prolonged madness and a heavy, fractured sleep. "Where am I?" rasped a voice that sounded entirely foreign to me. I kicked the blanket to the floor, and the cold immediately stung my feverish skin. Every muscle ached. The harsh rays of the autumn sun, stabbing mercilessly through the window, forced me to squint, preventing me from focusing and taking in my surroundings. My throat was tight with a wild, parching thirst. Water. I squeezed out into the void again, but no one answered. My attempt to stand failed. My body simply refused to obey. I blinked several times, forcing my vision to return. My bedroom. My bed. My gaze locked onto the ceiling. I began to study the cracks and froze. I knew this spiderweb by heart. For several years in a row, I had stared into it every night before sleep. But now the pattern was different. The design had definitely changed. The moment the thought crossed my mind, the cracks on the ceiling came alive. Like a nest of thin serpents, they slithered slowly across the white background, weaving themselves into a single phrase. "Don't refuse. You must go, or they will suspect you. They will find out that you did it." Unable to move my body, merely mouthing the words with my lips, I asked, "What did I do?" In that instant, the illusion shattered. The lines on the ceiling darted back, reclaiming their real, familiar positions. I tried to get up again, and this time I managed to sit on the edge of the bed. My head was too heavy to lift, and so were my arms. I looked down at my hands. They were dirty. My fingers were coated in dried flour and some dark brown stains. "Coffee," I whispered, barely audible. As I stared blankly at the floor, my consciousness slowly began to return. I remembered the brutal experiment I had decided to subject myself to. I remembered the sleepless nights. But for now, I couldn't analyze any of it. I was just passively receiving information. It was as if my brain had been formatted, and now the deleted data was being written back onto it, fragment by fragment. Barely moving my leaden legs, I shuffled to the kitchen. I looked at the utter wreck with an indifferent gaze. I didn't care. A total, ringing indifference. The only water left was in the electric kettle. I grabbed it, pressed my mouth directly to the spout, and drank every last drop. Hard limescale flakes hit my tongue, and I carelessly spat them onto the floor. Then I collapsed heavily onto a chair, rested my arms on the table, and let my throbbing head drop right onto them. I must have blacked out again, because when I opened my eyes, the kitchen was already shrouded in darkness. The arms I had been resting on were completely numb. For about a minute, a miserable, prickling pain tortured me as the blood struggled to force its way through my veins. After this second blackout, things felt slightly easier. My consciousness was still floating in a haze, but at least it had begun to latch onto reality. The first saving thought was that there was mineral water in the fridge, and right after it, my father's words rushed into my mind, about my sister being a witch, and about me getting everything back. The question hung in the air once more. What exactly would I get back? Suddenly, another terrifying memory washed over me. I remembered hitting my head against the table. I should have blacked out right there on the floor. But I had woken up today in my own bed, under the covers. Had I sleepwalked? I clearly remembered the force of that impact. A deafening ringing had filled my ears, and a sharp, blinding pain had pierced my skull. But now my head ached differently. It was the weight of the shock I'd endured, the sluggish hangover of sleep deprivation, but by no means the aftermath of an injury. I quickly felt my head. No bump, no scrape. After a collision like that, my skull should have split in half, but beneath my fingers, there wasn't even a tiny trace of an impact. I clasped my head with both hands and rubbed my eyes hard. What on earth was happening? What had I done to myself? This sleep deprivation experiment was turning out to be far more terrifying than that drunken night when I had painted. The cross, I whispered into the dark. I looked up at the wall. Barely visible in the gloom, it was still carelessly, haphazardly patched over with new wallpaper. The silence was suddenly shattered by the ringing of my cell phone. I dragged myself up and stumbled over to the phone. The screen glowed brightly in the dark, stabbing painfully at my eyes. The display read, Kirill, brother. What did he want? Ever since we had crossed paths by chance in town about 5 years ago and exchanged numbers, he hadn't called me once. What could have happened to make him dial my number now? I grabbed the phone, stared incredulously at the caller's name once more, and answered the call. Hello? Chapter 17. The Odd Man Out. From the receiver came, Hey, Igor, how are things? Oh, hey, I replied in a tired, raspy voice. I'm okay. Did something happen? Doesn't sound like it from your voice. Did someone call you already? So, what did you decide? Are you coming? She would have wanted to see you. It was like a jolt of electricity ran through me. In my memory, a vivid flash of my first awakening sparked, along with the crooked letters on the ceiling. Don't refuse. You must go, or they will suspect you. They will find out that you did it. Kirill kept talking, but his voice sounded far away, as if I were listening from underwater. My entire focus narrowed to a single point around Father's words. They will suspect you. Hello? Igor, can you hear me? My brother's voice broke through the ringing in my ears. Yeah, I hear you now. Must be a bad connection, I lied automatically. So, should we expect you? Kirill, listen to me. I shook my head, trying to gather my thoughts. I don't know what you're talking about. No one called me. I don't understand what this is about or where I'm supposed to go. A heavy silence hung on the other end. Christina is dead, Kirill finally said. The funeral is tomorrow. The service is at 10 at the chapel. Wait, I blurted out, cutting him off. How did she die? From what? She was she was still so young. Yeah, she was 46, Kirill sighed. It's a terrible shame, especially at that age. A domestic accident. None of us are safe from these things, and the older we get... Anyway, look, I still have a lot of people to call. Just come to the chapel tomorrow at 10. Dumbfounded, I squeezed out in a quiet voice. Yes, okay. I'll be there. Bye. See you, Igor. The line went dead. I slowly lowered the phone to the table. A domestic accident. He still hadn't told me how exactly she died. Once again, Father's words flashed before my eyes. Damn it, what could they suspect? That I was communicating with my dead father? Or that I knew they had stolen something from me? And that phrase, they will find out that you did it. I didn't understand. Or maybe... Yes, that was possible. Father was simply warning me. Exactly. If they found out I was claiming my inheritance, they would want to get rid of me too. And Christina was normal, not like Svetka. Yes, we barely spoke, but at least she used to write to me at the orphanage sometimes. What if something had clicked in her? What if she had decided to tell me something she wasn't supposed to? Kirill hadn't dropped that phrase for no reason. She would have wanted to see you. And Kirill, he never actually named the cause of death. He was evasive. What if he was the one who got rid of her? There were 5 of us, after all. Or rather, 4 of us now. The inheritance is split among everyone. Eliminate Christina, and everyone else's share instantly grows. What if he had decided to clear out the competition, and wouldn't stop with her? Was that why he was too ashamed to state the cause of death? Why he cut the conversation short with that ridiculous domestic accident excuse? I sank deeper and deeper into this theory, and with every passing second, it seemed more logical and plausible. But everything turned out to be far worse than I could have imagined. Chapter 18. A Blood Share. All night I was trapped in a sticky, nauseating delirium. I was wandering through a forest, gathering slippery jack mushrooms. But instead of damp earth and moss, an absolutely flat, sterile porcelain tile gleamed beneath my feet. Trees and mushrooms grew directly out of the seams between the cold ceramic tiles. I didn't have a knife, so I had to slice the slick, slimy caps of the mushrooms with a sharp piece of broken glass. The screech of glass against tile vibrated deep inside my bones. I surfaced from this nightmare early, with 5 hours still left before the ceremony. In theory, after a third sleep, my brain, exhausted by the experiment, should have recovered at least a little, but no miracle occurred. I still felt a leaden fatigue and a clouded mind. Thinking was as slow and difficult as before. There had never been a shower or a bathtub in my shack. There was no time to heat the banya, so I had to grab buckets and trudge to the outdoor water pump. After hauling the water into the freezing, cold bathhouse, I grit my teeth and doused myself with icy water straight from the ladle. I wanted to finally come alive, to force my brain to think normally again, but the shock didn't help. Intruding thoughts kept crowding my head, only making things worse. My biological processor was sparking, trying to digest more information than it could possibly handle, and overheating even more because of it. Christina's death, Father's voice, Svetlana the witch, my suspicions about Kirill. On autopilot, I ironed a shirt and put on the best and cleanest clothes I owned. A ghost's gray face still stared back at me from the cloudy mirror. Lately, it had also grown frighteningly thin. It was about 9 in the morning. I should make it in an hour, I muttered flatly to myself. Outside, a fine, miserable autumn rain was drizzling. To reach proper asphalt, I had to trudge through 500 meters of mud along a ruined dirt road. I made an honest effort to dodge the puddles, but my boots got filthy anyway. To hell with it. Who was I trying to impress anyway? If it hadn't been for Father's voice warning me of the danger, I wouldn't have picked up the phone at all. Oh, so he remembered me, did he? They found an excuse to drag their little brother out into the light of day to have a laugh. On the way, I popped into a flower stall and bought 2 carnations. I arrived right as the ceremony was starting, before I even had a chance to say hello to anyone. The priest was already speaking in a monotonous drone. I stood at the back, scanning the backs of those present. I wondered if they'd even recognize me. I hadn't seen Vadim in about 7 years, even though we live in the same city. I wouldn't have recognized him myself. Then again, that fat hog in the expensive coat over there, that was definitely Vadim. At one point, I thought the priest was looking at me strangely, as if he could see right through me, knowing I was doing something unchristian, as if he knew what I had been communing with at night in my empty house. Is it written all over my face? Maybe it is. I stood there, studying the faces of everyone around me. The thick, swirling incense suddenly made me feel sick. A wild thought flashed through my feverish brain. Could it be devils thrashing inside me, making me feel so broken in a church? But I didn't have time to pursue that thought. The service ended, and the crowd began filtering outside. My brothers approached me. Kirill was first. He silently offered his hand. I gripped it tightly, boring my eyes straight into his. I was looking for a hidden agenda, a spark of guilt, the shadow of a killer. I tried to catch any deceit or a tremor in his handshake. And though by morning my theory about him getting rid of our sister for the inheritance had cooled down a bit, my suspicions remained. But I found nothing. I saw only exhaustion and sadness. In his eyes pooled a grounded realization. Christina was dead, which meant he could end up there too. No one was immune. I saw in him a basic animal fear of death. Vadim, on the other hand, radiated an inappropriate energy. He extended his plump hand, and I shook it. It was damp and sticky with sweat. I immediately felt a desperate urge to find a wet wipe and scrub the moisture off my palm. If it had been some random guy, whatever, no big deal. But the sweat of this particular swine was physically revolting to me, simply because I couldn't stand the sight of him. "Hey there, Igorka," he wheezed with patronizing condescension. "The only Igorka you know is in your pants, and you haven't seen him in 300 years, I thought bitterly. But aloud I managed a flat, "Hi, what's up with you?" Vadim kept pressing, shamelessly staring at my hollow face. "You look unhealthy. Dabbling in illegal stuff?" "Yeah," I said confidently. "I'm on metronidazole." Vadim knitted his bushy brows. "What the hell is that?" Exhaling, I fed them my prepared lie. "Toothache. Some kind of cyst formed there, I don't know. The dentists cut it open yesterday. They prescribed antibiotics, so I'm taking them." Kirill chimed in. "Did you drive here?" "No, sold it. Got tired of fixing it." The brothers exchanged a subtle glance. "Ah, that's too bad," Kirill said quickly. "We don't have room in our car. But you can get there. There's a bus for those without rides." "Well, meet at the cemetery and talk there." "No problem," I replied dryly. The funeral itself passed like a blur, gray and nondescript. But at the wake, things got interesting. We gathered at Christina's house. The house was spacious, expensively and tastefully furnished. I knew for a fact I had never crossed its threshold before. Yet inside, A creepy, sticky sense of déjà vu clung to me. Absolutely everything felt familiar. When I got up from the table to go to the bathroom, my feet guided me down the hallway in the exact right direction on their own. Vadim immediately tensed up and called out to me. He was probably afraid his awkward, broke brother would go snooping through the rooms and pocket something valuable. "Where are you going?" he asked suspiciously. "To the bathroom," I answered flatly. "Oh," Vadim waved a plump, dismissive hand. "Well, down the hall to the left, second door. I know where to go," slipped from my tongue before I could bite it. Vadim squinted, his gaze instantly turning sharp. "You know? How?" "I already asked someone at the entrance," I lied quickly, feeling a chill run down my spine. I had absolutely no idea how the layout of this house was in my head either. Later, we were sitting at the large table again. The guests drank without clinking glasses, offering toasts. I strictly avoided the alcohol. After the madness the vodka had induced in the kitchen, and keeping up my antibiotic story, I just sipped plain mineral water. The others, however, hit the bottle hard. From all sides, syrupy praise poured out about how wonderful Christina had been, how she helped everyone, what an amazing godmother she was to her friends' children. They gushed about how she showered them with expensive gifts and took other people's offspring on trips abroad. She had never had children of her own, so she poured all her unspent energy into her career and other people's families. She managed to shatter the glass ceiling, climb to the very top of the career ladder, and become successful and independent. Those speeches made me physically sick. Here I am, your own flesh and blood brother. You never invited me to a single birthday in your entire life. You never visited me at the orphanage. Yet for total strangers it turned out you were an angel in human form. Saint Christina. I truly couldn't comprehend this selective love. Sure, our shared father left your mother for mine. But you guys were already adults back then. And what was my fault? I didn't choose how or to whom I was born. The alcohol gradually stripped away the masks of grief, if they had ever worn them in the first place. Looking at Vadim, for instance, I highly doubted he was capable of such emotions at all. One of the guests, a heavy-set man named Igor, was already pretty drunk and struck up a quiet but very telling conversation with Vadim. My sober hearing, sharpened by sleep deprivation, caught every word. "How's your business doing, Vadik?" drifted over to me. "I heard you're facing some serious trouble right now." "Nah, thank God," Vadim brushed it off, but his eyes remained cold and tense. "He'll sort it out soon. Everything will be fine." Igor smirked in a greasy, snide way and lowered his voice. "Ah, Christina was completely alone, wasn't she? No husband, no kids, and your mother passed away a couple of years ago, right?" And then, completely without thinking, I blurted out, "What do you mean, alone? What about Kolka, her husband?" I had always assumed they were married. I knew they had been living together for ages, but the exact second Vadim looked at me, I realized I had made a blunder. It was just a moment, a split second, but the mask of the grieving brother slipped from his face. From the predatory, triumphant glint in his eyes, it suddenly hit me. They weren't legally married. Kolka was just a live-in partner, a common-law husband, which meant, by law, he was nobody. He wouldn't get a single penny. Everything would go strictly to the blood relatives. Vadim immediately realized I had read that thought off his face. He instantly slapped his mournful, friendly smile back on and turned to Igor. "Igorka is right. She does have a husband. The poor widower." Igor frowned, opening his mouth, clearly wanting to argue that legally this Kolka had no rights to the estate, but Vadim shut him down firmly. "Let's not talk about that. We are at a funeral, after all. We're grieving. Understand? Have some decency." Igor fell silent and recoiled, realizing he had crossed the line. The woman had barely been laid in the grave, and he was already dividing her estate at the wake. Vadim had elegantly silenced him with a moral lecture. Meanwhile, my sober brain went into overdrive. What if Vadim was responsible for Christina's death? His business is in trouble. He desperately needs a lot of cash. Or what if they're all in on it together? Holy shit. I'm a rightful heir now, too. A blood brother. There are 4 of us. And then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. What if back then, Father wasn't talking about his own pathetic inheritance at all? Up there, in the world of the dead, they see everything ahead of time. He was talking about the future. He came to warn me, to prepare me. They will take what is yours by right. The puzzle in my head clicked together with a perfect, terrifying snap. Vadim had the motive, and I had a legal share they would try to steal from me. My sister is dead, and I am sitting at the same table as the very people who stand to profit the most. But this puzzle was not destined to hold together for long. Chapter 19. Slippery Jacks. Igor, his breath heavy with stale alcohol, got up from the table to go smoke. His seat didn't stay empty for long. I casually moved closer and ended up right next to Vadim. I loathed him passionately, to the point of physical nausea. I was repulsed by his upper-class pretensions, his expensive coat, and his damp, sweaty hands. But right now, it was vital that I look him straight in the eyes. I started indirectly. Vadim, listen, where's Sveta? I didn't see her at the service or here. Vadim slowly turned his heavy face toward me. His gaze was glassy, yet still just as sharp. She's at the seaside. Flew out for a vacation even before Christina died, he replied, lazily spinning an empty shot glass. Yeah, she was very, very sorry she couldn't make it. You understand, right? It was a pricey package tour and all that. Return flights are fully booked, she checked. There was just no way for her to get back right now. An icy wave of contempt washed over me. What a family, I thought. Their own sister is in the morgue, and they traded a final farewell for a sun lounger. Guess they haven't seen enough beaches in their lives. I see, I said flatly. Listen, Vadim, I still don't get the main thing. How exactly did Christina die? What kind of domestic accident happens at 46? I stared intently at his face, catching every twitch of his muscles. And for one brief, fleeting split second, I saw it. A barely perceptible micro-smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. Why was he smiling? Was it because he anticipated rubbing my nose in my place in this family with another toxic remark a second later? Or because he was already mentally carving up her bank accounts and apartments? Well, you know, Igorka, Vadim drawled, as if confirming my first suspicion, then immediately cut himself off with a fake sigh. Ah, right. You don't know. Well, never mind. He physically couldn't speak to me without those sharp, degrading remarks. It gave him a sadistic pleasure to remind me that I knew nothing of their lives and was, essentially, not really family to them. I swallowed it without blinking. I waited. She loved all those salty, pickled things, my brother continued, staring somewhere at the table. That evening, she went into the kitchen and got a jar from the pantry. You know, those pickled, slippery jacks. My heart skipped a dull, heavy beat. A jar of what? I asked, trembling, almost in a whisper. Slippery jacks. You should know, living out in your woods, surely you pick all kinds of mushrooms. No? I was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. The words sliced through my exposed nerves. My recent nightmare flashed before my eyes. That sticky, sickening delirium, where I stood on my knees, cutting slimy, slippery jacks growing directly from the seams of a tiled floor with a piece of broken glass. Instinctively, I looked down under the table. The porcelain tile in Christina's kitchen was exactly the same as in my dream. Smooth, sterile, perfectly flat. So, Vadim's voice reached me, as if through cotton wool. Her hands must have been wet, you see? The damn jar slipped right out of her grasp and shattered on the floor. And all those slippery mushrooms and brine went flying everywhere. Vadim suddenly grimaced, but not from grief. Not only did the jar shatter, it cracked the porcelain tile, damn it. Christina was so proud of this floor, you know. It's not just off-the-shelf tile. It's custom, large format. What was I saying? Ah, right. I sat there in absolute, paralyzing terror. In my head, the tectonic plates of reality ground together with a deafening screech. My dream. Shattered glass. Mushrooms on the slippery tile. I already knew how this ended. I had foreseen it. God, please let it not be that, I begged silently, my fingers clawing the edge of the table. Let it be something else. Just not the back of the head. Vadim paused, reflecting on each word. To him it was just a drunken story, but to me, every second of his silence stretched like an eternity on death row. So, she probably decided to go get a rag, he finally muttered. Or maybe in the dark she didn't see a mushroom underfoot. I don't know. Slipped. Her feet shot forward and her head went back. And her countertop, you know. Look at it over there. Natural stone, sharp corners. That's how it goes. You pour insane money into a renovation, and then it kills you. I don't understand, I rasped quietly, in a single breath. Are you even following the logic? Or are your pills keeping you from thinking? Vadim frowned, irritated. This isn't easy for me to talk about either, okay? She hit the back of her head against the countertop, fractured her skull and snapped her neck, damn it. I don't even want to talk about it, it's so awful. He fell silent, took a sip, and then added the detail that finished me off completely. But there is, well, I wouldn't call it good, but a silver lining for Christina. The doctors say she died instantly, absolutely painless. Brainstem turned to mush. The brain didn't even have time to register the pain. Hey, are you even listening to me? But I wasn't listening. The air in the kitchen grew as thick and heavy as lead. The sounds of voices, the clatter of forks, Vadim's breathing, it all vanished. Before my eyes, the crooked, dancing letters of my morning awakening flared up. They will find out that you did it. I didn't remember that night. I remembered nothing from that blackout except the foul taste of coffee in my mouth and my own head hitting the table. Hitting the back of my head against the table. With immense effort, I stood up on stiff legs. The room was spinning. I had to quickly say something, offer some sort of goodbye, and run. Run as far away as possible. I'm sorry. I'm suddenly feeling really sick from all of this. I squeezed out through white lips. Come on, Nigorka. There's no need for that drama here. Vadim curled his lips into a condescending, disgusted sneer. He was implying that I was faking it. He knew damn well I didn't love Christina, and playing the grief-stricken brother wasn't fitting for someone of my standing. And to my absolute horror, Vadim was partly right. I felt sad that my sister was dead, but I wasn't shaking from grief. My consciousness was drowning in a thick, black fog of panic from a single, mind-burning realization. It seemed I was the one who killed Christina. Chapter 20. Shards of Reality. I was completely sober, yet I walked down the street, staggering like a hopeless drunk. I felt sick, physically sick, to the point of nausea and stomach cramps, from the mere realization that I might have killed my sister. To kill a person! My God! In my right mind I would never do such a thing, not for all the millions in the world. I am not a killer. I am anything else. A loser, a loader, a bitter loner angry at the whole world, but not an animal that takes someone else's life. I had always considered myself a good person. I'd spent my whole life screaming myself hoarse in the name of justice. Maybe it wasn't me? A desperate, saving thought throbbed in my temples. Of course it wasn't me. No, I needed to talk to Father. I had no one else to turn to. There wasn't a single soul in the entire world I could discuss this with. Father knows everything. He had tried to warn me, after all. Yes, I desperately needed vodka. My feet carried me toward my usual shop on autopilot, but halfway there, I veered sharply. No, not to Kirkus. Why does she always look at me like that anyway? That judgmental, all-knowing look of hers. She wasn't my wife, for God's sake, to drill holes in me with her eyes. Right now, I simply couldn't bear it. So, I ducked into the first nameless chain supermarket I came across. Grabbing 2 bottles of cheap vodka from the shelf, I joined the checkout line. I was shaking. Some asshole behind me in a greasy jacket sized me up with a contemptuous look and barked loudly. "Why are you buying more? Anyone can see by your face you've had enough." Something flared up inside me. I spun around and, spitting each word with venom, replied, "What's the matter? Your wife doesn't let you drink, so you're jealous of everyone else?" He shut up instantly and looked away. I must have hit a nerve. But there was no joy in this petty victory. Stumbling along the slushy road home, I frantically tried to piece the facts together. My brain was feverishly constructing a line of defense. Why did I dream of those slippery jacks? Why did I imagine that blow to the back of the head when I didn't have a single scar or bump on my own scalp? It could all be explained logically. A gift of clairvoyance, for instance. Am I the only one? Plenty of people talk about having prophetic dreams. I had simply seen her death from a distance, through the spirit world. I was a spectator, not a participant. But the words on the ceiling, damn it, they didn't fit this convenient theory at all. Those cracks, coming to life, had clearly and precisely formed the phrase, "They will find out that you did it." They made it obvious that I had been there. Damn it. I needed to talk to Father, immediately. Once home, I didn't even take off my jacket. With trembling hands, I twisted off the cap, poured a full faceted glass, and downed it in one gulp, tasting nothing. "Father, can you hear me?" I screamed into the emptiness. "I need your help. I need to know the truth." In response, silence. My empty stomach rumbled loudly, and a burning heat crawled through my body. My mind began to supply new, terrifying details. How could I explain the fact that I had blacked out on the kitchen floor and woken up in my bed? The time in my head was completely scrambled. I had lost all track of the days. Was it daytime back then, or evening? How long did I lie there unconscious? Maybe during that exact black hole in my memory, I got up, went to her place, committed the deed in a fugue state, and then returned on autopilot to collapse back into bed. But why would I go to her in the first place? What did I want from her? I poured a second glass, downed it, and suddenly a blinding flash pierced my head. This didn't feel like a hazy dream. It was as if I were sucked into an absolutely real room. Pungent smells instantly hit my nose. The scent of garlic, fried onions, and expensive perfume. Dreams don't have smells like that. I was standing in her kitchen. Christina was walking out of the pantry, holding a half-liter jar of pickled slippery jacks. She was looking down at her feet. Suddenly, her fingers loosen, and the jar slips from her hands. In that same split second, Christina snaps her head up and looks directly ahead, right at the spot where I stand, rooted to the spot. Her eyes widen in horror, her mouth parts. "Oh my God," she gasps in panic. Time seemed to coarsen and slow. For me, everything fell into one horrifying picture. She saw me. She was scared to death. In slow motion, I watched the glass jar fall. I watched it strike the floor, shattering into 1,000 shards. In the ringing silence, I clearly heard that exact screech of expensive porcelain tile cracking. And then, vile, wet thuds. Splat, splat, splat. The slimy mushrooms slowly scattered across the tile. Another white flash consumed everything. I was physically hurled out of there. The space around me compressed, popped my ears with a sudden pressure drop, and flattened out again. I took a convulsive, agonizingly deep breath, filling my burning chest with air. Wheezing and breathing heavily, I reached for the bottle with trembling hands and began to pour a third glass. The bottleneck clattered against the glass. I killed her. It was me, damn it. I was there. She looked at me. She was terrified of me. Why did I do it? She died because of me. Father, I whispered into the void, raising the glass to my lips. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I killed your daughter, and my sister. I'm a monster. Forgive me. I took a sip, and halfway through the glass, it hit me again. Flash. Space blinked. I was back. In shock, Christina takes a step back from the shattered jar. Her slipper steps directly onto the slimy cap of a slippery jack. The porcelain tile, drenched in brine, acts like ice. Her legs fly forward with unnatural speed. She falls backward. The back of her head slams into the sharp stone corner of the countertop with a sickening, hollow crunch, like a splitting watermelon. Her neck twists at an awful, impossible angle. Her body goes limp and slumps to the floor like a heavy sack. She lies among the broken glass. A final rattle escapes her mouth, and from beneath her fractured skull, a thick puddle rapidly pools onto the light porcelain tile. Blood mixes with the yellow, oily mushroom brine, forming a dreadful, gasoline-like pattern on the floor. Flash. I was slammed back into reality. I was standing in my dirty kitchen, breathing heavily, staring blankly at the half-finished glass in my hand. Everything inside had burned to ash. Only a dark, sticky horror of realization remained. I am a killer. But after my return from this vision, something in the kitchen had changed. Through the smell of alcohol fumes, I distinctly caught the thick, acrid aroma of cheap tobacco. And then, I heard words coming from my bedroom, to which my back was turned. Chapter 21. What Belongs to Me. You have nothing to apologize for. The voice from the bedroom sounded flat, heavy, and with undisguised contempt. She is not my daughter. None of them are. Dirty blood, another man's seed, a pathetic brood that has nothing to do with me. I spun around, almost dropping my glass. "Father!" slipped from my lips. Near the bedroom window, almost merging with the darkness, stood a tall, male figure. Pale, scattered light from a street lamp fell from behind, highlighting only a sharp, motionless silhouette and the pulsing red ember of a cigarette. The air around him was thick with blue smoke. The meaning of his words didn't sink in right away. The alcohol and shock slowed my thoughts. "What do you mean, nothing to do with you?" I rasped, taking an unsteady step toward the bedroom. The silhouette silently raised a hand to its face. The dry sound of a deep drag broke the silence. "Don't demean yourself. You're smart." The words vibrated, not in the air, but directly inside my head, penetrating deep beneath my skull. And you should understand my meaning instantly. And then it hit me. The puzzle that hadn't made sense my entire life suddenly clicked together with a deafening, ruthless snap. His first wife, their precious mother, because of whom they had played the innocent victims their whole lives, dragging us through the mud. She had cheated on him. Those children weren't his. That was why he had always been so distant. That was why he left for my mother. He had learned this bitter, humiliating truth, but for some reason, he had been forced to remain silent, methodically killing himself with cigarettes. And worst of all, everything went to them. His entire life, all his hard-earned money, all his wealth went to supporting someone else's bastards, while I, his only true biological son, grew up in a filthy, empty house and rotted in an orphanage. You're thinking along the right lines, the silhouette said calmly and coldly, as if reading my thoughts. This truth burned me from the inside out, but it didn't change the main thing. I clutched my throbbing head with both hands. That doesn't change anything, I screamed in despair. What difference does it make whose daughter she is? Tell me, was it me? Did I kill Christina? Father paused. When he spoke again, something new crept into his mental voice. A dark, icy sarcasm. If you don't remember going to her place and how you argued, he began slowly, deliberately. If you don't remember pushing her because she sneered and called you a washed-up alcoholic, just like your whore of a mother. How your push sent her staggering back a few steps before she stepped on that oily mushroom. I froze, holding my breath. The word whore whipped across my ears. If you don't remember, the voice continued to vibrate. How you took the gold from her house, how you brought it here and hid it in your pantry. Then don't worry, it definitely wasn't you. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, frantically digesting what he had said. A black hole, a vacuum opened in my head. I really didn't remember any of this. But the moment he spoke those words, fragments began to flash before my eyes. Not clear visions like a few minutes ago, but dirty, smeared pieces of someone else's nightmare. Anger, a heavy feeling in my hands, my muddy boots on her perfect floor. The silhouette by the window took another drag, and suddenly, in the absolute silence of the house, a long, grating creak rang out. The pantry door, located in the dark hallway, slowly swung open on its own. Even though I was drunk, a primal chill ran down my spine at the sound. "Want to take a look?" the voice in my head inquired with a sly smirk. Only one thing remained, to go into the pantry. If there was indeed gold lying among the old junk, it would drive the final rusty nail into the coffin of my doubts. It would be undeniable physical proof that everything Father said was true, and that I was the killer. My hands shook. I looked at the half-finished bottle of vodka sitting on the table. I grabbed it and, without any chaser, poured the remaining liquid straight down my throat, burning my esophagus. I released my fingers. The empty glass bottle slipped from my weakened grasp with a dull thud and rolled across the linoleum. Shuffling my disobedient feet, I dragged myself into the hallway. I approached the half-open pantry door and fumbled for the light switch. Click! The bright, yellow glare of the bare bulb hit my eyes, momentarily blinding me. I winced painfully, shielding my face with my hand. When my vision focused a bit, I scanned the cramped space. Old buckets, mops, some boxes, dust. I checked the shelves. Empty. There was no gold anywhere. For the first time during this endless night, I felt the concrete slab pressing down on my chest begin to crack. A warm wave of relief washed over my body. I spun around and looked into the bedroom, at the spot by the window where Father had stood. No one was there. The silhouette had vanished, leaving behind only the faint smell of tobacco, which was already beginning to dissipate. Did I imagine it? I whispered hysterically to the empty room, feeling a mad smile creep onto my lips. Is this all just some fucking alcohol-induced delusion? I imagined the whole thing. I leaned my shoulder against the pantry doorframe, ready to laugh at how easily my brain had tricked itself. And at that moment, a rustle came from above. Something slid off the very top cluttered shelf of the rack. A heavy black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape rolled over the edge of the board. It plummeted down, hitting the floor with a deafening, heavy thud. A distinct metallic clang echoed from the impact. The thin plastic tore, and from the resulting hole, gleaming in the light of the dim bulb, a heavy 1 kilogram bar of pure gold rolled out under its own momentum. Chapter 22. The Outcast. No, 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 no! I backed away in a panic, pressing my shoulder blades against the cold hallway wall. The bag lay on the dirty linoleum. Beside it, reflecting dully in the light of the yellow bulb, lay the single gold bar that had fallen out. But I could still clearly remember the heavy, metallic clang with which the bag had hit the floor, a sound that left no room for doubt. There was more than one inside. It was physical, undeniable proof that I had lost my mind, proof that I had been there. From the depths of the bedroom, from the very darkness where the silhouette had just dissolved, his voice spoke again. But now it sounded different, thicker, more confident, with notes of domineering smugness. I told you everything would change soon. I will help you. Not at this price, I screamed, breaking into a hoarse shriek as I stared into the black frame of the doorway. I don't want this! Don't want it? Father's voice feigned icy surprise that quickly turned into a sneer. Well, then take it, and bring it to Vadim. He certainly won't turn it down. Those words hit me like a blow to the gut. I fell silent, breathing heavily. Instantly, in vivid detail, Vadim's smug, sweaty face at the wake flashed in my mind. That piece of filth, while talking about his own sister's gruesome death, had casually mentioned that her fall had cracked the expensive, large-format porcelain tile. But I saw right through him. I knew exactly what he was thinking at that moment. He was already calculating how much the repairs would cost, so he could flip her house for a better profit later. Exactly, the voice whispered, creeping closer, vibrating right inside my temples. They're all like that, you see? Greedy, rapacious. To them, the death of a loved one is just another way to get rich. And let me tell you a secret. You care more about their sister's death than all of them combined. His words had a strange effect. They seemed to paralyze my fear, calming me down a little. The primal terror began to recede, giving way to a dull, throbbing anger. I felt an excruciating urge to drink. Slowly, on stiff legs, I dragged myself to the kitchen. I sat at the table, grabbed a fresh bottle of vodka, and poured myself half a glass. I downed it. By now, my already shattered, broken state had grown even worse. I let my heavy head fall into my hands, closing my eyes tightly. I just wanted to pass out. But Father's words were being ruthlessly branded onto the back of my eyelids. Now think about what they will do to you, the invisible speaker enunciated clearly. Christina wasn't poor, far from it. Kirill has several kids, and his finances are in just as miserable shape as Vadim's. Svetka lives entirely off her husband. She's never worked a day in her life, and her husband is planning to leave her. She'll get nothing. Everyone knows it. They have absolutely no room in the inheritance for an extra mouth, a bastard from another mother. The word bastard cut me to the quick. It jolted me out of my stupor, forcing me to snap back to reality. You need to deal with Kirill tonight, the voice commanded sharply, or he will deal with you. He is planning to come to your place tonight. Bullshit! I spat, clenching my fists. Where would he go? He's drunk. He's at a wake. The voice from the depths of the house paused, then concluded with lethal composure. They already know you took their gold. Everything inside me collapsed. How do they know that? I screamed into the empty kitchen. But the voice did not answer. The darkness remained silent. You bitch. No! I've had enough. I'm already doomed anyway, I rasped. Grabbing the bottle, I splashed more vodka into the glass. I threw it back, and in the next second, The world before my eyes spun violently. I lost my balance and tumbled, along with the stool, into a black abyss. Chapter 23. Waking Up in a Grave. A sharp, blinding light hit me right in the face. I squeezed my eyes shut in terror. It felt like I was lying in my bed while someone stood outside, brazenly shining a powerful flashlight right through the window. I could feel something massive, roaring, and heavy rushing toward me out of the darkness. A deafening impact. The screech of glass shattering to pieces sliced through my ears. The light physically pained my eyes. I couldn't open them. And through this roar, I suddenly heard Kirill clearly. He was screaming. A frantic, strained, primal shriek of panic in which not a single word could be made out. His scream literally drilled itself into my alcohol-poisoned brain. "Just shut up already," I rasped. What the hell was he doing here anyway? That piece of trash, breaking into my house, smashing my windows? Father's words from yesterday pulsed like a red-hot nail in my temples. He is planning to come to your place tonight. Panic injected icy adrenaline into my blood. I had to run. I couldn't fight anyone right now. I was dead drunk, barely able to stand. I lunged into the darkness, and suddenly the walls of the house vanished. I was running through a nighttime forest. Branches whipped my face. I stumbled, fell into the mud, tried to crawl. I could hear heavy, rapid footsteps. They were right there, just behind my back. I tried to spring up, but my drunk, disobedient body failed me. The footsteps drew closer, closer. A blow from something heavy, a tire iron, it felt like, right to the back of my head. I plunged into a black pit. But a split second before I blacked out, my blurred vision caught the silhouette of a figure looming over me. Was it even human? A massive, bloated head, a thin, elongated body, the spitting image of an alien or a giant praying mantis. The creature leaned down to my face and, in a mechanical, dead voice, enunciated, "Ring, ring, ring." "What do you want? I don't understand." I tried to scream, but it just went on. Ring, ring, ring. I squeezed my eyes shut until it hurt behind my eyelids and snapped them open. Total pitch darkness surrounded me. I gasped for air. A thick, musty stench of rot hit my nose. I lowered my hands. Damp, loose soil. An icy, sobering chill ran through me. Where the hell was I? My vision slowly adjusted to the gloom. About a meter above me, a faint light filtered through the cracks of thick wooden planks. "Hey, is anyone there?" I wheezed, barely audible. Somewhere up above, right over my head, it rang again. Ring, ring, ring. My phone. My default ringtone, and nobody was picking up. That meant I was alone here. Or whoever had dumped me into this cellar while I was passed out had mockingly decided to leave the ringer on. "Kirill will deal with you," thudded in my temples again. "Kirill? Is that you? Let me out, you bastard!" I screamed at the planks. Silence. A real, sticky panic blanketed my brain. Why on earth hadn't I listened to Father? Why did I have to get plastered again? Did they want to kill me? Bury me here? Primal terror made me tremble. My hangover vanished instantly. Think, Igor. Think. I crawled on all fours, fumbling with dirty hands against the planks overhead. I tried pushing, bolted tight. The fabric on my knees was soaked through. My fingers sank into slimy mud. I touched my face. I was covered in dirt. Finally, my palms found a square seam, a hatch. I pressed both hands against it, braced my back, and shoved. It gave way surprisingly easily, but that only made it more terrifying. They had thrown me into a pit and hadn't even locked it? I pushed the wooden cover aside, winced as the daylight hit my eyes, and poked my head out, and froze in utter bewilderment. I was in my own kitchen. I crawled onto the linoleum, breathing heavily. I brushed clumps of dirt off my jacket. What kind of nonsense was this? Why had I been lying in my own cellar, covered in mud like a stray dog? On the table, the phone was screaming. Ring, ring, ring. 5th missed call. Vadim. I wiped my trembling hands on my jeans, cleared my throat, and hit the accept button. Yeah? I rasped. Hello, Igor? Couldn't get through. You still breathing over there? My older brother's cheerful, slightly patronizing voice chimed in the receiver. I was asleep. Asleep? Vadim chuckled. It's past 3 in the afternoon. You sure can sleep. Did you blow off work or what? I'm on sick leave. Had a tooth pulled, I told you. I cut him off dryly, recalling the lie I'd spun at Christina's wake. Ah, right. Well, is the pain gone? Everything inside me tensed up. He was the one grimacing at the wake. Let's not make a scene, Igorka, when I felt sick. And now, suddenly, he's playing the caring big brother. What does he want? It's fine, I replied reluctantly. Listen, things are bad. Vadim's tone shifted abruptly to a mournfully anxious one. Tragedy in the family. What do you mean? Kirill crashed last night. My chest turned cold. What do you mean, crashed? Fatally, Igor. You saw him. He started chugging at the wake. His nerves were shot over Christina, so he got drunk as a dog. Then he went and got behind the wheel last night, heading for his dacha. Lost control on the highway. Maybe an animal jumped out, or maybe oncoming headlights blinded him. Anyway, he went off the road straight into a tree. It's the middle of nowhere. Nobody drives there. He got pinned in the cabin. Bled to death. I stopped breathing. My fingers gripped the phone so hard the plastic groaned. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together in my head with a terrifying snap. The blinding light in my eyes. It hadn't been a flashlight through the window. It was oncoming headlights. The impact and the shattered glass. It wasn't someone breaking into my house. It was Kirill's windshield exploding against a tree. And his screams. That was him, screaming, trapped inside the mangled metal. My drunken brain had caught someone else's death and processed it as an attack on myself. So you don't need to come to the cemetery. Vadim's voice pulled me out of my stupor. Wait, what? I shook my heavy head. Why shouldn't I come? Well, you're sick. Your tooth, the antibiotics. What's the point of dragging yourself out there to suffer? And besides, well, you understand. No, I don't. What should I understand? I asked sharply. Igor, let's not do the theatrics right now, okay? Vadim sighed in irritation. We're grieving here. We don't have time for formalities. My jaw clenched in sheer rage. This bastard was telling me in plain English, "You're not family. Stay out of sight." Then why are you calling at all? I snapped. Vadim hesitated for a second. There's a paper we need you to sign. 5 minutes at the notary. What paper? Regarding Christina. Kirill left behind boys, a wife. No provider now. Svetka and I talked it over and decided to waive our shares of Christina's estate. In favor of the boys. They need it more. Just drop by, sign a waiver too, and that's it. As if it'd ever believe you, you self-righteous hypocrites, I sneered to myself. They didn't give a damn about their nephews. Vadim just wanted to grab everything for himself by shaking me off his tail. What do you mean drop by and sign? I was boiling over. Have you decided everything for me? How about I make a decision for you instead, that you waive your shares in my favor? What, you don't have enough money? And what do you mean, boys? Those kids are older than me. You take me for an idiot? Igor, Vadim's voice hardened. Be a human being. Look at you. You have your own house, you get by, you're a hustler. But those boys were raised in a hothouse. They've never seen real hardship. They'll break if we leave them without a penny. Have some decency." A jolt went through me, like an electric shock. I stood in the middle of my filthy kitchen, listening to this hypocritical garbage, and the gray concrete of the orphanage flashed before my eyes. "Hothouse?" I roared into the phone. "I was 6 years old when I was kicked out to an orphanage like a dog. Did any of you ever visit me there, you compassionate saints? Did you ever bring me a single piece of candy? But these grown men of yours are fragile, are they? Go to hell with your concern." Vadim's mask slipped completely. The voice of a cold, pragmatic bastard sounded in the receiver. "Igor, let's do this the easy way. Stay out of it." "Or what? You won't get a single penny out of this anyway. You'll just bleed us dry," my brother spat out. "Christina has more debts than assets, mortgages, loans. If you claim your inheritance, you'll inherit all of it. 3 lifetimes won't be enough to pay it off on your pathetic wage. Got it?" The torn black plastic bag in my pantry instantly flashed in my mind, along with the heavy, dull gleam of the gold bars inside it. I let out a crooked, venomous smirk right into the phone. "Don't worry about my money. I'll figure it out without you." And I hung up. Chapter 24. Animal Instinct. The moment I hung up, the invisible wire stretched to its limit inside me snapped with a sharp twang. All the angry, prickly adrenaline that had kept me going during my talk with Vadim evaporated in a single second. My knees buckled. I dropped the phone onto the table, and, leaning heavily against the wall with my hands, dragged myself toward the bedroom. A violent, uncontrollable shudder racked my body. Reaching the bed, I began peeling off my jacket. My fingers wouldn't cooperate. The fabric was soaked through with icy mud. Damp pine needles and rotting leaves clung to the sleeves. I discarded the jacket on the floor, then pulled off my soiled jeans. I stared at the clumpy, wet soil shedding from my clothes onto the clean linoleum, and a primal, suffocating dread washed over me. "Kirill," I rasped aloud, clutching my shaking head in my hands. No, it couldn't have been me. My exhausted brain clung desperately to the saving straw of denial. Just as with Christina, my subconscious was erecting blank walls, trying to shield me from the truth. "I need to go to the police," a panicked thought flashed. "Right now. Go and confess to everything. Tell them about the house, the dreams, the mud on my clothes." But the moment I thought of it, Vadim's sweaty, smug face swam before my eyes. Damn it! If I go to prison or end up in a psych ward, who gets everything? Him! That rotten, hypocritical piece of trash who, at this very moment, is rubbing his plump hands together, discounting his nephews and calculating his profits. That parasite had planted those 5 rubles on me when we were kids, just to kick me out of the family. And now he wants to kick me out of the inheritance, hiding behind his concern for Kirill's hothouse boys. A wave of burning, acidic hatred hit me so hard that nausea rose in my throat. I would rather rot alive, rather burn in hell, than give Vadim a single kopeck. If I give up now, it means my whole life, all that hell in the orphanage, it was all for nothing. It means that monster won. It was so monstrously unfair that the sheer thought of it made my jaw clench until my teeth ground together. And then it struck me. Father's words. She is not my daughter. None of them are. They're not even my family. None of them. They are someone else's bastards, sponging off someone else's dime their entire lives. But what if Vadim somehow uncovers this truth? If he finds a way to prove they aren't father's biological children, the system will play by his rules again. They'll just rip everything out of my hands. To hell with it. My thoughts raced feverishly. I have the gold. A whole bag of gold in the pantry. I'll lay low. I'll live quietly for a year or two, endure it until everything blows over, and then I'll leave. I cut myself off. My God, what am I thinking? I killed them. I killed a brother and a sister over a chunk of metal. Who am I turning into? Vadim? No, I shouted into the empty room. No, I didn't kill them. It was a pure accident. I sprang from the bed, pacing the narrow room. Christina got those cursed mushrooms herself. She broke the jar herself, stepped on them herself. Yes, I was there in my delirium, but even if I hadn't come, she could have dropped that jar anyway. Is it my fault that she slipped? And Kirill? Why did I assume I had anything to do with his death in the first place? My gaze fell back on the dirty clothes on the floor. The illusions shattered. Enough lying to myself. Forest mud on my pants. The sound of breaking glass, blinding oncoming headlights, his primal scream, which I had heard with my own ears. I was there. I was standing in the middle of the highway, right in his path. He swerved into the tree because of me. My breathing quickened. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it ached. And suddenly, the reality in the room shuddered. A blinding, eye-searing white flash tore my consciousness apart. The space around me seemed to fold inward, shrinking to the size of an atom, and with a deafening pop, it hurled me outward. I was no longer standing in my bedroom. An icy night wind slapped my face. A horrifying, maddening concentration of scents invaded my nose. Damp soil, rotting foliage, wet bark, and a thick, pungent smell of musk. I was running. I was tearing through the night forest on all fours. My body felt massive, alien, yet it obeyed me perfectly. My fingers dug with force into the mud and moss, pushing off the ground. I moved like a beast, in wide, erratic bounds, heedless of the path, snapping dry branches with a crunch. Inside my head, a single feverish thought throbbed in time with every leap. Faster. I have to make it. I have to make it. Driven by this wild, blind instinct, I burst from the thicket and, with a long bound, vaulted from the bushes straight onto the hard asphalt. And in that very second, a roaring metal monster hurtled around the bend. Two huge eyes flared with an unbearably bright, searing white light. High beams struck me directly, pinning me brutally in the dark. I was blinded. Instantly, my body betrayed me. A primal paralysis locked every muscle tight. I dug into the road on all fours, turning to stone, unable to even twitch. The shriek of brakes sheared through the night air, popping my ears. The driver tried to avoid a collision. The car veered sharply to the right, away from me, with a frantic, desperate squeal of burning rubber. A crash. The grinding screech of crumpling, tearing iron. The deafening shatter of the windshield exploding. At full speed, the car plowed into the trunk of an ancient pine tree on the shoulder. A hot wind washed over me. The sharp, chemical stench of antifreeze instantly mingled with the sweet, thick smell of fresh blood. Human blood. The paralysis broke. I spun around and, with one powerful leap, threw myself back into the saving darkness of the forest. Behind me, from the mangled metal, rose a frantic, choking scream. Kirill's scream. I ran from that sound through the brush, repeating the same thing to myself like a mantra, and then a new white flash exploded beneath my eyelids. I was thrown back onto the floor of my own bedroom. I fell to my hands and knees, gasping for air, my entire human body shaking, staring in absolute, paralyzing horror at my filthy hands. It was me. I had run out onto the road in front of him. Chapter 25. The Black Van. Air. I desperately needed air. The crystal clear, gut-searing realization that two people had already died because of me squeezed my lungs like steel bands. Breathing became physically difficult, each inhalation coming with a wheeze. I needed to open the window immediately. I rushed to the glass, my hand already reaching for the latch, but I recoiled instantly, as if shocked by electricity, pressing myself behind the edge of the curtain. On the far side of our narrow, rutted dirt road sat a parked vehicle. A black van, its windows completely blacked out with tint. cops, I breathed aloud, barely moving my lips. My heart plummeted somewhere beneath my ribs, pounding in heavy, painful thuds. It had to be the cops. They knew everything. They must have found something near Kirill's wrecked car on the highway, or discovered that Christina's gold was missing. Damn it, this was the end. Carefully, trying not to cast a shadow in the opening, I quickly retreated deep into the room. SWAT teams drive vans like that. My thoughts raced feverishly. They're probably surrounding the house already. I darted to the other windows overlooking the backyard. I strained my eyes against the twilight, expecting to see the black figures of a tactical team creeping silently toward my gate. But there was no one. The yard was completely empty. Damn it. Maybe it's just someone's car? I'm getting paranoid. I muttered to myself in short gasps, wiping sticky sweat from my forehead. Once more, creeping along the wall, I returned to the bedroom. Slowly, millimeter by millimeter, I edged toward the very corner of the window, making sure I couldn't be spotted from the street, and began to watch. I needed to know. Was there someone inside? Or had this tin can just been abandoned here? I stood and watched, holding my breath. Through the pitch-black tinted windows of the van, it was impossible to see a single thing. And suddenly, the heavy vehicle rocked slightly. A few long seconds passed, and it rocked again. Someone was definitely inside. Someone had shifted in their seat. Surveillance, you bastards, I hissed through my teeth. They had something on me. They did, but not enough evidence yet for an open arrest and a raid. They were waiting for me to slip up and give myself away. The gold. I had to re-hide the bars immediately. I scrambled around the house, violently jerking all the curtains shut, cutting myself off from the street. I bolted down the hallway to the pantry, fumbling for the switch on the way. Click, and my breath caught in my throat. The black bag with the gold bars wasn't where I had left it last night. Only a dusty, empty shelf gaped back at me. What the? An icy, primal terror pierced through me. I dropped to my knees, fumbling with trembling hands across the dirty linoleum. Empty. The gold's been stolen, I shrieked in panic. And in that split second, my feverish brain instantly threw up a fragment of last night's nightmare. The dream. I remembered. Someone had broken into my house last night. I remembered that flash. I had been lying there, drunk, lost in a heavy sleep, when suddenly an unbearably bright beam struck me right in the face, burning through my eyelids. As if someone were standing right outside the bedroom window, brazenly shining a powerful searchlight into my eyes. And then, a deafening crash, the screech of shattering glass. Through that shattering sound, I clearly heard Kirill's frantic, wild scream. He was screaming as if he were being butchered. My alcohol-poisoned brain had been frozen in icy terror. The bastard. He came after all. He's breaking into my house, smashing the windows. I wanted to jump up, run, defend myself, but my body wouldn't obey. I was completely wasted. I sat on the pantry floor, my fingers clawing at my hair, and suddenly froze. Windows? I slowly raised my eyes, peering into the hallway. There wasn't a single broken window pane in my house. The illusion shattered into dust. No. It wasn't a flashlight, and I wasn't lying in my bed. That blinding beam. It was high beams on a dark highway. And that crash and shatter. It wasn't the window of my bedroom that Kirill was supposedly smashing. It was his car wrapping around a tree. My psyche had simply turned everything inside out. No one had broken into my house. No one had shone a light in my face. My drunken brain had tried to protect itself, mapping a real car crash onto my fear of an invasion by my brother. But if no one had stolen the bag, where was it? I stared blankly at my hands. Dirt was caked under my fingernails. The cellar. I breathed. I sprang off the floor as if launched by a coil. I bolted into the kitchen, flipped the cellar light switch, and shoved the hatch cover open. I leaned down, peering into the damp pit. Right. I buried it somewhere down here. But no matter how hard I stared at the uneven clay floor of the cellar, I couldn't see any signs of digging. No fresh mounds, no loose earth. I probably disguised it. Packed it down from above, I muttered feverishly, trying to calm myself. Otherwise, what else would I be doing in this cellar in the middle of the night? Damn it. I was blind drunk. I don't remember a thing. I slammed the hatch shut with force. Okay, fine. If even I can't see where I dug, then others won't find it either. I'll remember later. I'll ask Father. He must know. He's probably the one who ordered me to do it. And then a new thought struck me. Father. He was the one who told me about Kirill, told me exactly where to go. How else could I have known which highway my brother would take in the dead of night? That was exactly it. Father had planned the whole thing. My thoughts raced with panicked speed, colliding with one another. There was simply no time to analyze anything. The detectives were waiting out there on the street. Okay. What's next? On tiptoe, I crept back to the bedroom and peeked through the slit in the curtain again. The black van was still there, waiting. Okay, I need to act normal. I turned around, and my gaze fell on the crumpled heap of clothes on the floor. My jacket and jeans. An icy heat washed over me. If they walked in now and found my filthy clothes, it was over. They would understand everything. Wash them? No. They'd notice. If the detectives were tailing me, they'd immediately wonder why the hell I was suddenly doing laundry in a panic in the middle of the day. They weren't stupid. They'd put two and two together. And where could he have buried the gold? Either in the yard or the cellar. The yard isn't dug up, so it's in the cellar of the house. Rock-solid logic. Right. I'll burn them in the bathhouse. Everything had to look as ordinary as possible. I had to act like a man who had nothing to hide. Right now, it'd just grab the buckets. Go out to the yard, fetch water for the bathhouse, light the stove calmly, and then it'd sneak those cursed clothes in there and burn them to ashes. I grabbed 2 empty galvanized buckets and stepped out the gate. The outdoor water pump was about 50 meters down our rutted dirt road, directly opposite the parked van. I walked slowly, trying to pace myself like someone who had just stepped out for water. But my back was stiff as a board. I could literally feel that heavy, boring gaze directed at me from behind the black glass with my skin, with the back of my head. While the water was filling, I made quick, covert glances at the van under the pretense of stretching my neck. No movement. A dead metal box. But they were definitely watching. Back in the yard, I did exactly as planned. I chopped some kindling, threw firewood into the bathhouse stove, and struck a match. Once the fire roared merrily, gathering strength, I brought an ordinary plastic bag from the house. To any outside observer, it looked perfectly natural. I was going to wash up. A towel and clean underwear lay on top in the bag, but beneath them, at the very bottom, hidden securely from prying eyes, lay the crumpled ball of my dirty jeans and jacket, caked in cellar clay and forest soil. I locked myself in the changing room, pulled out the cursed clothes, opened the red-hot stove door, and tossed them straight into the roaring flames. I watched as the fire greedily licked the fabric, as the material blackened and curled. The acrid stench of burning synthetic hit my nose, but to me, it was the best smell in the world. With every burnt shred, a heavy, crushing stone seemed to lift from my shoulders. It was done. The evidence was destroyed. Now no one could prove I had been digging up dirt last night. I washed up, pouring basin after basin over myself. The hot water cleared my head a bit, washing away the sticky sweat of fear. It felt easier, but as soon as I stepped out of the bathhouse, my body turned treacherously limp. A wild, draining exhaustion from the stress and lack of sleep washed over me. Back inside, the first thing I did was drag an old armchair right up to the window. I tossed a plate of store-bought frozen pancakes into the microwave, poured a strong cup of tea, and set up my stakeout. I chewed the rubbery, tasteless mass, washed it down with hot tea, and stared unblinkingly through the slit in the curtains. The van was still there. What do they have on me? The thought spun in my head. No proof, just suspicion. Otherwise, they'd have kicked the door down by now. So they're just staking me out, waiting for me to snap and run to check the stash. And then it hit me. A brilliant, crystal-clear idea. Wait a minute. If I'm completely innocent, if I'm just an ordinary, law-abiding citizen whose yard was never invaded and who has nothing to hide, how would I react to a strange, tinted van idling outside my house for hours? I'd be scared, and it'd definitely call the police. I grabbed my phone and, with trembling but steady fingers, dialed 112. The rings felt endless. Dispatch, listening, a dry female voice answered. Hello. I tried to make my voice sound as anxious and civilian as possible. I want to report a suspicious vehicle. There's a black van that's been parked in front of my house for several hours now. Windows are heavily tinted, and the license plates are too dirty to read. Someone's sitting inside, but they're not coming out. You never know these days. Maybe drug dealers or thieves casing the place. State your address, the dispatcher interrupted monotonically. 7 Komsomolskaya Street. Your last name? Svintsov. Igor. I'm the owner of the house. Understood, Citizen Svintsov. Information recorded. We will dispatch a traffic patrol to your address to check the driver's documents. Thank you for your vigilance. The call ended. I put the phone down, feeling a wave of vengeful satisfaction. Checkmate, you bastards. Let's see you explain yourselves to the traffic cops. I glued my eyes to the slit in the curtains, waiting for the climax. 10 minutes passed. 15. 20. No patrol car with flashing lights ever appeared on our street. Instead, the van suddenly came to life. Even through the closed window, I heard the low, healthy rumble of a powerful diesel engine. A puff of blue smoke escaped the exhaust pipe. The driver remained invisible, but the vehicle idled like that for a couple of minutes to warm up, then slowly rolled forward. The van didn't drive straight down the street. It swung wide and began making a U-turn right in front of my gate. At that exact moment, powerful LED headlights flared to life. 2 blindingly white beams struck the facade of my house, swept along the wall, and for a second, lit up my window as bright as day. Instinctively, I shrank into the armchair, pulling my head into my shoulders, feeling like a target locked in a crosshair. The beam swept past. The van completed its turn, growled briefly with its engine, and dissolved into the twilight, heading toward the highway. I sat in the semi-darkness, breathing heavily, listening to my heart hammer wildly. The patrol hadn't arrived, and the van had left exactly after my call. Definitely the cops, I whispered into the empty room. No doubts remained. The dispatcher had simply contacted the surveillance team and told them, "Wrap it up, boys. Target Svintsov at 7 Komsomolskaya spotted you and just called it in." The noose was tightening. Chapter 26. The Illusion of Freedom. I sat in the armchair, staring blankly at the empty road where the black van had stood only moments ago. I had won. I had scared them off with a single call. I should have been gloating, jumping for joy, feeling like a genius, but there was none of that. Instead of relief, I was smothered by something dark, heavy, and unbearably dense. I couldn't sit still. The walls of my own home, which I had restored with such painstaking effort, suddenly began to close in, pressing against my eardrums. I felt surrounded. Not physically, the cops were gone, but mentally. With every fiber of my being, I felt that the end was near. There would be no Moscow for me, no normal life either. What kind of normal life could there possibly be after killing 2 people? I began to shake. No matter how they met their deaths, whether from a slippery kitchen floor or a tree on a dark highway, I was the one who killed them. I was the one who was there. I was the trigger. I hated them, yes. But did they deserve to die? No matter what kind of scum they were to me, to the rest of the world they were normal people. They had families, friends, colleagues. Kirill left behind children, and I just came and erased them. This realization was literally tearing me apart from the inside. How did I end up in this rotten, bloody mire? Just a short while ago, everything was fine. I was just living my life, scraping by, repairing this shack, dreaming that one day I'd sell it and leave. I could have achieved everything on my own, without their dirty money, without this cursed inheritance. Justice. To hell with justice. Look at me, the avenging sword of retribution. My whole life I had justified my bitterness by claiming to be a fighter for the truth. But who was I fooling? What kind of Robin Hood was I? Robin Hood robbed the rich to help the poor. But me? I just wanted to take what was mine. I was meting out justice solely for myself, burning everything to the ground with the blind resentment of an abandoned child. And here was the price of that justice, the blood of my brother and sister. I needed to walk, immediately. I had to get some air, or I would simply suffocate within these walls. I needed to think things through, to find some way out of this mess. I pulled on a warm coat, shoved on a beanie, and slipped my hands into gloves. It was around 9 in the evening. Clicking the gate lock, I stepped out onto the street. A biting, icy autumn wind slapped my face, sobering me up slightly. I trudged down the rutted dirt road, heedless of where I was going, mechanically stepping around freezing puddles. I saw no way out. Or rather, the rational part of my brain tried to paint one, but the picture kept crumbling to pieces. I can lay low, I reasoned feverishly, walking into the dark. I'll keep my head down, quiet as a mouse, for a year or 2. No one will be able to prove anything. And then, I'll dig up the gold from the cellar, sell this house, and start a completely new life. I still hadn't opened that black bag all the way, hadn't looked at everything inside, but its clink had been heavy. There were 3, maybe even 4, 1-kilogram bars. Right there on the move, I pulled out my phone and, with freezing fingers, typed the price of gold into the search engine. The screen dimly lit my gaunt face. 30 million, if it's official, I muttered into the frigid air, slipping the phone back into my pocket. But you can't sell it legally without papers. I'll have to find a fence, go to the black market. They'll shave off 30, maybe even 40%. Fine, whatever. Let's say 18 million in cash. 18 million. For me, a warehouse laborer scraping by on instant noodles and cheap hot dogs, it was an astronomical sum. Plus my legal quarter of Christina's estate, which I would absolutely refuse to waive now, just to spite Vadim. Yes, I convinced myself, quickening my pace. He'll go far away. He'll buy a small apartment in some lesser city where nobody knows me. Voronezh, Yaroslavl, or maybe I'll just head to Kaliningrad, by the sea. I'm still so young. He'll enroll in some university just for show, though who cares about studying anyway? The diploma is what matters. With that kind of money, I can buy my way through every exam session and still have plenty left for a comfortable life. No warehouses, no cement bags. A clean, quiet life. I almost forced myself to believe it. I could already see that cozy apartment in Kaliningrad, the warm glow of a floor lamp, a soft sofa. And then it hit me. What about Christina and Kirill? I stumbled and stopped in the middle of the dark street, breathing heavily. A carefree life, I sneered to myself. Really? Could I ever forget that sickening crack of a breaking neck? Could I ever erase from my memory Kirill's primal, choking scream from the mangled car? I knew myself. I knew my tortured conscience. This guilt would travel with me to Kaliningrad, to Voronezh, anywhere. It would eat me alive from the inside, hollow out my soul. My entire carefree life would boil down to sitting in a lavish apartment bought with blood, clutching a bottle of vodka, and slowly losing my mind. At the periphery of my consciousness, another thought flickered. Father. He wouldn't be there either. He was tethered forever to the rotting floorboards of my house, to the black crack in the ceiling. If I left, I would leave him here forever. To hell with him, I thought suddenly, with a dull, weary resentment. He abandoned me too. Smoked 2 packs a day, knowing full well where it would lead. Knowing he was leaving me alone with a mother who would drown her grief in a bottle, and with a cold, uncaring state system. He traded me for tobacco smoke. If I leave and abandon him, we'll be even. I could leave him here. I could. If only I could leave. But I couldn't. My anger at my father flared and instantly dissolved, crushed by the monstrous weight of the present. What did it matter whether I abandoned my father or not, if I could never escape Kirill and Christina? What did it matter where I lived, if I was forever trapped in this blood? I stood in the middle of the dark dirt road, clutching my head in my hands. I was shaking. A dead end. Whichever way I turned, there was only a dead end. If I stayed here, sooner or later Vadim would devour me, or the cops would lock me up. If I tried to run, my own demons would consume me. What should I do? God, what am I supposed to do? I thrashed about in this invisible cage, deafened by panic and the roaring of the wind in my ears. I saw nothing around me, heard nothing. I didn't look back. And so I couldn't have known that as I walked down the street, 200 meters behind me, rolling slowly and in complete silence over the bumps of the dirt road, crept that very same black van. Its headlights were extinguished. The powerful diesel engine hummed at a low, barely perceptible idle, blending with the whistling of the autumn wind. It stalked me in the pitch darkness like a massive metallic predator, waiting for the moment I had wandered far enough from my empty, locked house. Chapter 27. Playing the Witness. I was walking down the dark street, turning my plan over in my mind, when headlights suddenly flared behind me. The silence was shattered by the heavy, low rumble of a diesel engine. That same black van lunged out of the gloom and hurtled straight toward me. Instinctively, I threw up my arms to shield my face from the blinding glare, bracing for impact. But the van screeched to a halt, stopping with predatory precision just a meter away. A door slammed. A man stepped leisurely out of the vehicle. Military buzz cut, black jeans, a leather jacket draped over his shoulders. In that instant, the van growled its engine again, backed up to turn around, and slowly rolled away, dissolving into the darkness. We were left alone. With a practiced, lazy motion, the man pulled a red ID booklet from his inside pocket and flipped it open in front of me. Igor Valentinovich Svintsov? His voice was soft, almost velvety, but tainted with a nasty, mocking edge. I slowly lowered my hands, trying to steady my racing heart. Hypothetically, who's asking? Criminal Investigation Department, Major Denisov. He stated his name and rank with an exaggerated, mocking politeness. A chill ran down my spine. It was dark. I couldn't see his face clearly, and the ID badge was impossible to make out in the gloom. And why had the van just driven off? What kind of cops were these? "Can I see that badge again?" I demanded, fighting to keep my voice from trembling. "Just so I can get a proper look." "Of course." Denisov smiled amiably and reached inside his jacket again. For a split second, I thought he was going to draw a gun or a knife and leave me face down in this frozen mud. But he really did pull out his badge. "Need some light?" the major asked solicitously. "That would be nice," I muttered. Denisov clicked a tactical flashlight. The bright beam struck the open document dead on. Stamp, photo, hologram, everything checked out. A real cop. But that brought me no comfort. "I don't know anything. I didn't see anything." I cut him off immediately, taking a step back. Denisov gave a theatrical sigh and pocketed his ID. "Now, why are you so quick to put your guard up, Igor Valentinovich? Why?" I let out a bitter, venomous laugh. "Because I already know how this goes. Whenever something goes wrong, the blame always falls on the poorest, most defenseless guy around. Your colleagues spent my entire childhood dragging me into their offices. A wealthy classmate loses her phone, and who's the first person they shake down? That's right, the orphan from the broken home. So thanks, but no thanks. Under Article 51 of the Constitution, I have nothing more to say to you." The detective fell silent for about 15 seconds. He studied me like a bug under a microscope. "Igor Valentinovich," he finally began, his voice dropping to a low, intimate register. "No one is accusing you of anything. We just want to talk. The truth is, we are investigating the death of your brother, Kirill." A cold sweat broke out over my entire body. My fingers clenched into tight fists inside my jacket pockets. "They know about the highway. They know about the crash." I immediately struggled to collect myself and deflect, desperately trying to hide my terror. "Your precious Vadim told me not to even bother showing up at the cemetery today," I spat, playing up the resentment. But Kirill was actually decent. At least you could talk to him like a human being. "I understand," the cop nodded sympathetically. "Losing a brother is a heavy blow. We don't have any questions for you. But as for your brother Vadim, well, we have a few." He paused pointedly. I froze in utter confusion. "Vadim? Are you trying to say he's involved? It wasn't an accident?" My head spun. It made absolutely no sense. Why would Vadim kill Kirill when Kirill had a bunch of heirs who would inherit his share anyway? But the detective's words about digging into Vadim completely threw me off balance. "That's exactly what we're trying to figure out," Denisov said, stepping closer with mock intimacy. "There are a couple of very strange details. Perhaps we could go somewhere and talk. That cafe over there, for instance. Did you notice anything suspicious about Vadim's behavior at the wake?" I hesitated. There had been plenty of suspicious things. His remarks about the broken porcelain tiles, those loaded looks. But my brain suddenly caught on the false note in the detective's voice. Something was off. This show of candor. A cop would never spill investigation details to a random witness right on the street. They were playing me. They wanted me to let my guard down and blab about my feuds with the family. "You know what's strange, Major?" I narrowed my eyes, staring directly into his. "And what's that?" Denisov leaned in, clearly expecting me to start throwing Vadim under the bus. "It's strange that you're pointing the finger at Vadim, but you don't suspect me, or, say, my sister Svetka." Denisov gave a dry, brief cough. "Nothing strange about it, Igor Valentinovich. Well, look at yourself. You're simply not capable of cold-blooded murder. And your sister Svetlana has been locked up in a private rehab clinic for a while now. Rehab? I couldn't hide my shock. The cop caught my reaction. The corner of his mouth twitched in a victorious smirk. Oh yes. You didn't know? Your family didn't tell you? They said she flew to the seaside, I mumbled, my mind stalling. A wave of blind, savage fury washed over me. If I signed that waiver for Christina's inheritance, Vadim would take it all. He would have Svetka declared mentally incompetent, if he hadn't already, and sweep the entire pot. Lost in thought, Igor Valentinovich, Denisov purred. I didn't expect that from her, I lied dryly. Right then, the mobile phone in the Major's jacket pocket buzzed to life. He extracted it unhurriedly. Excuse me, Igor Valentinovich. Just a second. He pressed the receiver to his ear. Yeah. Ready? Excellent. Denisov pocketed the phone. In that exact instant, his face changed. The polite, trust-building mask of the investigator vanished into thin air. Before me stood a cold, contemptuous predator once again. His eyes went glassy. I was of no more use to him. All right, Svintsov, go about your business, he tossed out, using the same tone one would use to shoo away a stray dog. Well, talk later. He gave a cynical smile. See you soon. God forbid. I spat through my teeth. Denisov's smirk widened even further. He spun on his heel and walked away. I headed back toward my house. That bizarre conversation kept looping in my head. The accusations against Vadim, the sudden phone call, and then a sickening realization pierced my mind. Reddy. He had been distracting me. That bastard had deliberately kept me talking, feeding me worthless gossip and pulling at my heartstrings so his crew could toss my house without any interference. You scum, I gasped. They found the gold. Blood rushed to my head. Quickening my pace to a dead run, I bolted toward my porch. Chapter 28. The Planted Noose. At a fast walk that quickly broke into a run, I bolted toward my house. I flew up the porch, nearly tearing off the wooden gate. Frantically, with shaking hands, I pulled out my key and jammed it into the keyhole. The metal groaned. Inside the mechanism, something crunched with a sickening, unnatural pop, like a breaking joint. The lock gave way, but not with its usual smooth click. Instead, it turned with a sticky resistance. That only happens when the cylinder has already been forced or crudely picked with professional tools. The door swung open. I froze on the threshold, breathing heavily. The house was dark and quiet, but on a primal, instinctive level, I knew instantly. Someone had been here. A faint but unmistakable foreign scent hung in the air. It wasn't the stench of Father's cheap tobacco. It was the smell of the outdoors, damp fabric, and some kind of gun or machine oil, the scent of an intruder. Everything seemed to be in its place. No signs of a break-in, no ransacked drawers, no slashed mattresses. They worked clean, professionally. I bolted and rushed to the kitchen. I threw back the hatch and dropped into the cellar, nearly snapping my ankles. Flipping on the dim light, I stared intently at the dirt floor. Nothing. The ground was completely untouched. No shovel marks, no fresh mounds or excavations. If they had been looking for the gold, they'd done it with a level of care you'd never see in a standard shakedown. The gold was still there. I sank heavily onto the cold ground, leaning my back against the rough brick wall of the cellar, and clutched my head. My brain feverishly tried to connect the dots. The detective on the street had explicitly said they were investigating Kirill's death. Not a single word had been uttered about Christina. That meant they suspected me specifically of my brother's murder. But if that was the case, what did they want in my house if not Christina's gold? And then I broke into a cold sweat. Surveillance. Bugs. Hidden cameras. You son of a... I whispered, instantly slapping a hand over my mouth in horror. If they had planted cameras here, they had just seen everything. They'd seen me fly into the house and immediately sprint to the cellar in a panic to check on my stash. I had literally led them right to it on my own 2 feet, like a total idiot. I had shown them exactly where to dig. I scrambled back up, flying out of the cellar and into the kitchen, and began a manic search. I fumbled under the table, peeked behind the baseboards, felt around the hanging light fixture, and ran my fingers along the curtain rods. I searched for lenses, wires, microphones. Nothing. Absolute emptiness. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, panting. How could this be? They'd been staking me out all day in that black van. That smug cop had deliberately kept me talking on the street to buy his men time. They were absolutely in here. And that call that cut our conversation short. What the hell could have been ready if not the bugs, or the theft of the gold? A sudden realization struck me. Slowly, I turned my head toward the refrigerator. Poison. Vadim didn't need the police to get rid of me. He had ordered his lackeys to simply resolve the problem. Slip something into my food, or inject some chemical right through the plastic packaging of my hot dogs or water. My heart would stop in the middle of the night. The ambulance would arrive. The doctor would shrug and say, "Well, what did you expect? A broke laborer probably drank some bad bootleg booze and his heart gave out. A perfect, clean murder. No remaining heirs." In a fit of panic, I yanked a heavy-duty trash bag from the cupboard, threw open the fridge, and began sweeping everything into it. Frantically, I discarded the sausage, the leftover pasta, the bread, the milk, even unopened bottles of mineral water. I threw out the box of tea, the coffee, and the salt on the table. I cleared out every single edible or drinkable thing in the house. Then I grabbed a rag and began to clean, scrubbing the kitchen table until it squeaked. I washed the sink, wiped down the windowsills, and took out the trash. This mindless, repetitive physical chore suddenly brought a sense of relief. With every speck of dust wiped away, I felt like I was reclaiming control of my territory. By cleaning the house, I was trying to purge my own mind, to return to being a normal human being. Later, completely drained, I lay in my bed in the dark. Sleep wouldn't come. Pitch black, tar-like thoughts swirled in my head. Could my half-brother really have put a hit on me? Was Vadim really such a far-gone, greed-rotted bastard that had poisoned people like rats? But then again, how was I any better? I lay there, staring at the ceiling. I had caused the deaths of 2 of my own family members over this cursed inheritance. Yes, I had done it in a kind of somnambulistic, drunken haze, against my own will. But whose will was it then? The will of my own tortured subconscious? My own resentments? That was still me. I was the very monster I had always hated in Vadim. My thoughts began to blur and drift. The boundaries of reality slowly dissolved, giving way to a viscous, heavy sleep into which I began to inevitably sink. And suddenly, the world exploded. That familiar, blinding white flash shot straight through my brain. Space warped, compressed, and hurled me back. I was back in my house, but I wasn't me. I stood in my own hallway, looking at the world through someone else's eyes. Blue medical shoe covers rustled on my feet. I raised my hands. They were encased in tight, black leather gloves. I, or the person whose body I was currently inhabiting, moved silently through my house. I knew the owner was out. I knew I had time, but I still moved with extreme caution, professionally, treading carefully so not a single floorboard would creak. My feet carried me straight to the bedroom, right to where I, in reality, was lying at this very moment. I approached the old chest of drawers. Hands in black gloves gripped the handles of the bottom drawer and pulled. But they didn't just open it to rummage through the clothes. I pulled it all the way out, until the rollers slipped from their tracks and completely removed the drawer from the wooden frame of the chest, setting it carefully on the floor. A dusty, empty cavity gaped before me. With my free hand, I reached into the inner pocket of my jacket and pulled out a small box. It was long, narrow, and wrapped in expensive black velvet. Fingers gently pried the lid open. The person controlling this body wanted to look at the object one last time. Nestled on the black velvet, shimmering with an icy light in the gloom, lay a necklace. Heavy, massive, crafted from white gold and lavishly encrusted with a shower of diamonds. Christina's piece. The kind of evidence people kill for. I snapped the box shut. I fished a strip of double-sided mounting tape from my pocket. With a deft, practiced motion, I peeled off the protective backing, stuck the tape to the velvet, and reached deep into the hollow frame of the chest of drawers. I pressed the box containing the necklace hard against the back panel of the inner frame, right in the middle. It was a perfect hiding spot. If you just opened the drawer and rummaged through the underwear, you'd find absolutely nothing. To discover the necklace, you had to know it was there and pull the drawer completely out. The gloved hands lifted the drawer from the floor, guided the rollers back into the tracks, and slid it smoothly and soundlessly back into place. A soft, muffled thud of wood meeting wood. Flash. Chapter 29. Cue the sad trombone. A deafening, cannon-like crash shattered the bedroom's silence. Bang, bang, bang! The wooden front door shuddered as if it were being battered with a log. Open up! Police! Criminal investigation! Barked a gruff, commanding baritone from outside. Open up right now or we're kicking the door in. I scrambled out of bed, tangling in my blanket. My heart slammed hard against my ribs. "I'm coming! I'm coming!" I yelled hoarsely, shoving my legs into my cold jeans on the move. "I'll open it. Just let me put my pants on." The pounding stopped. I darted down the dark hallway, flipped the metal latch of the lock, and pulled the heavy door open. Frigid street air hit my face. "Major Denisov," I muttered, staring at the familiar face. The exact same detective who had stopped me on the road. Only now, he acted as if we were meeting for the first time. His face was a mask of stoic authority, his voice dry and official. But beneath that bureaucratic facade, a smug, predatory satisfaction leaked through. He was anticipating a win. No doubt he could already hear the pleasant rustle of a fat bonus from Vadim for a job well done. Denisov theatrically flashed his red badge in front of my nose, shoved a search warrant into my hands, and droned out the charge. Grand theft of jewelry from the home of my deceased sister. Behind his back, two people were shifting uncomfortably on my porch. My neighbor, Aunt Zoya, bundling herself in a shawl, and a grim Stepanich from the neighboring plot. The last to step inside was a young guy in plain clothes, the major's assistant, Lieutenant Romanov. He pulled a pair of blue medical gloves from his pocket and snapped them onto his hands with a sharp, rubbery stretch. The lieutenant began his search. He lazily opened the cabinets in the hallway, purely for show. There was no real need to search. They already knew exactly where everything was. They just needed a performance in front of independent witnesses to legitimize the planted evidence. After all, I really had wandered through Christina's house during the wake. I had both the motive and the opportunity. I stood with my back pressed against the wall, watching the flashes of those blue gloves as my entire understanding of reality shattered and rebuilt itself with a deafening crack. Who was I? What the hell was happening to me? The memory from last night changed everything. This was my third vision, and now, looking at Romanov, it hit me with crystal clarity. That hadn't been a dream. It was as if I had been there in the flesh, but it wasn't me. My consciousness had simply piggybacked onto someone else's brain, letting me see the world through their eyes. My God, I had convinced myself that I had killed Kirill. But now everything fell into place. On that dark highway, I hadn't been the killer. I had simply hitched a ride in the mind of some wild animal that darted in front of his car. Did I control the beast? No. No more than I controlled this lieutenant's hands when he planted the necklace in my dresser. But a cold shiver immediately raced down my spine. What about Christina? The vision of the falling jar of pickled mushrooms and her feet slipping on the tile floor had come to me only after she died, while I was drinking myself into a stupor in the kitchen. It was just a flashback. Maybe I had only been an invisible spectator there, too? Was I seeing through her eyes? Or someone else's? But if I hadn't killed her, where did those heavy gold bars in my pantry come from? Father had never openly said I killed Kirill. But about Christina, he had made his implications glaringly obvious. My brain was a boiling mess.
"Witnesses, step over here!" Denisov's loud, triumphant voice ruthlessly dragged me back to reality. The theater had moved to my bedroom. I stood in the doorway. All the drawers of my old dresser had been yanked out. There, at the very bottom of the empty frame, stuck to the back panel with double-sided tape, sat the target, a narrow, black velvet box. Aunt Zoya gasped dramatically, pressing her palms to her cheeks. "Oh, how shameful," she wailed. "Stealing from your own sister, and a dead one, no less. Lord, what is the world coming to?" Stepanich kept quiet, but the heavy, dark glare he shot me spoke louder than words. "You really are a piece of work, Svintsov." Denisov beamed with a smug, self-satisfied grin. "Witnesses, do you see this?" He pointed at the hidden compartment. The neighbors nodded in unison. The major turned to his assistant. "Romanov, pull it out. Let's log the evidence. Witnesses, don't be shy. Step closer. Everything is strictly by the book, right before your eyes." Lieutenant Romanov reached in and pried the box off the wood with a sharp yank. In that exact fraction of a second, I saw his expression falter. The moment the box settled in his hand, the lieutenant went pale. He gave it a barely perceptible bounce in his palm, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. His sense of touch had betrayed the truth instantly. The weight was wrong. Massive white gold and diamonds didn't weigh this little. But Denisov, blinded by the anticipation of a triumph, noticed nothing. "Well, Romanov, open it up," he commanded. "Show the witnesses what we have inside." The lieutenant swallowed hard, his throat dry. With trembling fingers, he slowly lifted the velvet lid as if he were defusing a bomb. Instead of the dazzling glint of diamonds, a neatly folded piece of lined notebook paper lay resting on the black velvet. The smile dissolved from the major's face like melting snow. He lunged forward, snatched the paper from his subordinate's hands, and snapped it open. On the white paper, written in neat, careful handwriting, was a single sentence. "Cue the sad trombone." A heavy, ringing silence filled the bedroom. Aunt Zoya craned her neck, trying in vain to spot the diamonds, while Stepanich scowled in utter confusion. Denisov's face contorted into something rabid, his features twisted into a demonic mask of pure rage. "Romanov," the major hissed through clenched teeth. "What the actual fuck is this?" The lieutenant stood frozen in deep shock. "Romanov, I asked you a question. What is this?" "I don't know, Comrade Major," the pale kid stammered, barely able to find his voice. The realization was settling in for both of them. Disaster. Not only had they failed to frame me for the theft, they had lost the necklace. Vadim's property, worth an absolute fortune. And Vadim was not the kind of man you could look in the eye and say, "Sorry, the evidence got stolen." He knew how to extract a debt even from dirty cops, and he had undoubtedly taken precautions before handing them the jewelry. At that moment,
The lives of both detectives were hanging by a very frayed thread. The only people in the room who were still in the dark were the witnesses. But even so, I noticed Stepanik's eyes narrow suspiciously. The man was starting to put two and two together. The detectives had gone straight for that specific drawer with far too much confidence. The major turned his head toward me, slow as a tank turret. The look in his eyes promised me a long, agonizing death. "Svintsov, where is the necklace?" I put on the most innocent face I could muster. "Comrade Major, other than the silver chain around my neck right now, I've never owned a piece of jewelry in my entire life." My words made Denisov look even more terrifying. The muscles in his jaw clenched and flexed violently. "Think you're a fucking comedian?" he rasped. Then he spun toward the neighbors, forcing a grotesque imitation of calm onto his face. "Witnesses, the search is concluded. The item was not located. Sign the protocol and you are free to go. Thank you for your assistance." And that was when the sheer horror of my stunt hit me. The true cost of my joke. The second the door closed behind the neighbors, these badges would turn into butchers. They would beat a confession out of me. Either they'd start snapping my ribs right here on the floor, or they'd toss me in the trunk and drive me out to the woods. A primal instinct of self-preservation flooded my veins with adrenaline. I lunged into the hallway, throwing my body in front of the witnesses to block their exit. "Stepanich, stop!" I yelled at the top of my lungs, my voice echoing through the house. "Call internal affairs. You can see they're dirty. They're trying to cheat me out of my inheritance. You know about Christina." Aunt Zoya shrank back in terror against the wall. The major stepped out of the bedroom, clenching his massive, heavy fists. "Stepanich, don't leave! Help me!" I screamed, desperate. "They'll kill me the second you walk out that door. You saw how fast they found exactly what they planted themselves." Stepanich stopped in his tracks. He chewed his lip. You could tell he was terrified. He wanted to stand up to the cops, but the words seemed to choke him. But Denisov adapted quickly. Realizing that committing a murder after witnesses had already smelled a rat was a one-way ticket to prison, he pivoted instantly. "What on earth are you talking about, Igor Valentinovich?" the major said smoothly, spreading his hands in mock reproach. "We operate strictly within the law here." He reached inside his jacket, pulled out a blank summons slip, scribbled something on it against his knee, and shoved it into my hand. "Here is your summons. Report to the precinct this afternoon. Well, just have a quiet chat. Nobody is going to kill you. We are leaving. Witnesses, head out." Everyone filed toward the door. I shadowed them closely, breathing down their necks, eager to slam the door and turn the lock. Romanov and the neighbors were already heading down the porch steps into the yard. Denisov crossed the threshold, but suddenly slowed. He stopped. He spun around and grabbed me by the collar of my t-shirt with an iron grip, violently jerking my face inches from his own. He practically radiated raw aggression and fear. "Listen to me, you little piece of shit," he hissed, barely moving his lips. "If you don't bring me that necklace, you're a dead man. Got it? See you soon." He shoved me back hard, cutting off any room for argument, turned, and marched heavily down the steps. I slammed the door shut and threw the lock. My hands were shaking with a violent tremor. The clock was ticking. Chapter 30. A Meeting with Myself. I sat on a creaking kitchen chair, dumbly spinning the summons in my hands. The paper burned my fingers. "That absolute bastard," escaped through my teeth. The major had thought of everything, down to the last detail. He had served it in front of official witnesses, formally logged and recorded. The trap had sprung. What if I didn't show up at their den? That would only untie their hands. They'd have a legal excuse to roll up with sirens wailing, hog-tie me right in the middle of my yard, and drag me in anyway. And at the station, it'd be dead meat. This wasn't the movies. They'd torture me so badly it'd not only tell them where the necklace was, it'd sign a confession for the JFK assassination. It'd seen enough stories online about their lawless brutality. What could I do against the system? But what if I just showed up myself? Walked in and said, "Here's your necklace. Take it and back the hell off, you parasites. I don't want it." My eyes drifted to the window. Maybe I should drop by Kira's shop. She was a tough woman, always playing the disgruntled wife whenever she rang up my vodka, glaring at me as if it'd personally ruined her life. But that was actually a good thing. It meant she cared. She'd always ask how I was doing, or if I was dead yet. And she was smart, sharp. She knew who to talk to and where to write if things went south. A plan took shape instantly. It'd lay out the whole situation for her, uncensored. The inheritance, the setup with the necklace. It'd tell her straight, "Kira, if I don't come back from the station today, raise hell. Call internal affairs, call the FSB, write to the president's office, write to the lottery commission. Whatever, just make noise." There had to be some way to rein in these wolves in uniform. And as for Denisov, it'd lay it all out on the table the moment I walked through his door. It'd say, "The necklace is in such and such place, but I have someone covering my back. If I'm not out of this building in 2 hours, you're done." It actually sounded like a solid plan. Everyone wins. The cops get their shiny toy, and they leave me the hell alone. I let out a sharp breath, stood up, and threw on my jacket. The freezing wind cleared my head a bit. I decided to take a shortcut, turning down a narrow, deserted path between endless rows of rusty garage boxes. Walking had always been a catalyst for me. The moment I hit a brisk pace, my brain would experience a total breakthrough. It felt like if I walked 10 kilometers, I could build a large Hadron Collider in my head. Denisov doesn't even want the necklace, I realized with sudden clarity, stepping over a frozen puddle. It's just leverage. They wanted to force me to sign away my inheritance. The scheme was flawless. They lock me up for theft for 5 to 7 years, making me legally an unworthy heir. I think that's the legal term. And everything slips right through my fingers. Or, they offer me a deal in the office. After all, if I hired a good lawyer, he could tear their trumped-up case to shreds. To keep it quiet, they'd offer a trade-off. I sign a voluntary waiver at the notary's office, and they, Vadim, most likely, withdraw the police report about the missing trinket. Or maybe I should just say screw it. Why do I need all this trouble? I'm just a nobody. Who am I to pick a fight with the rich and powerful? Give it all up, go back to my dump of an apartment, and live in peace. And then, a thought sliced through me. Vadim, that son of a bitch. I remembered our recent phone call, the one where he called to tell me Kirill was dead. I remembered his soft, hypocritical voice on the line. Svetka and I talked it over and decided to waive our rights to Christina's share, in favor of the boys. What a scumbag. What the hell could Svetka waive? The detective had told me flat out on the street yesterday. She was locked up in rehab. That bastard was just feeding me a load of crap. He had decided to take everything for himself. I walked down the shadowy corridor between the garages, a blind, icy rage beginning to simmer inside me. No, I wouldn't give Vadim a single kopeck. Not because I desperately needed those millions, but simply because it was so goddamn unfair. That's how they've operated their entire lives. The rich take the last scrap from the poor and get richer, while the poor just keep rotting. I couldn't let this piece of rotting dog shit win. The very thought made me shake. I vividly imagined the scene. The notary's office, me signing the waiver, and Vadim's smug, slick face stretching into a sly grin. "Good boy, Agorka," he'd say in his velvety voice. "Know your place. What, did you actually think you could be rich? Come on, look at yourself. Your place is rotting in a shithole, eating boiled potatoes. You know it yourself. This isn't for you. You'd just drink it away or spend it on garbage anyway. No matter how much money you poor bastards get, you never know how to use it. So, good boy, good boy. And then that piece of trash would look down at me and add, "Oh, Igorka, my shoelace came undone. Be a good brother and tie it for me, will you?" I shuddered with pure disgust. I didn't know why that exact image had popped into my head, but I was absolutely certain that was exactly how it would go down. So, no waivers. I was going to see this through to the end. What can they actually do to me? I wondered, quickening my pace. Kill me and bury me in the woods? Make me go missing? No. The no man, no problem rule doesn't work here. If I disappear, the inheritance hangs in limbo. They'd have to wait 5 years to have me declared legally dead in court. And Vadim needs the money now. His business is in trouble. Kill me and pin the murder on some local junkies, letting the file collect dust? Sure, he's got the cops in his pocket. But every cop has a boss. If another heir suddenly drops dead, the investigation could turn, and Vadim himself might fall under suspicion. He'd become that very unworthy heir. Would they really take that risk? Unlikely. What does that leave them? Faking my suicide or an accident? I didn't get to finish the thought. The world blinked. A blinding white flash pierced through me. My body became weightless, hurtled through space like a rag doll. But I didn't wake up in someone else's apartment or in another city. I was in almost the exact same spot. The sharp, stale stench of urine and damp brick hit my nose. I was standing in deep shadow, in a recess between 2 garages, only a couple of meters from the path. My hands, someone else's hands, clad in black leather gloves, were tightly gripping a heavy wooden baseball bat. I looked up, and my breath caught. Walking right down the path, hood pulled low, hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, was me. My own body. I was looking at myself from the outside. I was walking on autopilot, lost in my thoughts, completely oblivious to everything around me. "No! Stop!" I screamed in my mind, trying to halt the host body. But the body didn't obey. The man whose mind I had invaded lunged forward. I felt his muscles tense. Silently, like a predator, he sprang toward me from behind, let out a short breath, and swung the bat wide. Flash! With violent force, I was whipped back into my own body. And in that exact fraction of a second, the back of my head exploded. The sound of wood cracking against my skull was deafening, like a gunshot. The pain was so sharp, so piercing, that the world in front of my eyes instantly shattered into black and red shards. It felt like boiling water had been splashed inside my skull. My legs buckled instantly, turning to jelly. I slammed down onto the dirty, frozen asphalt before I could even bring my hands up to break the fall. My consciousness faded fast, dragging me down into a deep, dark well. Through the ringing in my ears and the throbbing agony, from somewhere in the receding edges of my mind, I heard the distinctive, chugging rumble of a diesel engine. That same black van. Then, the heavy metal clatter of a sliding side door. Motherfucker. Romanov. Denisov's muffled, angry voice barked, "Did you kill him?" "Artyom," the second voice replied, trembling and terrified. It was the lieutenant whose body I had just looked through. "I didn't mean to. I misjudged the force. He's not breathing, damn it. Romanov, check his pulse, now." That was the last thing I heard before the darkness swallowed me whole. Chapter 31. Real Pain. I had almost floated to the surface, rising out of the darkness, when something dead and heavy clamped onto my ankle. I looked down through the murky, black depths. It was Kirill. He had materialized out of the abyss. His hands, bloated from too much time underwater, had become something grotesque, swollen, coated in a slimy white film, with skin peeling off in tatters. Dead, Icy fingers dug into my leg with unnatural strength, dragging me back down to the bottom. There was almost no air left in my lungs. My chest burned. Where was I? Abandoned in the middle of a freezing sea? I thrashed wildly, trying to break free, but the drowned man's grip was steel. Let go, I thought in a panic, letting precious bubbles of oxygen escape my mouth. Let go, you bastard! With my free foot, I kicked furiously at his hideous, shriveled, dead face. I drove my heel into his nose, his jaw, but Kirill only smiled a terrifying, silent smile underwater. Suddenly, his other hand, skeletal and gray, shot up and clamped onto my other leg. That was it. The trap had closed. I was being dragged rapidly into the darkness. Then, a golden light sliced through the water. I saw something incredible hurtling toward us. It moved so fast that waves swirled and bubbles boiled around it. It was Kira, the same stern shopkeeper Kira from my local store. She was clutching a gleaming golden trident, and instead of legs, what kind of absurd dream was this? She had a massive mermaid tail, shimmering with golden scales. Without hesitation, she aimed her trident at dead Kirill and impaled him at breakneck speed. The drowned man released his grip. Freed, I lunged upward, broke through the surface of the water, and gasped, drawing air into my lungs with a ragged, desperate cry. The sun stabbed at my eyes. Water ran down my face in streams. I blinked frantically, trying to focus my vision, expecting to see an endless sea. But instead of an ocean, Lieutenant Romanov's terrified face loomed over me. His hands shook as he poured water over my head from a large plastic soda bottle. "He's awake!" he yelled to someone off-screen. I tried to move and realized I was lying curled in a fetal position on cold green moss. My arms were twisted behind my back, bound tight in handcuffs. The cold steel bit into my wrists. "Get him up!" a painfully familiar voice barked from behind. Romanov grabbed me roughly by the collar of my jacket and hauled me onto my knees. The movement sent a throbbing, nauseating spike of pain through the back of my head, right where the baseball bat had connected. Major Denisov slowly drifted into my blurry field of vision. Strangely, he was terrifyingly polite again. But now, beneath that sugary official courtesy, his true demonic nature was glaringly obvious. "Good morning, Igor Valentinovich," he chirped, peering into my face. "It's so good to have you back. You know, we were so worried about you." I couldn't help but chuckle at this grotesque, hypocritical display. My brain hadn't fully shaken off the haze of the dream, and the whole situation felt surreal. Denisov noticed my smirk instantly. "I see you're in a good mood, Igor Valentinovich. Excellent. You find all this amusing, do you?" I said nothing. The major stepped closer and squatted down in front of me. All of his polished military bearing vanished in an instant. Now, I was looking at a pure 90s-style thug. The black leather jacket, the glowering look from under his brow. All he was missing to complete the image was a pair of track pants with baggy knees and a bag of sunflower seeds. "You know what I'm curious about?" His tone shifted instantly, turning harsh and street tough. "How did you find out about the necklace?" Then he stood up smoothly and slipped the mask of the educated investigator back on. "Would you care to share, Igor Valentinovich, where you got your information?" I stared at him, wondering, is this guy out of his mind? What's with the bipolar routine? Why does he keep switching between alter egos? But the question itself was somehow funny to me. Maybe it was just a psychological defense mechanism. Growing up, I'd watched tons of American action movies, and I'd always thought that if I ever ended up like this, tied up and on my knees in front of a villain, it'd have to say something cocky. That cliché was hardwired deep into my brain. It was as if it'd been waiting for this moment my entire life. The hero isn't supposed to break. He's supposed to laugh in the bad guy's face. I raised my head, looked straight into his cold eyes, and spat out the line my movie-fueled brain had prepared. How did I find out about the necklace? Your mom told me in bed this morning. The scumbag didn't even flinch. Denisov's face didn't contort in anger. On the contrary, his grin widened, as if he genuinely appreciated my joke. I see that even in a situation like this, your sense of humor hasn't abandoned you, Igor Valentinovich. Think you're an action hero? I froze inwardly. He had read my mind with terrifying precision. Still joking around. He took a step forward, towering over me. His smile turned ice cold. He struck without warning. A short, sharp, terrifyingly fast jab. His heavy fist slammed straight into my face. The loud, wet crunch of breaking cartilage echoed inside my head like a gunshot. The world imploded. A blinding, savage pain shot right through my skull. This wasn't like a movie punch where the hero spits out some blood and keeps going. This felt like a white-hot iron rod being driven straight into my brain. Tears flooded my eyes instantly, blinding me. A hot torrent gushed from my nose, instantly coating my lips and chin in metallic-tasting blood. My breath caught in my throat. Writhing in unbearable, searing agony, I collapsed onto my side, groaning and twitching on the damp moss. "Romanov, get him up!" the major barked in a sharp military command. Hands grabbed me by the jacket and hauled me back onto my knees. I couldn't see a thing. My eyes were rapidly swelling shut, turning into two throbbing slits. I was choking on my own blood. And then, a second blow landed in the exact same spot. This was no longer just shock from the pain. It was a complete short circuit of my entire nervous system. A white flash exploded behind my eyelids. My brain simply refused to process that level of agony and flipped the master switch. My consciousness fell into a merciful black pit. Cold dragged me back from the void. "Get him up! Get him up again!" Denisov's voice drifted down from somewhere above. "Artyom, take it easy," the lieutenant muttered fearfully, splashing the rest of the water onto my face. "You're gonna fucking kill him. He passed out again." I was on my knees, or rather I was placed on them, because my body only remained upright thanks to Romanov's hands gripping my shoulders. My face had become one solid, throbbing mass of raw meat. Breathing through my nose was impossible. Everything inside was shattered and clogged with clots. I gasped frantically for air through a mouth slick with blood. "So, Comrade Svintsov, how do you like your action movie now?" Denisov's voice sounded as if it were muffled by cotton. "Do you feel like a hero yet? A real tough guy?" Spitting thick, viscous blood onto the moss, I croaked, "Not really." All the movie-inspired bravado evaporated completely. I cursed the very second I decided to joke. Real life was filthy, terrifying, and unbearably painful. I wasn't a hero. I was just a piece of meat about to be beaten to death in the woods. My inner voice begged for only one thing. Please don't hit me again. An animal, primal fear took absolute control of my mind. But now, the major started joking. "Why aren't we laughing, Igor Valentinovich?" He let out a short, barking laugh. Then he squatted down again, his face inches from mine. The 90s gangster was back. "Well, you piece of shit, got any more jokes?" he hissed. I wanted to say no, but I couldn't string two words together. My lips wouldn't cooperate. So he reached out. His fingers clamped hard onto my shattered, swollen nose and began to slowly twist it with sadistic pleasure. I screamed at the fresh wave of unimaginable pain. The sound was pathetic, a whimpering whine like a beaten dog's. I thrashed, trying to pull away, but my hands were bound. "I can't hear you. Got any more jokes?" he roared right in my face. "No! No jokes!" I shrieked through tears and snot, consumed by total,
absolute helplessness. "It hurts! Let go!" The Major grunted in satisfaction, released his grip, and stood up. "I'm glad we've managed to find a common language, Igor Valentinovich." He disgustedly wiped his bloody fingers on the moss. "We could have started with this. Why make your already difficult life even harder?" He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace slowly in front of me. "If you cooperate, there won't be any more pain. Now, tell us where the necklace is." "Well, though, with your face looking like that, going to the notary to sign the waiver isn't exactly ideal anymore. It'll raise questions." He stopped, looking down at me. "Well, you brought this on yourself. We wanted to do this the easy way. Looks like you'll have to do some time after all. Say, 5 years. No, 5 is too little. Grand theft, resisting arrest, plus assaulting officers in the line of duty. Well, just have to touch up Romanov's face, too, for realism, right, Lieutenant?" Through the corner of my swollen eye, I saw Romanov swallow hard in terror, casting a sidelong glance at his boss. But Denisov kept hammering out my sentence. "But look at the bright side, Comrade Svintsov. You'll be locked up under a very respected charge. Convicts love cop fighters. They'll treat you with respect. There's just one minor detail left." He squatted down again. My heart stopped in anticipation of another blow. "All right, you bastard. Speak up. Where did you put the necklace?" My battered, concussed brain spun frantically, processing his words. If I told him where the hiding place was now, it was still over. They wouldn't let me go. Before my idiotic stunt with the note, I'd had a chance to just lose the inheritance and walk away humiliated, but free. Now, there was no turning back. If I gave them the jewelry, I'd get both the humiliation and the prison sentence. What difference did it make if they killed me here or let me rot in a cell? If I was doomed anyway, I wouldn't let that piece of garbage Vadim have a single kopeck. Better to die right here on this moss, but leave them with a mess they couldn't clean up. They wouldn't find the necklace, and Vadim would flay them alive. I raised my heavy, blood-soaked head. I looked Denisov dead in the eye. "Go fuck yourself, you punk," I croaked with the last of my strength. And to finish it off, gathering every scrap of rage I had left, I bared my torn, bloody mouth in a wide, horrific grin. Denisov's gaze flickered. Then, in an instant, it turned utterly diabolical. His eyes went cold and heavy as lead. He struck. This was no ordinary punch. It was a calculated, methodical blow from a professional, designed to destroy. His fist slammed into my jaw with such monstrous force that my neck cracked. At that exact moment, the pain vanished. The forest disappeared, along with the cops' faces and the cold handcuffs. My spirit was practically knocked clean out of my body. I felt a light, weightless part of myself tear violently out of the back of my head and hover in a black, completely silent void, looking down as my limp, blood-soaked human body collapsed face first into the damp earth. I felt nothing anymore. Chapter 32. The Fall of the Gods. A flash. The sound of breaking glass somewhere deep inside my skull. My spirit was ripped from my battered body and hurled into a black vortex. A violent jerk, and I plunged into something vast, hot, and primal. In my mouth was the tough, frosty bitterness of autumn grass. I could hear my jaws rhythmically, crunchingly grinding down the stalks. I felt an incredible weight atop my head, a crown of solid bone pulling my neck down. I breathed deeply, inhaling the damp,
rich scent of decaying leaves and mushrooms. This tranquility lasted for exactly 1 second. Out there, in the clearing, Denisov's boot crunched into the ribs of my real body. And here, in the depths of the forest, a massive bull moose was suddenly convulsed by phantom pain. An invisible blow ripped through the beast's underbelly. The animal jerked, gasping. It was as if the molten lead of my human terror had been poured directly into its primitive, peaceful brain. My desperate, dying fear pierced its consciousness. A horrific, unnatural rupture occurred. The moose didn't realize these thoughts were mine. It took them as its own. It was instantly overwhelmed by the feeling of being cornered prey. It believed that it was the one being beaten to death right this second. The scream inside my mind, "I have to survive, get up, kill them," echoed through its raw instincts, turning the peaceful herbivore into a berserker. Half a ton of muscle coiled like a steel spring. I was merely a paralyzed spectator inside this unhinged tank of flesh. The moose bolted. Undergrowth didn't just snap, it exploded into splinters. Branches lashed across its eyes, but the beast didn't even blink. Guided by my pain, it charged toward the scent of blood and adrenaline, hell-bent on obliterating its invisible executioners. The bushes burst apart. Denisov spun around. Looking through the beast's eyes, I saw the mask of the almighty god slip from the Major's face. His pupils dilated with primal horror, his mouth hanging open. He was no longer the master of life and death. He was just a piece of meat in the path of a runaway train. Denisov's hand snatched at his chest. The black barrel of his Makarov pistol pointed straight at my snout. A flash of fire. The stench of burnt gunpowder stung my nostrils. In that exact fraction of a second, it felt as if a sledgehammer exploded against the moose's shoulder. Hot lead tore through muscle. The raw, animal shock of the bullet wound was so violent that it ripped my mental link to shreds. I was violently thrown out. Another flash. I crashed back into my own mangled body, lying on the damp moss. I was choking on my own blood, one eye swollen completely shut, but the other saw everything with terrifying, slow-motion clarity. Time became viscous, like molasses. Denisov was screaming. It wasn't the cry of a human, but the squeal of an animal realizing it was about to die. He stumbled backward, frantically squeezing the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. I saw the muzzle flashes in the forest twilight. I saw the bullets plunge into the brown hide of the woodland monster with dull, wet thuds, kicking up small fountains of dark blood. But the moose, intoxicated by my pain and its own fury, was immune to the lead. It didn't feel the bullets. With a horrific, rattling roar, the beast lowered its head and rammed the man at full speed. There was a wet, sickening crunch, the sound of dry timber snapping under a hydraulic press. Antlers thick as shovel handles and sharp at the tips plowed through Denisov's ribcage, crushing his ribs and tearing his lungs. The moose violently jerked its head upward. Denisov was lifted clean off the ground. His legs, clad in expensive boots, dangled helplessly in the air. The Major hung from the monster's antlers, impaled through and through by solid bone. Instead of a scream, nothing but a gurgling waterfall of thick, arterial blood spilled from his open mouth. The pistol slipped from his loosening fingers. It was monstrous and majestic. The massive beast stood at its full height, breathing heavily, steam billowing from its flared nostrils. And on its bone crown, Denisov hung like a crucified mannequin. Thick human blood, steaming in the cold, ran down the antlers and directly onto the beast's snout. Denisov was still alive. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, his hands weakly, reflexively clawing at the antlers, trying to lift himself off the spikes, only to drive them deeper into his shredded organs. From behind, A hysterical shriek and the crack of a gunshot rang out. Romanov. The bullet struck the moose somewhere in its flank. The beast flinched. With one sharp, contemptuous toss of its massive head, it shook the now dead Denisov from its antlers. The major's body hit the mud like a sack of offal. The beast slowly turned toward Romanov. There was nothing in its eyes but a black void and a hunger to grind whatever caused it pain into dust. The moose roared, rearing up on its hind legs, towering over Romanov like a colossal, sky-blocking shadow. Romanov screamed, a high-pitched, feminine shriek that tore his vocal cords. My consciousness was fading. My brain, unable to withstand the overload and the blood loss, was shutting me down. The last things stamped onto my dying senses were the darkness and the heavy, wet strikes of 200-kilogram hooves, methodically trampling the screaming Romanov into the forest floor with the squelching sound of breaking bones. And then came silence.
Chapter 33. The Devil's Advocate.
The sun had nearly set, leaving only blood-red streaks of fading light between the trees. It took agonizingly long for me to come to. My consciousness returned in fits and starts, clawing its way out of the sticky darkness. Pain washed over me in waves. The back of my head throbbed like dull lead, and my nose felt like a mangled mess of cartilage and dried blood that blocked my breathing. But my shoulder was the worst of all. It burned as if a red-hot spike had been driven through it. I lay on my side, my cheek pressed against the damp, cold moss, every breath escaping my throat with a wet wheeze. My hands, bound behind my back in handcuffs, had gone completely numb. I forced my heavy eyelids open with effort. Right in front of me, positioned against the sunset, he sat on a fallen log. The sun shone directly behind his back, turning his figure into an absolute black, impenetrable silhouette. He had always been nothing but a shadow to me, but I would recognize that shadow, that posture, out of 1,000. He was smoking. He smoked slowly, thoughtfully, and his cigarette seemed to never burn down. The blue-gray smoke drifted lazily in my direction. I stared at him, unable to move. "Father, help me," escaped my throat, along with a glob of bitter saliva. It sounded pathetic, a whimpering, desperate whisper. The shadow froze. The cigarette stopped glowing for a moment. "Father?" A lazy, drawn-out surprise crept into the silhouette's voice. Then came a dry chuckle, like the rustle of dead leaves. "Your father has been rotting in the ground for a long time, Igor. His kind doesn't wander around here." The words reached me with a delay, pushing through the cotton in my dazed head. My broken brain simply refused to process it. I didn't feel afraid. I didn't get angry. I didn't fall into despair. I just stared blankly at the black silhouette, trying to piece together a puzzle that was missing half its parts. "You're not my father?" I asked, my tongue barely moving. "And I never was," the shadow replied, completely calm, with a terrifying matter-of-factness. The world around me began to sharpen. My head was still spinning, but my thoughts were clearing. I tried to lift my cheek off the ground to somehow make out the face of the one sitting in front of me. But there wasn't a single feature within his darkness. My neck gave out, and my head slumped powerlessly back onto the moss. "Help," I croaked again, jerking my bound hands. The metal bit painfully into my wrists. "Get the keys. In their pockets." "I have no right to help sinners, Igor," he said, his voice as slow, measured, and hazy as before, releasing another cloud of smoke. "Sinners?" My voice suddenly broke into a hoarse scream. The pain in my shoulder receded for a second, eclipsed by a wave of burning resentment. "I'm a sinner?" I am a victim of this world. No one ever noticed me. They tried to frame me, tried to kill me, tried to rob me of my inheritance. And I'm the sinner? Ha ha ha. Hysterical laughter shattered the silence of the forest. I laughed, choking on my own blood. Before the laughter could even leave my lips, the seated shadow suddenly cracked like shattered glass. The distance between us vanished in a fraction of a second. A hard impact to my shoulder was so violent that it literally flipped me over. I crashed onto my back, pinning my bound hands beneath my full weight. A flash of blinding pain shot through my twisted joints, knocking all the air out of my lungs. And in the next instant, something incredibly heavy, reeking of burnt hair, stale blood, and damp earth, crashed down directly onto my chest, pinning me into the moss. All of the hazy grandiosity and calm vanished without a trace. This was no longer the silhouette of a man. Right on top of me, pinning me to the ground and bent at a completely unthinkable, spider-like angle, sat it. There was no face to speak of, rather, a tattered mask of gray ash and wood rot that twitched constantly. The endless cigarette he had been smoking turned out to be 2 red-hot embers of eyes, burning right through me. Long, unnaturally thin hands with gnarled fingers dug into my collarbones so hard that I whimpered. The entity tilted its head sharply to the side, like a curious bird, and let out a vile, rattling chuckle. The sound grated like rusty nails on corrugated iron. "A victim," it croaked right into my face, washing over me with a sepulchral chill. Its voice had changed beyond recognition, vibrating with anticipation and cruel, blatant mockery. "Oh, ho, ho, poor little Igorushka. They didn't give him his toy. They took away his inheritance. Boo-hoo." It theatrically waved a free-clawed hand, nearly gouging my eye out. "It's not my fault. It was all them." It mocked me in a vile, squeaky tone, then suddenly leaned even closer. Its gray, ashen maw stretched into a horrific, asymmetrical grin. The croak shifted into a low, menacing growl. "Who are you bullshitting, you piece of meat? You conjured this hell up for yourself." The law was the same for everyone. 10 lines. Only 10. "But you're special, aren't you?" The creature jabbed me painfully in the forehead, with a claw as sharp as a splinter. 10, Igorushka, and you broke every single one of them. I lay motionless. My brain screamed, ordering my hands to flinch and my lungs to draw in air for a cry, but my body had turned to concrete. It felt like sleep paralysis, that primal terror when you wake up in pitch darkness, feel an alien presence in the room, but can't even blink while something heavy suffocates your chest. Except this was no dream. The beast was sitting on me, and its weight was crushing my ribs. "I am the Lord your God. You shall have no other gods before me," it quoted mockingly, in a sing-song voice. Its tattered, ashen face leaned close to my ear. I caught the scent of rotting leaves. "But what about you?" the demon hissed. "You swore oaths to me." Pressing your hands to your chest in an empty house, whispering vows of loyalty to the ceiling. Forgot? Well, I remember. Oh, yes. It darted back, shifting positions with inhuman speed. Now the creature sat squarely on my chest, as if on a park bench, casually crossing one long, gnarled leg over the other. The entity stared off into the distance, into the black thicket of the forest, and spoke loudly, like a herald. "You shall not make for yourself an idol, or any likeness. You shall not bow down to them or serve them." With a sudden, sickening crack of its cervical vertebrae, the mask snapped back toward me. 2 glowing embers bored into my eyes. "And you excelled here too, little brother. Your pride became your god. You decided you had the right to judge who lives and who rots. You erected an altar to your petty, pathetic grudge, and gladly laid sacrifices upon it. The demon coughed theatrically into his fist, brushing an invisible speck of dust off his knee. Not impressed? Yes, I see it in your eyes. Lying there, blinking. Poor, innocent boy. Well, that was just the warm-up, Igor. Let's throw the next one into the piggy bank. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Don't understand what that means. It leaned down, washing me with cold. Whenever you get wasted, you whimper without stopping. Oh Lord, what have I done? Lord, help me. The creature suddenly froze, its twitching face elongated, mimicking sincere, almost human bewilderment, laced with sadness. It crawled back up to my face, peering into my pupils, as if trying to find the bottom. Looking at you, Igorushka, I am only further convinced of your rotten black soul. Even this doesn't touch you. You genuinely don't consider these to be sins, do you? The demon put on a display of exaggerated, theatrical offense. It sniffed like a petulant girl and leapt off my chest in a single bound. Breathing became slightly easier, though I still couldn't move. The shadow began pacing the clearing, walking back and forth over the blood-soaked moss. It muttered under its breath, shifting something invisible from one clawed hand to the other, as if weighing my vices on market scales. I was just thinking, it drawled, stopping and rocking theatrically on its heels. Should I let you speak now? Or finish you off with the rest of the list? The entity let out a vile, grating smirk. Whatever. Keep quiet for now. I've been preparing for this conversation for so many years. The beast launched itself into the air again and crashed onto my chest. I arched in agony as pain flared in my broken shoulder. The demon settled in and began ostentatiously bending back its unnaturally long, thin fingers. Remember the Sabbath day? Well, skip that. Not because you're holy, just because it's boring. Do not commit adultery. Another finger bent back. The creature patted my bruised cheek gently, almost tenderly. Well, you did great there. Didn't sleep with other men's wives. The demon made a strange smacking sound, as if chewing on the thought, and then its voice broke into a shriek. But oh, how you fucked your own mind. Any woman would be jealous. A total stud when it comes to mind-fucking yourself. It threw its arms up to the night sky, then suddenly slammed back down toward my chest, whispering in a low, conspiratorial voice, as if sharing a great secret. You should have just fucked other men's wives, you idiot. At least it would have relieved some tension, and you wouldn't have gotten any of these crazy ideas. Know what I mean? Without waiting for an answer, the demon sat up straight, folded its hands over its knees, and continued in a casual tone, inspecting its claws like a fresh manicure. Then again, with a collection like yours, one commandment more or less won't make a difference. Moving on. You shall not bear false witness. Don't lie. Well, you know yourself, Igor, what a dreamer and a little liar you are. Another bent finger snapped like a dry twig. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or anything that is your neighbor's. Do not envy. How do you feel about this commandment, Igorushka? Didn't envy your brothers? Their wealth? The fact that they lived in complete families while you were left crying in the orphanage? It waved its hands dramatically. I know. Igorushka had nothing to do with it. I'm just stretching the truth. Life forced your hand, the demon cackled, twisting its body in mock pity. Oh, they didn't give the poor boy an education, didn't love him enough, didn't feed him. Want to know the truth? The creature suddenly slid off my chest and lay down on the ground right next to me, mimicking my posture. Propping its head up on a clawed hand bent at the elbow, the demon whispered right into my face. What would you say about a man who had the exact same destiny, 1-to-1? No matter how hard I tried to stick to him, nothing. I just slip right off. Know why? He taught himself. Didn't whine. Instead of bearing a grudge against the whole world, he took his miserable life into his own hands. And you know what? He's doing fine. He's happy. And he's certainly not lying in the woods at night in handcuffs, with his nose beaten to a pulp. Yet you could have been in his place, Igorushka. Before I could even process those words, the demon rolled over with lightning speed. Its elbow, sharp as stone, slammed with all its might into my rib cage, knocking out the last of my oxygen. The entity hovered over me, pinning me down with its elbow, looking down at me. You were already about to sell the house, to leave. But no. Greed. Inheritance. The bullets, it rasped. For a moment, I was actually afraid you'd slip away from me, you little piece of shit. It thrust another finger in front of my face. Honor your father and your mother. Well, skip that too, shall we? You know how that went. And now, the beast's voice faltered. Its face warped into a grotesque, asymmetrical smile, vibrating with a childlike, terrifying delight. And now, Igorushka, let's move on to the sweet stuff. The demon paused, savoring my paralyzed terror. Yes, Igorushka, it whispered in a low, seductive tone, like the serpent. Millions of people whine, envy, and fiercely hate their more successful brothers. Millions. But do you know the difference between those gray masses and you? They just sit at home on saggy couches, chugging cheap beer, and complaining to the television about how unfair life is. But you, oh, you went all the way. You gladly crossed the line that ordinary whiners are too afraid to even look past. The creature suddenly thrust its arm forward. A gnarled, scab-covered finger snapped straight, its razor-sharp claw stopping a millimeter from my pupil. You shall not steal, it spat. The phrase struck me like an electric shock. Recent events swirled in my mind in a blurry haze. Stole? My thoughts raced frantically. I didn't steal anything. The necklace? I just hid it. They planted it in my house to frame me. The entity suddenly began to shake. From its toothless maw came a sound like a rusty saw scraping against stone. It was laughing. The demon read my thoughts as easily as a cheap newspaper. The necklace? The creature shrieked, laughing so hard it seemed to cry. Yes, Igorushka, yes, you are a thief. Thief, thief, thief. It chanted the word, mocking and jumping on my chest like a mad jester. He remembers the necklace. Oh, I can't take it. You stole 4 kilograms of pure gold from your own sister. In the most elaborate, most disgusting way, you swiped it from the dead and buried it in the basement of your flea-bitten shack. When I was watching you, I swear, I gave you a standing ovation. The demon raised its clawed hands and clapped silently several times. Then, leaning down so low that ash from its face drifted onto my cheeks, it pronounced with pure relish, syllable by syllable, Brilliant. I didn't steal it, I screamed in my head, feeling despair choke me. What theft? This is my father's inheritance. Mine by right. They took it from me. The creature stopped laughing instantly. Its twitching face froze. 2 burning embers of eyes bored into my pupils, burning right through to the back of my head. The demon looked at me with a stern, almost sympathetic expression, like a professor looking at a hopelessly stupid student. The cops must have beaten your entire brain out through your nose, you poor thing, huh? It cooed with saccharine pity. Your logical thinking is completely non-existent. It extended its bony hand in front of my face and held up 2 fingers. Come on, my dear, watch the hand. How many fingers do you see? Without waiting for an answer, the entity suddenly blurred. In the next split second, the pressure on my chest vanished. The demon stood before me at his full, unnaturally tall, gangly height, blotting out the stars. "I told you in plain Russian, you idiot," the creature's voice boomed, echoing in my aching head. "I am not your father, and I never was. Do you understand where I'm going with this?" I tried to swallow, but my mouth was bone dry. My fractured mind desperately clawed at straws. "What?" My thoughts raced in a panic. "But you deceived me. You made me believe you were my late father." Space blinked again. The creature didn't take a step. It simply materialized down below. Its clawed hands dug with a crunch into the damp moss on either side of my head, sinking into the ground right by my ears. Its fiery eyes were right in front of mine. "When?" it hissed with icy, lethal seriousness. "When did I ever tell you that? I have never lied to you once, Igorushka. Unlike you, I hold my 10 lines sacred." It jerked back again, distancing itself. The demon stood straight, theatrically put 2 fingers to its mouth, mimicking taking a drag, and blew a thick cloud of foul black smoke into the night sky. "Yeah, you know, love smoking. Just can't quit," the beast laughed, a deep, mocking sound, thoroughly enjoying its own joke. "And you know what that means? It means you made up that whole inheritance thing all by yourself. Remember my words, you piece of meat. Remember, they took what belongs to you." Well, where in those words is there even a sound about your father? Where is there even a single letter about the inheritance? There isn't. The only thing that belonged to you was your endless greed. So you, Igorushka, are just a common, filthy thief. A wave of nausea hit me, not from the pain in my broken shoulder or the taste of blood in my mouth. I was overwhelmed by an icy, crushing realization. Deep down, beneath the panic and denial, a horrifying truth broke through. The demon had played me like a fiddle. No, he hadn't said it outright. He played with implications, spun illusions, steered me in the direction he wanted. But he was the one who set it all up. He was the one to blame. "Ooh, yes, I see the gears turning," the shadow squealed with delight, hovering over me again. "He tricked me. He made me do it. Brother, that's literally my job, you know?" The creature pressed a hand to its chest, feigning modesty. "I didn't plant anything in your head. I didn't put plans of stealing gold and ruining your brothers into your precious skull. I simply cast a little light on the path to what you yourself desired so passionately that your knees shook. I merely gave you permission." The demon leaned in close, its whisper hitting me harder than a slap. "So there isn't a drop of my blame in you being such a rotten, envious, thieving bastard. Not a single drop. A fighter for justice, are we?" The demon smacked its non-existent lips thoughtfully once more. Space flickered, and the creature was suddenly several meters away, standing directly over the shapeless heap of flesh that had once been Romanov. The entity tilted its head, peering closely at the remains, and let out a loud, wet chewing sound. "You know, in this mash, I can't even tell where Romanov's head used to be." The demon let out a short, rattling, nervous snicker. Another snap, and now he was squatting next to Major Denisov's corpse. The creature raised its hand and snapped its clawed fingers loudly. My neck jerked on its own. With a sickening pop, my muscles went into spasm, and an invisible force violently twisted my head to the side. Now I was forced to stare unblinkingly at the demon and the dead Denisov. "Oh, perfect," the creature muttered, rubbing its hands together. The demon reached out with its bony, scabbed hand and grabbed the major roughly by the hair. With a sickening crack of the neck vertebrae, he lifted Denisov's heavy, limp head off the ground. The policeman's face had become a grotesque death mask. Gray, bloodless skin merged with the mud. His jaw hung open at an unnatural angle, bearing stained teeth. From his mouth, where he had choked and spit fountains of blood as the moose's antlers tore through his lungs, stretched a thick, already blackened crust of dried blood. It heavily coated his chin, his neck, and froze in dark, glossy clots on the collar of his leather jacket. But the worst part was his eyes. Wide open,
Clouded over with a dull, dead film, they stared directly at me. My stomach clenched in a painful spasm. Sour bile rose in my throat. I was washed over by a wave of sticky, primal dread. I desperately wanted to close my eyes, sink into the earth, turn away from this nightmare, but the invisible vice held my neck in a death grip, forcing me to take in every sickening detail. The demon leaned close to the policeman's pale face and spoke to him in the tone of a caring tutor. "Now, is it really fair, Comrade Major, that you're lying here dead, with crushed ribs, a pierced heart, and lungs torn to shreds, while our Igorushka, though a bit beaten up, is perfectly alive and warm?" The creature jerked Denisov's head back and forth, making the corpse nod comically in response. The demon altered its voice to a high-pitched squeak, mimicking a creepy ventriloquist dummy. "Of course it's not fair, Mr. Demon." The entity let out a loud, bubbling cackle at its own stunt. "Exactly," he roared in his usual thundering voice. The demon released his grip. Denisov's head fell back into the wet, blood-soaked moss with a heavy, wet thud. The creature slowly rose to its full height, towering over the corpse, and solemnly proclaimed, like an executioner reading a sentence, "You shall not murder."
Oh, he was defending himself, the creature mocked, its voice cracking into a shriek. "But what about your brother? What about dead Kirill and his kids, huh? Come on, tell me." The beast suddenly leaped into the air and crashed down hard onto my chest. My broken ribs erupted in a flash of agonizing pain. The demon began jumping up and down on me like an excited rabid dog, clapping its clawed hands. "Bingo! Here we are, at the very bottom of your dark, rotten little soul," it shrieked, then froze. Its twitching face leaned right down to mine. The stench of decay wafted from its black maw. "You hit the jackpot, Igorushka." The demon stopped clowning. Its voice suddenly became completely serious, cold and analytical, which was even more terrifying. "Let's pick apart your praised justice bone by bone. Follow the logic, Igor. You honestly believed they weren't your relatives. You believed they were bastards, someone else's seed. You wrote them off as kin. You thought there wasn't a drop of shared blood between you, right? Right. Now look at what happens." The creature tilted its head, watching my paralyzed face with sadistic satisfaction. "You thought they were complete strangers, yet you didn't waive your inheritance? Look at that. Vadim called you, suggesting you both waive Christina's share in favor of Kirill's children, and you refused. Even though, by your own logic, you must have understood. Nothing there belonged to you. They weren't your relatives, in your mind. Therefore, that money didn't belong to your family." It was a gut punch. I tried to mutter something, but the invisible vice clamped my jaw shut once more. And I'm almost embarrassed to ask, "Why the hell do you care about other people's money?" The demon growled, pressing me harder into the ground. "Who cares if some brothers somewhere in the world are clawing at each other for cash? Who cares who is taking whose apartments? What does that have to do with you? If two strangers on the street are fighting over a wallet, does that give you the right to walk up, hit them over the head, and take the money for yourself? No. That makes you a common, pathetic thief." The creature broke into a warm, almost paternal, understanding smile. The contrast made my blood run cold. "And what do we have when we sum it up?" It cooed gently. "It turns out that all these corpses, Christina with her skull caved in, Kirill in his mangled car, this idiot Denisov on a moose's antlers, Romanov trampled into the dirt. All of this just because you wanted to steal someone else's inheritance, to take money from people you yourself considered strangers. Beautiful, isn't it?" The demon sighed heavily, as if pitying my stupidity, and reached a bony hand into the folds of his shapeless darkness. "For the sake of fairness, let me let you in on a little secret, since we're talking about kinship." In his hand, a rusted, long-handled mirror gleamed with old patina. The demon held it up and looked closely into the cloudy glass. He smoothed back his invisible hair. Then he spun the mirror around and thrust it directly into my face. Through the blood, my swollen eyes, and the dirt, a beaten, pathetic man stared back at me. To quote my own words, Igorushka, "She is not my daughter. None of them are. Dirty blood, stranger's seed, a miserable brood that has absolutely nothing to do with me." The creature pulled the mirror away and burst into a roaring, deafening laugh. Do you get it? I said they weren't my children. The demon jabbed a claw into his own chest, then pointed it at me. But look at us. You don't look like me either. You're not my child, you idiot. I am a demon. His laughter echoed through the night forest. He laughed so sincerely, so infectiously, reveling in how easily and elegantly he had played me. Logic, Igorushka. Logic, he rasped, catching his breath. Suddenly the laughter stopped. The demon hovered over me again, his burning eyes searing through me. Your real father rotted in his grave, and all of them, both the living and the dead, all your half-brothers and half-sisters, really were your blood relatives. But that fact, Igor, doesn't change the main thing. It doesn't change your intent. In your head, you went to steal from complete strangers, or so it seemed to you at the time, and you were ready to walk over corpses. That is your true nature. The demon carelessly snapped his gnarled fingers, and the invisible vice crushing my jaw dissolved. I gasped, drawing in the freezing forest air. What do you want? I wheezed, looking into the glowing coals of his eyes. My soul? What is it you want? The beast froze for a second. Then the silence was shattered by laughter. This wasn't just a chuckle, it was an ancient, rumbling roar that vibrated the ground beneath my back. His ashen face contorted, fracturing with deep cracks. He snapped his fingers dryly again. My lips instantly fused together, as if soldered with red-hot iron. My soul? The demon rasped, bubbling with amusement. He wiped a long claw under his eye, brushing away an invisible tear. Oh, my naive, foolish boy. Why would I buy something that has been in my pocket for ages? Your soul has belonged to me from the very day you first let hatred consume you. No, Igor, leave the theatrics for cheap novels. I don't need your soul. He made a funny, animal-like smacking sound, shrugged his shoulders, and suddenly, his entire monstrous aura shifted. The mockery vanished, the threat evaporated. The demon gently descended upon me, pressing down with his entire warm weight, smelling of sulfur and damp earth. And he embraced me, warmly, tightly, almost like a father. His grotesque head rested against my chest, right where my heart beat in panic. Do you know what the ultimate irony is? His voice sounded velvety, smooth, seeping beneath my skin. You are perfect, exactly like this, broken, yet vicious. He slowly sat up on my stomach and looked down at me. Absolute, all-consuming pride shone in his burning eyes. I wasn't your biological father, but I was the one who raised you. I forged a true predator out of a beaten orphan, someone who no longer turns the other cheek, someone who takes what is his and tears other people's throats out for it. I was with you in the orphanage. I stood over your shoulder on the darkest nights when you cried out in helplessness. I was always there. And notice one important detail, Igor. The demon held up a curved finger with a razor-sharp claw. I never lied to you once. He leaned down so low that I felt the heat of his breath. Humans lie. Humans betray. But for us demons, lying is forbidden by the very nature of things. Besides, we don't even need to. It is far more elegant to tell humans the pure, concentrated truth and watch them drive themselves mad with it. He slid smoothly off me and began to circle silently, like a shark. My body was paralyzed, but my feverish mind began to greedily drink in his every word. You are no longer dirt beneath fingernails, Igor. You are evolution, a voice whispered from the darkness, enveloping my brain. You have a gift, the art of slipping into other people's heads, controlling their will, and, by the abyss, how magnificently you have learned to use it. A clawed hand emerged from the dark and pointed at Romanov's trampled face, at Denisov's mutilated body discarded in the dirt. Look at this trash. 2 corrupt bastards in uniforms. They brought you out here to bury you like a dog. And where are they now? And the most beautiful thing about this picture is that you have absolutely nothing to do with their deaths. The demon's voice grew as sweet as thick honey. They were working off the books. No one in the world knows you were in the forest with them. When they are found rotting here in the mud, do you know what they'll write in the reports? Pulled over to take a piss on the shoulder and ran into a rabid moose. A moose that will later be found nearby in the thicket, stuffed with their own bullets. Perfect. Clean. The demon materialized right in front of my face. Do you understand where I'm going with this? Lee, gal, Lee. He elongated the syllables, letting me savor every sound of the word. You are crystal clean. Your hands are free of blood. You didn't even touch them with a finger. You simply wanted them to die. And they died. Something snapped inside me with a sharp ring. The sticky sense of guilt, the nausea at the sight of dead bodies, it all suddenly evaporated. His words filled the void inside me with a warm, intoxicating light. And he was damn right. I wasn't a killer. I was simply the instrument of karma. They had deserved this. You are innocent, Igor, and now the whole world is open to you. The demon shifted to a hypnotic whisper, penetrating to the very core of my being. Take everything Christina left behind. Take every last kopeck. Use your gift. Break the will of those who stand in your way. Dig up your gold. Keep that diamond necklace those bastards wanted to frame you with. Why live in filth when you can become a god? He leaned in close, his burning eyes filling my entire vision. Absolute power, absolute money, and absolute impunity. You are rich and free, Igor. Free to do whatever you wish. A fire was igniting in my chest. It was a terrifying, primal sensation, but it offered such an incredible, suffocating euphoria that I no longer wanted to fight it. No more empty refrigerators, no more humiliations, no more handouts. I am a god, and I will take this world by the throat. The demon saw this new, dark fire flare up in my eyes. His mutilated maw stretched into a predatory, triumphant grin. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. In that exact fraction of a second, the cold steel of the handcuffs, which had been digging down to my bones, simply dissolved into thin air. My hands slumped onto the moss. The weight binding my body vanished, and the demon himself dissolved into the night. There was no flash, no smoke. He simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only the bitter smell of burnt leaves. I lay on my back, staring into the icy, star-studded sky. Slowly, I moved my stiff wrists, feeling the hot blood rush back into my fingers. A dead, ringing silence hung all around. I lay there, thinking about what he had said. And somewhere in the blackest, most unreachable depths of my being, I knew that I desperately, with every fiber of my trembling soul, wanted this plan to become a reality. Chapter 34. Expendable Material. I stumbled through the night thicket, tearing through dense, thorny briars on autopilot. Branches lashed my face, snagging my clothes, but I barely paid them any mind. My entire being had shrunk to the size of a single, throbbing knot of pain. The back of my head, where those bastards had slammed the baseball bat, was heavy as lead. With every step, even the most tentative one, a red-hot sphere seemed to roll around inside my skull, triggering waves of nausea. I had to breathe heavily, drawing the freezing air through my mouth with a dry wheeze. My nose, which had twice been deliberately crushed by a fist, was now a swollen, hot mess, clogged with dried blood. A persistent, sickening taste of iron coated my mouth. But my right shoulder was the absolute worst. It was on fire. A searing, throbbing agony radiated from my collarbone to my elbow. My arm hung like a useless rag, and the fabric of my jacket had gone wet and sticky. I tripped over a root hidden in the dark, groaning softly through gritted teeth, and slumped my good side against a pine trunk for a moment to catch my breath. My head spun. A feverish, agonizing chaos ruled my thoughts. What the hell had actually happened in that clearing? Until today, my slips into other minds had been mere visions. I was just a ghost, a spectator. But today, for the first time, I had seized control. I had actually been that beast. But if that was true, why was my shoulder shot? I swallowed a thick glob of spit, trying to rein in my scattering thoughts. Maybe while I lay unconscious on the moss after being struck by the bat, Denisov had simply decided to finish me off and fired a round? Or was it a stray bullet that caught my body when they opened fire on the moose in a blind panic? It was entirely possible. But intuition, some deep, animal instinct, screamed otherwise. Denisov's bullet had struck the moose right in the shoulder blade, and that very same bullet, in the exact same fraction of a second, had ripped through my own shoulder. A coincidence? Hardly. What if it was feedback? If I fully merge with a host, taking control of its body, do I inherit its damage too? Does any physical trauma project onto my real, unconscious body? I can't know for sure, the thought drifted through my buzzing head. I pushed off the tree and forced myself to take a few more steps, my heavy boots sinking into the thick moss. But if my theory was correct, it changed everything. It meant I couldn't just slip into Vadim's head, put a gun to his temple, and pull the trigger. If I blew his brains out, my own skull would shatter into bloody fragments in my bedroom at that exact same second. It was far too risky. I couldn't kill my enemy from the inside. How then? How was I supposed to get to him? The answer came out of nowhere, cutting through the haze of pain and exhaustion. Dark, sinister. What if I didn't need to risk myself at all? What if I used a proxy? I could kill him with someone else's hands. I could take control of a complete stranger, a courier, a cab driver, a random passerby. I'd force him to grab a knife, walk up to Vadim, and slit his throat in cold blood. And a fraction of a second before the blood sprayed, I'd just sever the connection. I'd exit the game. I'd leave that poor random bastard standing over the corpse with a bloody knife, frozen in absolute shock and horror at what he had just done. But they'll arrest that innocent person, a faint prick of conscience whispered from somewhere deep inside. He'll go to prison for life. His destiny will be ruined. I let out a twisted, painful smirk, agitating my broken face. What did I care about some stranger? To hell with them. People are just expendable material. Look at what they had done to me today. They had cold-bloodedly framed me, tried to corner me, tried to throw me behind bars for someone else's money. And in these woods, they had beaten me to a pulp and nearly slaughtered me like a rabid dog. Not a single muscle had twitched on their faces. So why should I be any better? I would simply play by their rules. The thought brought a brief, vicious spark of satisfaction. And with that, the adrenaline that had kept me upright finally ran out. It was as if someone had flipped a switch inside me. My knees buckled. I tried to find my balance, but crashed heavily onto the freezing ground. A blinding flare of agony in my shoulder knocked the remaining air from my lungs. I tried to prop myself up on my good elbow, but my body no longer obeyed me. The chill of the decaying leaves stung my cheek. I shut my eyes for just a second to quell the rising nausea, but I couldn't open them again. My consciousness plunged instantly into a dense, heavy blackness.
Chapter 35. The Chef's Knife. Hidden beneath my black hood, I watched Vadim heave himself out of his car. Tonight it was supposed to end. Slowly, unhurried, rolling from foot to foot, he lumbered toward the restaurant entrance. The proprietary swagger of a self-assured predator, a man who had grown so accustomed to the world bending under his weight that had long since stopped noticing it. And I stood in the evening shadow, wondering, do I let him eat his last meal, or do I finish it right now while he's still waiting for his order? I watched him through the restaurant's wide panoramic windows. Vadim dropped into the corner booth, legs spread wide, spine thrown back against the cushioned seat. He snapped his fingers to summon the waitress. A girl, barely out of school, some part-time student trying to make rent, hurried over with her notepad. Vadim spoke to her in that lazy, unhurried drawl of his, never once looking at her face. His oily gaze drifted slowly downward, pawing at her thin legs, lingering on her hips. He pulled his lips into a greasy, sticky leer, and I watched the girl flinch, instinctively trying to shield herself with her notepad. You disgusting piece of filth. She's young enough to be your daughter, and you're already undressing her in that rancid little head of yours. I know men like you. I know exactly what you're picturing right now. No, garbage like you doesn't deserve a last supper. Your dessert tonight will be a piece of sharp metal in your throat. I drew a long, slow breath of cold evening air, let it out in a pale cloud of vapor. I relaxed every muscle and narrowed my mind down to the single figure on the other side of the glass. A flash. My consciousness dropped into the familiar darkness, and then slammed headlong into someone else's skull. The noise of the street vanished in an instant, replaced by the hiss of scorching oil, the low roar of the exhaust hood, and the clatter of dishes. I was looking through someone else's eyes. In my hands, a heavy, perfectly honed chef's knife. I was chopping spring onions. Fast, rhythmic, swish, swish, swish. I was a cook. Just some ordinary guy, worn down at the end of a long shift, already thinking about how to kill the evening once he clocked out. Now, I couldn't simply pull a string and command him, "Go kill him." My gift didn't work that way. I could only speak the language of primal instinct. I had to turn him into a rat cornered in a box. I threw open the floodgates of my mind and began pouring fear into him. Not mild unease, thick, glacial panic. The hand holding the knife trembled. The rhythm broke apart. The cook froze, staring blankly at the cutting board. I shoveled more coal into the furnace. Danger. Mortal danger. I forced his heart to slam like a piston, flooding his bloodstream with phantom adrenaline. The air went thick around him. His breath seized. Where's the threat? Where is it coming from? The thoughts scattered inside his head like startled birds. And then I gave him a direction, an image. I pressed into him a precise, visceral certainty. The source of death is sitting out there, in the dining room. That fat, smug bastard at the corner table. He came for you, I broadcast, drowning the cook's mind in pure, undiluted paranoia. He's waiting. He came here to kill you. He's armed. You are not walking out of this building alive. Beads of sweat broke out across the cook's forehead. I squeezed his throat with the invisible hand of despair. His animal survival instinct screamed like an air raid siren. Hell kill you if you don't do it first. Right now. Kill or be killed. Fight back. The connection crested. I felt that snap. The rational part of the man's brain went dark, completely offline.
The survival drive overrode logic, law, and conscience in a single stroke. The cook's eyes went wide, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He no longer saw a restaurant kitchen in front of him. He saw only a predator in the next room, one that had to be destroyed at any cost. His fingers went white, locking around the handle of the broad-bladed chef's knife until his knuckles cracked. He spun on his heel. One of the sous chefs called out to him, but he didn't even blink. In silence, with the terrifying, single-minded purpose of a man walking to his own execution, except pointed outward, he pushed through the swing doors into the dining room, straight toward Vadim's table. One step, then another. My feet in their heavy work boots moved soundlessly across the restaurant's expensive parquet. I walked directly toward the corner booth, and with each step the cook's borrowed, white-hot rage fused with my own, distilling into something pure. Concentrated adrenaline, nothing else. The air seemed to thicken around me. The jazz murmuring in the background, the ring of glasses, the muffled laughter of other diners, it all collapsed into a single, droning monotone. My focus narrowed to a single point, to the massive shape of Vadim. He was sitting facing the room. One hand absently twirled a heavy whiskey glass on the table, letting the ice cubes clink softly against the sides. The other lazily turned pages in a leather-bound menu, eyes down. 3 meters. 2. And then he went still. That animal, primordial instinct of his had caught a glitch in the fabric of things, the weight of someone's approach. The ice in the glass stopped moving. His fingers stopped turning pages. I watched his broad shoulders tense beneath the expensive fabric of his jacket. And then, very slowly, the way a predator scans its territory, he began to lift his head. Time stretched into sticky amber. Now. My mind was already painting the picture. A sudden lunge, the sweep of an arm, the dull gleam of steel under the restaurant lights, and a fountain of warm blood spreading across the white tablecloth. Come on. This ends right now. His chin tilted upward. His eyes traveled up my white chef's coat. Our gazes locked. I braced myself to see animal terror in his pupils, the dawning recognition of oncoming death. But instead of fear, his fleshy face arranged itself into something that looked almost like genuine, unhurried surprise. His lips stretched into a contemptuous, lopsided smirk. Well, well, what are you doing here, Igorka? His voice was perfectly casual, and yet it carried the chill of an open grave. It was like taking a sledgehammer to the solar plexus. My mind seized. The arm beneath my coat went slack. Igorka? Thoughts crashed into each other in a frenzy. How can he see me? I'm inside someone else's body. I'm the cook. How does he know it's me through this shell? Vadim, meanwhile, leaned back against the cushion with that practiced ease of his, looked me up and down with an expression of mild disgust, and smirked. Ah, got yourself a job as a cleaner, did you? He dragged air in through his throat with a long, revolting rattle, worked something thick and wet to the front of his mouth, leaned forward, and hawked it out with force, right at my feet, onto the polished floor. Clean it up, he said, with the flat, insolent authority of a man who owns everything in his line of sight. I stood, nailed to the spot. My body refused to respond. What is happening? The illusion was coming apart in real time. My gift. What even is it? It isn't soul transference. I'm not seizing someone else's mind. I'm just slipping into their clothes, ending up in their place while remaining entirely myself. The entire framework inside my head was in free fall. In a desperate attempt to grab onto something real, I slowly turned my head and cut my eyes to the great panoramic windows, the ones looking out onto the thickening evening dark. The dining room was reflected in the black glass, and so was I. I was standing in a white chef's coat, but it wasn't clean. The entire front of it was drenched in fresh, glossy blood. And above the collar, looking back at me, was my own face. Not the cook's face. Mine. Swollen and beaten into one continuous bluish-purple bruise, my nose broken and twisted grotesquely to the side, a dried, dark crust sealed across my lips. Bang! A flash, the sound of shattering glass inside my skull. The restaurant, Vadim, the music, all of it vanished in a fraction of a second, replaced by icy blackness and the smell of wet, rotting earth. I wrenched my eyes open, gasping, dragging in mouthfuls of frozen air. Dark forest. Above me, black, bare branches swayed and clawed at the night sky. Hellish, pulsing pain detonated through every cell in my body at once, flaring through bruised muscles and a shattered face. I was lying on frozen ground, shaking from the cold and from the terror of what I'd just seen. It was a dream, I rasped through cracked, desiccated lips, barely able to hear my own voice through the ringing in my ears. Just a dream.
Chapter 36. The Sword of Retribution. The glacial cold of the frozen ground broke through the numbness. I hauled myself upright, clumsy fingers scraping at the rough bark of the nearest pine. My body throbbed all over, but the physical pain had receded to the background now. What was happening inside my head was infinitely worse. The restaurant, Vadim, the white chef's coat, the blood on my face. It had been a dream, a vile, gutting nightmare that had taken a scalpel to my psyche and left it open. Hot tears of shame and helplessness rolled down my dirty cheeks of their own accord. What a rat I am! I rasped into the black emptiness of the forest. A hypocritical, rotten piece of filth. I pushed off from the tree and stumbled slowly through the undergrowth. My own subconscious had just shown me what I really was, shown me my own choice. How I had stood there in that dream, righteously condemning Vadim for leering at the waitress, while in that exact same moment, methodically, cold-bloodedly, I was arranging to destroy an innocent man. How was I supposed to live with that? Easy, and with the greatest of pleasure, a mocking, cold voice suddenly said inside my head. I stopped walking. It was my other half, that cynical, institutionalized part of me that had been forged in the orphanage, the part that knew how to survive. "What are you doing out here? Another session of self-flagellation?" The inner voice continued, dripping venom. "Since when do you care? What's wrong with you this time? Why the endless whining?" "I'm not whining," I whispered. "I'm sick. I'm physically sick of myself." Sick of what, exactly? Sick of living in that freezing rat hole and hauling flour sacks? Fine, sure, you're young now, your body holds up. But what about later? Are you planning to break your back your whole life? Picture it, you idiot. 20-odd years go by, and you're a broken-down old wreck with a catalog of ailments, can't work like you used to. They'll toss you out on the street like a stray dog. That's it. You'll be sitting under a bridge, begging for change with your clean conscience. I shook my head, but the voice bored into my brain like something that had found a wound. You have a chance. The kind of chance that comes once in a lifetime. Take everything, by any means necessary, regardless of anyone else. It's simple. Slip into a nurse, give Svetka the right little injection. Slip into someone else, open Vadim's throat. 2 easy moves and it's done. What comes to you will be enough for several lifetimes. Trust me, you'll forget all of it. You'll forget who you used, you won't lie awake tormenting yourself. That's a luxury for people who can afford to be poor. Oh sure, I'll forget, I snarled at myself, forcing my way through dry branches. And every single night, I'll have the same dream again.
about how I destroyed some ordinary young guy's life, someone with everything still ahead of him. What if he has a family, a little boy at home, running around, waiting for his dad to come back from his shift? And I'd send his dad away for life? No. My dream showed me everything, showed me what I really am inside. I can't do it.
But you have the gift, the voice drawled, thick with mockery.
It's not a gift, it's a curse. No, you idiot. Think. The voice inside me went sharp and businesslike without warning, stopping me in my tracks. Think about how your power actually works. You don't only possess people in the present. You broke into the past. You saw Christina dying, which means you can go looking for the right people. Meaning what? Meaning this. You don't need ordinary cooks. You can find someone who's already wrist-deep in blood. Someone from Vadim's own circle, for instance. He has plenty of friends left over from the 90s, men who buried people by the dozen. Possibly right here, in this very forest you're walking through. You get inside a bastard like that. You dig through his past. You find a man who escaped justice for everything he's done. The breath caught in my chest. The logic seemed airtight. Perfect. You see it, don't you? The inner voice exulted. You're not just using somebody. You'd be a crusader for justice. You'd punish someone who should have been rotting in a prison cell years ago. And look how neatly it all works out. The killer faces punishment for Vadim's murder and for all his old sins at the same time. Your conscience is spotless. And as for Vadim, well, that's exactly where he belongs. Somebody has to clean this world of garbage like him. I stood in the dark forest and felt a crooked smile pulling itself across my split, broken lips. It solved everything. I wasn't a monster. I was a sanitation worker, a sword of retribution. But there's still Svetka, my pragmatic half reminded me, carefully. What exactly is her crime? The pity that had been strangling me not long ago evaporated completely. None, I said aloud, calmly, flatly. It's just that she's practically a corpse already. Death has been following her around that clinic for a while now. Exactly. The voice seized on it triumphantly, driving the final nail into the coffin of my conscience. And now think about this. Say you go soft. Say you leave her alive and let her get her hands on half the inheritance. You think you'd be doing her a favor? No, you idiot. You'd be killing her. In the cruelest way possible. You'll end up killing her either way. Do you understand that? There simply is no other version of this. I stood still, listening to that frighteningly coherent logic. Leave her that kind of money, and what happens? She'll relapse on day one and shoot everything straight into a vein. She'll do nothing but enrich the scum who sell her that poison. Everything that could rightfully have been yours will end up in the hands of dirty dealers, the same people who are destroying thousands of lives right now. That's what should genuinely sicken you, Igor, not yourself. And your Svetka, once she's burned through every last penny, will keel over from an overdose in some filthy shooting gallery anyway. So why hand that money to the filth? I let out a long, slow breath. The cold forest air no longer burned my lungs. Inside me, a crystalline, ringing clarity settled into place. The pieces locked together. I raised my eyes. In the distance, through the black lattice of tree trunks, the pale yellow lights of the highway flickered weakly. My path was clear. The plan had taken shape. All that was left was to walk toward the light.
Chapter 37. Zorro.
At dawn, while the world still slept wrapped in gray, raw mist, I made it home. I stumbled into the dark hallway, shoved the door shut behind me with everything I had, and threw every lock. I pressed my back against the cold wood and let out a long, slow, whistling breath. This was my victory. I had survived. Survived the way I always had, all through my rotten life. Survival had long since worked its way under my skin and become my second self, my primary reflex. But something had shifted in that forest tonight. I hadn't survived on animal instinct alone. I had survived because of a sudden, crystalline realization. Enough surviving. It was time to live at full throttle, to live in comfort, the way Vadim lived, driving expensive, smooth cars instead of rattling along in my falling apart heap of scrap, walking into expensive restaurants without a second thought. And here was the paradox. No matter what sweaty, grimy, decrepit piece of filth you were, if you had money, people looked at you with respect. Sure, they might think whatever they liked in private. Nobody could stop them. But in practice, they'd be jumping through hoops for you. Just like that little waitress from my dream. Yes, it had been a dream, but it was indistinguishable from reality. I had seen every last detail. Not just Vadim's oily gaze pawing at her figure. I had seen her face, too. She would have gladly given herself to that pig right there on the table if he'd pulled her out of that dead-end job and offered her an easy life. I knew how to read that look. She would have happily fawned over his sweaty, doughy body if it meant posing in the bathroom mirror afterward with a brand new iPhone. A world of women for sale, and men no different. The only distinction between them was that some sold their bodies, and others sold their conscience and other people's lives. Was I any different? Maybe not. In a world of wolves, you howl like a wolf, or you get eaten alive. No, my second voice pushed back, stronger now, more settled in its own skin. You're not like them. You're better than them. You'll be the one who delivers justice. You can see straight through people. You have the gift. You'll be fair to those who deserve it, the genuinely good ones. And those who've rotted from the inside out will be treated accordingly. You're right, I rasped into the empty hallway. You're absolutely right. I peeled my clothes off with great difficulty. Filthy, soaked through with forest damp, sweat, and someone else's blood. I dropped them in a shapeless heap on the floor and dragged myself to the kitchen. Shuffled up to the old wall-mounted wash basin, pressed down the metal rod with my palm, and threw a handful of ice-cold water into my face. Then I braced my good arm against the wall and stared into the cloudy mirror. A monster stared back at me. My face was a wreck. One continuous purple-blue bruise, a swollen nose twisted grotesquely to one side, and a dried crust sealed across split lips. Handsome devil, I said to my reflection with a lopsided smirk, and the movement detonated pain across my entire face. Never mind. We'll fix it all. Get patched up. Money solves everything. I turned sideways, peeled off the remains of my shirt, and examined my right shoulder. The bullet wound. Lucky in its way. The round had somehow missed the bone, but on the way out it had torn away a decent chunk of muscle. Denisov's shot had gone clean through. The wound pulsed with a dull, hot throb, the edges inflamed and caked with dirt. It needed disinfecting. I pulled a bottle of rubbing alcohol from the cabinet, unscrewed the cap with my teeth, and poured the clear liquid generously straight into the open wound. In the same instant, I nearly died. Blinding, searing pain ripped through my body so completely that my knees buckled. My eyes nearly burst from the sheer, monstrous pressure of it. My jaw locked in a spasm so violent I nearly ground my own teeth to powder. A strangled, animal groan tore itself out of my throat. I slid down the wall onto the cold linoleum, gulping at the air in ragged gasps, until the sparks in front of my eyes finally began to go dark and die. When I could think again, I fished out the bandages and wrapped my shoulder tight. Going to a hospital was out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. Any doctor would see at a glance that this wasn't a branch through the arm, wasn't a rebar accident on a construction site. This was a clean gunshot wound. Those 2 cops in the forest would be found soon enough. Yes, a moose killed them. Yes, they were the ones who brought me out there and beat me. But an investigation would start asking questions. What exactly did those officers want from you, Citizen Svintsov? And a bullet hole in my shoulder would be a direct ticket to a cell. No, I would work from the shadows. As a kid, I used to gallop around the apartment with a curtain rod, imagining myself as the elusive Zorro. Well, now I would become him, just with one hell of a mystical upgrade. I dragged myself to my room and dropped heavily onto the bed, stared up at the familiar ceiling with its map of cracks. The pain in my shot shoulder pulsed in time with my heartbeat, but my mind was surprisingly cold, clear as glass. I lay there and mentally weighed other people's lives on invisible scales, deciding which of them death would come for first. Svetka was the easier one to deal with, and there was something twisted and darkly funny about that. The perfect dirty trick to play on Vadim. That degenerate was desperate to get his hands on her share without making a scene. Anyone could see it. He was no doubt already deep in paperwork with his lawyers, plotting out the bureaucratic nightmare of having her declared legally incompetent through the courts. And then, bang, the problem solves itself. Little sister quietly checks out in the rehab clinic from a medical error, or an overdose. Vadim would be thrilled. He'd think, well, how perfectly that all worked out. He'd be pleased with himself, let his guard down, convinced that fortune had finally turned to face him the right way. But his joy would be short-lived. Very short-lived. Because the next weight on my invisible scales would be his fat carcass. That's exactly what I'll do, I whispered into the empty room. And for the first time in that long, brutal night, a genuine, predatory smile spread across my broken lips.
Chapter 38. The Orderly. Rehab. Such a clean, fashionable word. In movies, rehab facilities look like luxury wellness retreats beside a tranquil lake. Somewhere exhausted pop stars sip smoothies, stroll across manicured lawns, and unpack their childhood traumas with soft-spoken therapists in sun-filled offices. In our town, things were different. Here, the word existed for one purpose only, so people didn't have to say the shameful, ugly truth out loud. My sister is locked up in a psychiatric ward kicking a drug habit. Rehab sounded more dignified, more forgivable. In reality, this particular rehab occupied a peeling, dilapidated wing of a formerly abandoned Soviet-era hospital on the edge of town. Security was shared across the entire grounds, a pair of pot-bellied private guards at the main checkpoint who couldn't have cared less what happened on the other side of the fence. Around the building ran a rusty, listing chain-link barrier, densely overgrown with wild, thorny scrub. The first and second floor windows were fitted with solid iron bars. Half the patients inside were drooling, strapped to their beds with wide leather restraints during the worst of their withdrawals. The other half sat locked in stuffy wards. All the dirty work was handled by orderlies, permanently disgruntled men with a grievance against the world, whose primary duties amounted to subduing anyone who got out of hand and cleaning up the mess afterward. I was crouched in the dense, frozen undergrowth, right up against the chain-link fence, watching the clinic's rear yard. It was a bitter night. My shot shoulder ached with every breath, my ruined face burned, but I had learned to switch that pain off. The new, dark hunger inside me was stronger than any of it. I waited. My eyes were fixed on the service entrance. The heavy metal door was propped open a crack, wedged at the bottom with half a dirty concrete brick. By the rules, it was supposed to be locked at all times, but the orderlies had long since stopped bothering. It saved them rattling through their keys every time they came out for a smoke, and it let the sour, accumulated stench of unwashed bodies and disinfectant bleed out of the corridors. Beside the door, under a dim yellow light, stood a huge white plastic bucket,
the kind that comes filled with filler compound, packed to the rim with cigarette butts. I sat in the darkness, fused with it, and I wasn't merely watching. I had thrown my consciousness open like a radar dish. I was scanning every person who stepped out into that small circle of light. I was looking for a rotten soul, a maggot-riddled vessel I could use, break, and discard without a flicker of remorse. Someone who would make it look like an accident, and if they got caught afterward, well, that was their problem. I looked, and I found. The door swung open with a creak, and out onto the step came a big, heavy man alone, wearing a crumpled blue surgical scrub suit. He had a puffy, stubbled face and the flat, dead eyes of a man who worked in an abattoir. He clicked a cheap lighter, drew deep, and leaned his shoulder lazily against the doorframe, staring out into the dark. Staring straight in my direction, with no idea anyone was watching. From the bushes, I locked on to those empty eyes. I reached toward his mind, pressing through the thin membrane of human defense. I needed to know what was hiding behind that blue uniform. The world flickered. A flash. My consciousness plunged headlong into a stranger's skull. I was no longer crouching in the frost. I was inside him, sinking into his most recent memory, the freshest one, the sweetest one. The one he was turning over in his head right now, savoring it along with his cigarette. The image before my eyes was sharp and disturbingly real. I was looking through his eyes. We were in a hospital corridor, standing beside a half-open ward door. In front of us was a young female patient, thin, pale, shaking hard with the early tremors of withdrawal. She swallowed and looked up at me like a cornered animal. "Want a cigarette?" said my borrowed, hoarse voice. "Please," she whispered. My heavy hand pulled the cigarette from my pocket. I held it out almost level with her face. She reached for it desperately, and I yanked it back with a slow, mocking smirk. "Nothing's free in here," the orderly drawled, tasting each word with quiet pleasure. "You do something for me with those pretty lips, and I'll give you the whole pack. You know what I mean. Deal?" But the girl's reaction broke his script. Despite the screaming hunger in her blood, something inside her, some last scrap of human dignity, caught fire. She looked at his greasy grin, flinched in pure revulsion, and laughed at him. A short, contemptuous laugh, right in his face. Then she turned and walked back into the ward. The chest I was inhabiting flooded instantly with boiling, black rage. Wounded vanity turned the orderly into something animal. His jaw clenched until the tendons stood out. "We'll see what you say when I'm on the night shift, you little bitch," he whispered. Bang! The image cut hard. Same day. Deep night. The pale wash of a duty lamp. I was standing over a hospital bed. The same girl was lying in it. "There you are," the orderly said, with predatory satisfaction. "Doctors ordered you a sedative." The girl came awake in an instant. Her eyes went wide with primal terror. She understood. It was the middle of the night. There were no rounds, and this injection was not medicine. "No, no, get away from me!" she screamed, trying to throw herself toward the wall. But the orderly's massive hands moved without hesitation. In one powerful, practiced motion, he flipped her onto her stomach. He drove her face down hard into the stiff hospital pillow, cutting off her air completely, turning her scream into a muffled, animal whimper. Metal buckles clinked against the bed frame. With practiced speed, in seconds, he locked her wrists to the iron rails with thick leather restraints. A preloaded syringe appeared in my hand. The needle drove into her thigh without mercy. The plunger went down. She didn't lose consciousness. The drug hit her brain like a detonation, turning her muscles to paralyzed water, stripping away any capacity to resist. But she understood everything. every second of it. I heard the sound of a belt buckle. The orderly's enormous, sweating body came down on top of her, pressing her into the sagging mattress with his full weight. He ground her down with steady, implacable brutality. The girl fought, wrenched at her bound wrists with everything she had left, but the leather straps only stretched with a dry creak and held. She was completely, utterly helpless. And that was exactly what he wanted. Flash. I was hurled out of his mind and slammed back into the frozen dark. I was crouching in the thorn bushes again, breathing in ragged pulls, my fingers locked around the icy chain-link fence until my knuckles had gone bone white. Bile surged up my throat. I had felt it, physically felt it, all the filth and rot that made up this man's soul. He wasn't merely repulsive, he was a genuine monster, and the blue uniform was just the skin he hid inside. I shifted my eyes slowly back to the doorstep. The orderly was still standing there, glaring with dull malice into the corridor darkness where the girl had just disappeared. A slow, cold smile pulled itself across my broken lips. My inner voice had been right, completely, perfectly right. I had no reason to torment myself with guilt. The world itself was handing me ideal instruments for my work. This piece of filth deserved the worst punishment imaginable, and tonight he would receive it. He would become my weapon. He would go inside and kill my half-sister, and then I would make sure that every remaining day of his miserable life was spent in a cage, flinching at shadows, surrounded by creatures exactly like himself. The sword of retribution was raised. It was time to deliver justice. Chapter 39. The Parasite. I crouched in the thorny undergrowth, fused with the frozen dark, eyes fixed on the rehab clinic's battered rear steps. 3 a.m. My shot shoulder pulsed with a dull, persistent ache that announced itself with every breath, but I had learned to ignore it. Tonight the orderly wasn't doing his dirty, disgusting work. Maybe the ward had simply run out of young, powerless girls for him to prey on. Or maybe he was just too tired. It didn't matter either way. Inside my head, a perfect plan had ripened and polished itself to a high shine. Through the smeared, unwashed ground floor window, I watched the heavy shape of him shoulder into the small staff room. He peeled off his blue jacket and draped it over the back of a chair, killed the overhead light, and clicked on a dim table lamp. Then, with a long, grinding sigh, he dropped onto the sagging cot. He was going to sleep. Good. A sleeping mind is completely defenseless. When a person is awake, the brain builds walls, filters out intrusive thoughts. But in sleep, the watchman goes off duty. Consciousness becomes soft, yielding clay, and out of that clay you can shape any nightmare you like, no matter how primal. I waited another 15 minutes, listening to the frost wind moan through the bare branches above me, giving his brain time to sink into deep sleep. I stared straight at him through the darkness, through the undergrowth, through the dirty hospital glass. I compressed my will into a single, thin, white-hot needle and imagined myself inside him. A flash. The sensation was like diving into water that was warm, thick, and profoundly filthy. I was inside his dream. I was his dream. He was dreaming something sticky and damp and dark. Endless tiled hospital corridors, where he moved like an all-powerful lord of the manor, jangling a ring of keys as he walked, savoring what was coming, pushing open the door to a helpless victim's room. I tore that dream apart with a single act of will. The corridor in his head began to contract, the walls flowering with black mold, and I planted a thought. Not words. I didn't speak to him. I made the thought bloom from somewhere deep inside him, as though it were his own sudden, soul-freezing revelation. Svetlana Svintsova pulsed in the base of his brain. She knows everything. She saw everything, and she's going to tell everyone what I've been doing to the patients in here. His sleeping body twitched on the cot. She has a wealthy family, a businessman brother, connections. They won't let this go quietly. They'll have me arrested. Picture the trial, and then the transfer. Prison. In prison, they'll do to me exactly what I've been doing in this clinic, except it'll be men doing it, every single night. I'm finished. Beads of sweat broke out across his forehead. His pulse spiked, his heart hammering like a cornered rat's. Animal terror flooded through him from the inside out. No, no! His mind thrashed in something close to hysteria. I can't let her walk out of here alive. I have to make it look like an accident. The right cocktail in a syringe. Cardiac arrest, secondary to withdrawal syndrome. Who's going to dig into it? Nobody. And even if someone notices, the chief physician will bury it himself to keep the scandal quiet. A word to the pathologist. Worst case, I get let go with a resignation letter. But not prison. He'll find a position at another clinic and that'll be that. I have to do it right now, before she calls her family. His eyes snapped open in the half-dark of the staff room, but they were no longer his eyes. They were mine. The heavy, borrowed body sat up on the cot. I made it stand. The motor control was crude and sluggish, but it obeyed me without resistance. We crossed to the medicine cabinet. I was no doctor, but his hands knew exactly what they were doing. A magnesium ampule, a brutal dose of haloperidol, potassium chloride. Glass necks snapped off one after another with a dry crack. The needle entered an ampule, drawing a cloudy, heart-stopping cocktail up into the plastic cylinder. I walked out into the corridor. The smell hit immediately. A dense, suffocating wall of bleach, stale urine, unwashed bodies, and sour institutional soup. It was so real it caught in my throat. Step by step, I guided the massive body toward Svetlana's ward. The door gave with a quiet creak. The room was dark, lit only by the spill of a streetlight through the barred window. Svetka wasn't asleep, and, to my surprise, she wasn't strapped to the bed with restraints. She turned her head at the sound of the door. She looked directly at me. Her eyes narrowed strangely as she peered through the half-darkness, and in those dull, drug-ravaged eyes I saw something unexpected. Deep confusion, as though she were trying to make out a familiar face beneath an unfamiliar mask. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice hoarse, cracked, fractured. And in the same instant her eyes went wide. The survival instinct fired. She understood that orderlies didn't come to your room at 3 a.m. carrying a syringe for any good reason. She understood exactly why he had come. Svetka opened her mouth to scream. I moved without thinking. My enormous, borrowed hand shot forward and clamped down hard over her thin jaw, driving her head into the mattress. With my other hand, I raised the syringe, aiming for her neck. But I had underestimated the animal hunger to live. Svetka twisted with extraordinary force. Her dry arm whipped upward and cracked hard against my wrist. The syringe sprang from the orderly's fingers and skittered away into some corner of the room. In the same instant, her teeth sank into the index finger of the hand that was silencing her. I howled. The pain was not borrowed. It ripped through me completely, every bit of it mine. I felt her teeth tear through skin, grinding down to the bone. Sharp, pulsing agony detonated in my brain. I clenched my jaw, wrenched the bitten finger out of her teeth by main force, and with my free hand yanked the feather pillow from beneath her head. Then I dropped my full, considerable weight onto her and pressed the pillow straight down into her face with both hands. Svetka thrashed. She fought with such desperate force that the metal bed frame shrieked against the floor. Her thin legs hammered the mattress. Her nails raked my forearms and drew long, deep, bloody furrows. She twisted and arched and clawed, trying to throw off the suffocating weight of it. But the orderly's enormous body was relentless. I pressed down, with everything I had. Her movements grew more ragged. There was no air. The body beneath the pillow released several horrible, convulsive shudders, arching like a bow, and then slowly went slack. Her hands slid from my forearms and fell onto the sheet. I breathed in ragged pulls, sweat stenned up slowly. I swept my gaze across the floor until I found the syringe where it had rolled under the bedside table and picked it up. The needle was intact. The cocktail inside, still ready. The original plan had gone to hell. I turned the plastic cylinder over in my hand. Properly speaking, all I needed to do was take the evidence and leave. Let them find the orderly here in the morning. Let them arrest him for the obvious, ugly murder. But then it came to me. I looked at the cloudy, lethal liquid in my borrowed hand, and I knew. A monster like this couldn't be left alive even long enough to face a trial. The instrument of execution was already between my fingers. I could end him right now. All that mattered was breaking the connection before the poison spread through the blood and stopped my own heart. I threw open the floodgates again and crashed a new black wave of concentrated, first-person despair down onto his consciousness. Everything went wrong. The panicked thought ricocheted through his skull. I ruined everything. Look, write this off as an overdose now. The investigative committee will be here tomorrow. They'll find my skin under her fingernails. I'm finished. They'll tear me apart in prison. I felt his will crack under the weight of that absolute dead end, the way green wood cracks, with a sound you can almost hear. There was no way out. I turned and walked his limp, broken body back to the staff room. He dropped heavily into the chair. I repositioned the syringe in my grip. The manufactured terror of prison had paralyzed his self-preservation instinct entirely. He didn't even resist. I drove the needle straight into his thigh with one hard motion. The plunger compressed. The poison entered the vein. Flash. I severed the connection in an emergency brake. The clinic spat me out. A sharp gust of frozen wind hit my face. I was crouching in the bare bushes outside the rehab grounds, breathing in rough, broken pulls, my lungs on fire. It made it in time. I kept my eyes on the lit window of the staff room. Inside, the orderly's body gave one long convulsion and began to list slowly sideways. The cocktail had done its work. I tried to wipe the sweat from my forehead with my left hand and hissed sharply through my teeth. A hot, pulsing pain detonated through my left hand. I raised it slowly toward my face. In the dim wash of a distant streetlight, I saw it. On the index finger of my left hand, darkening to a deep blue-black, still seeping, was a precise, unmistakable set of human bite marks. The wound Svetka had left on the orderly's finger, and then I felt it. Both forearms igniting beneath my jacket sleeves, as though someone had pressed a brand against the skin. The deep scratches Svetka had raked into the orderly's arms in her final, desperate struggle. A cold, paralyzing shudder ran the length of my spine. I stared at my wounds, turning over the impossible physics of what had happened, unable to make it fit into anything I understood. How was this possible? How deep and terrible was this connection, if physical damage transferred to my actual body? What kind of gift is this? Was all I managed, a shaking whisper, my eyes fixed on my bloodied hand. I pulled my hood up, turned away, and did my best not to limp as I dissolved into the cold, merciful dark. Chapter 40. Morning, the color of blood. I was woken by a monstrous, paralyzing thought. They know everything. They know I had a hand in Svetka's death. They know about the orderly. I lurched upright in bed, breathing hard, and physically felt an invisible noose cinching tight around my throat. The air in the house seemed thick, suffocating. I'm finished, I whispered through cracked, dry lips. I ran to the window and peered carefully out into the yard. Outside it was fully light, already around 11 in the morning, but an unnatural, dead silence had settled over everything. No passing cars, no random pedestrians, a suspicious, predatory silence. How could they already know? A crystal-clear answer detonated through my feverish brain. Vadim. Of course. Early morning shift change at the clinic. They'd found 2 bodies and called Vadim immediately. And that calculating piece of filth had instantly seen how to twist the whole thing to his advantage. The necklace setup hadn't worked, so now he was going to hang a double murder around my neck. He'd already had his people moving. They were coming for me. Damn it. I needed to finish that bastard as fast as possible. If Vadim was dead, the whole house of cards collapsed. Every accusation would fall apart. There'd be no one left to pay his dirty cops, and I hadn't left a single physical trace inside the clinic. I dressed in a frantic rush and got out of the house. Vadim's mansion was about 800 meters away. I moved at a fast walk along the pavement, constantly looking over my shoulder, head pulled down between my shoulders. I could feel eyes on me from every window, from every parked car on the street. Walking in broad daylight was unbearable. I yanked my hood down to my eyebrows, desperately trying to hide my bruised, swollen wreck of a face from the world. Then, directly ahead, a white car with a blue stripe nosed out into the road. Traffic police, coming from the direction of Vadim's house. My stomach dropped. Run? They'd spot me, give chase. I lowered my chin to my chest and kept walking, straight toward them. The patrol car rolled slowly past. I let out a strangled breath. An invisible concrete slab fell from my shoulders. Close. The target was getting nearer with every step. Whoop, whoop! A short, sharp blast of siren ripped open the morning quiet. Tires screamed. The patrol car spun hard in the middle of the road, shot up onto the curb, and stopped right beside me. The roof lights blazed to life. My breath seized. Stay calm. Play the local drunk. Or just get inside their heads. Make them see someone else. Use the gift. The passenger door opened. Citizen! A sharp, authoritative voice. I stopped. I focused, reaching out the way I had before, trying to push my will into the officer's mind. Nothing. My consciousness hit a blank wall, as though I were pressing against solid stone. Why isn't it working? Does he have some kind of defense? The officer came closer, squinting in the morning light as he looked me over. His body went visibly rigid. Good morning, Traffic Inspector Captain Stepanov. What happened to your face? I said nothing, still hammering uselessly at that invisible wall. Citizen, documents, please. The captain's voice hardened. Then, from the half-open window of the patrol car, came the voice of the second officer, the one behind the wheel. Seryog, hold him. He matches the description. Time stopped. Captain Stepanov took one step back and reached for the holster on his hip. The retention clip snapped open. They're Vadim's men. They're going to kill me right here. And then reality lurched. The world blinked. The morning chill vanished from my skin. I was looking at the scene from inside the patrol car. My hands were wrapped around an unfamiliar service pistol. It'd done it. I was inside the partner. The quiet street exploded with a deafening crack. Lieutenant Gavrilov, the body I was now occupying, drove 2 rounds directly into his own captain. Flash. I was wrenched back into my own body with savage force. My brain understood what had to happen next without a single conscious thought. Captain Stepanov was falling straight toward me. From the captain's chest, torn open by the bullets, a scalding, sticky fountain of blood erupted, drenching my jacket and face. The acrid bite of gunpowder hit my nose like a fist, and a dull, jarring pain flared in my right shoulder from the recoil it just fired through someone else. No time. I caught the collapsing body and used it as a shield, yanked the captain's pistol from its holster in the same motion, and fired through the side window at the officer behind the wheel. Once. Twice. The glass burst into a spray of fine fragments. Lieutenant Gavrilov jerked and went still, his forehead dropping onto the steering wheel. It was over. The only sound breaking the morning silence was the dry, static crackle of the police radio. I stood in the middle of an empty street in broad daylight, breathing in ragged pulls, a pistol in my hand. My gift had kept me alive again. I had made the partner shoot first. But staring at the cooling bodies and the bright red pools spreading slowly across the asphalt, I understood something terrible. Until this moment, I had been a puppeteer, working through borrowed hands, leaving no fingerprints of my own. But the last shot, the shot that killed Gavrilov, I had fired myself. In my own body, with my own hands. I was a killer now, a physical one. That fact could not be hidden, any more than the security cameras on the buildings around me could be unhappened. Everything had changed in a single instant. I was no longer an invisible avenger dispensing justice from the shadows. I was an ordinary criminal, a cornered animal that the whole city would now hunt with dogs and shoot on sight, no questions asked. There would be no mercy. Chapter 41. The Lead Point. I was running like a man who had completely lost his mind. My lungs burned, gulping icy morning air mixed with the spatter of someone else's blood still wet on my face. Heavy boots churned the autumn mud with a wet, sucking rhythm, but I felt no exhaustion. My entire body was one solid knot of adrenaline, my primitive, high-octane fuel. Why am I even running toward him? What's the point now? What do I think I'm going to accomplish? I was already a dead man. Maybe not physically, but legally, without question. One traffic cop was cooling down in a patrol car, another was spread out on the asphalt. My face was on every camera in the area. My fingerprints were on the gun I dropped back there somewhere. I was going to prison regardless. The inheritance was gone forever. My life was over. So what did I care about Vadim? I cared because every drop of blood spilled since Christina's death was on his thick, sweaty hands. If he hadn't sent his pet cops after me, they wouldn't have died in the woods. I wouldn't have had to smother Svetka. But that wasn't even the main thing. The main thing was that it was he, Vadim, who had woken the beast inside me. If he hadn't backed me into a corner, I would never have discovered this black curse, never possessed that elk, never tasted someone else's agony. His own greed and arrogance had sculpted me into a monster, and now that monster had come to devour him. I cut away from the main street and ducked into a labyrinth of narrow, car-choked courtyards. I moved hunched low, like a predator, sliding along gray concrete walls, checking around every corner. No one could spot me before the time was right. Reaching the end of a brick fence, I peered carefully around the edge. Ahead rose my half-brother's upscale mansion, ringed by its wrought iron fence. A patrol car was parked in front of the tall gate. No lights flashing, but its presence said everything. There they are, I hissed through my split lips, still breathing hard. Bought and paid for. Already at his place. Sitting somewhere warm, drinking coffee, working out how to bury me even deeper. The heavy front door of the mansion opened with a soft click. I went taut instantly, every muscle coiled like a spring. 2 police officers stepped out onto the front steps. One in uniform, the driver. The other in plain clothes, short leather jacket, jeans, sharp, watchful eyes. A detective. A cop Vadim owned body and soul. They came down the stone steps without hurrying and headed across the yard toward the patrol car. Vadim stayed on the porch. He stood there with a smug smile, pulling his jacket tighter around himself as he watched them go, wearing the expression of a man who owned the world and knew it. The plan formed in my adrenaline-flooded brain at the speed of lightning. Get inside the plainclothes one's head. Turn him around. Have him walk back to the house. Draw his service weapon. and empty the entire magazine point blank into that hated, bloated piece of filth standing right there on those steps. I kept my burning eyes locked on the back of the detective's head as they walked down the paved path. I was gathering every ounce of my scalding, boiling hatred into a single narrow beam, taking the seconds I needed to tune in to his frequency, to find his mind and take aim. The cop reached the car and put his hand on the passenger door handle. Now, I was no longer just a spectator. I was an executioner, a puppeteer cracking open another person's psyche. And I struck. Flash. The world turned inside out with a deafening crack. I was in. I was standing beside the patrol car. The smell of my host's expensive cologne hit me first. His body felt dense, well-fed, strong. My hand rested on the door handle. I didn't waste a fraction of a second. I detonated a suggestion of monstrous force into his consciousness. I wasn't whispering thoughts into him. I was threading his neurons through with white-hot needles of pure, savage paranoia. I drove a single ironclad conviction deep into his subconscious. Vadim Svintsov is the real killer, not Igor Svintsov. God, how blind I've been. The thought ignited inside his skull, my skull, flooding the mind with images of a blood-soaked massacre. It was Vadim. Vadim ordered the hit on Svetka at the clinic. Vadim killed the orderly. Vadim shot our guys on the road. He framed his brother to cover his tracks. He's eliminating witnesses. The detective's body flinched. The hand resting on the car door began to tremble. Fine, rapid, involuntary tremors. His pulse spiked into the stratosphere. His eyes. I saw his eyes. He's not going to let us walk away. I poured on the pressure, cinching a phantom noose tighter around his throat. He's got a gun. He's standing right there on the porch. He's already drawn it. He's going to put us both down, me and my partner. We're witnesses. We're no use to him anymore. Hell, shoot me in the back. The cop's survival instinct screamed and drowned out every rational thought. His reasoning mind collapsed under the weight of this concrete, implanted truth. The fear of death erased all laws, all chain of command. Kill or be killed, right now. The thought blazed through him, cold and absolute. His hand, my hand, tore away from the car door. Fingers moved on pure muscle memory, diving under the leather jacket in a flash. Click. Holster unsnapped. The heavy, cold grip of a Makarov pistol settled perfectly into his palm. I paused for 1 second, turned my head, and looked directly into the eyes of the uniformed driver standing frozen by the hood. "It's Vadim," I said, hoarse, level, through borrowed lips. "Vadim Svintsov is the real killer, not Igor." I didn't wait for a response. I turned and walked back toward the mansion at a fast, purposeful stride. There was only one thing in front of me now. On the porch, Vadim went white as chalk. His piggy little eyes stretched wide with absolute, animal terror. The moment he saw me coming, he lurched backward in panic, grabbed the door handle in both hands, and began frantically hauling the heavy front door shut behind him, trying to get inside and hide. "Freeze! Police!" A sharp, commanding shout split the morning quiet from somewhere behind me. I didn't slow down. "That's my partner. He's covering me." "Svintsov, don't move. I will fire." "Scared now, you piece of filth?" I roared inside my own head, watching Vadim scrabble in terror to get back inside. "Figured out your pet cops aren't your dogs anymore. You can't hide from us." Bang! The flat, cracking report of a warning shot fired into the air, punched through the air. "Svintsov, face down, now, move!" The voice behind me was cracking under the strain. "That's it, put him on the ground," I urged the partner silently. Vadim was still yanking the door toward him in a panic, only a narrow gap remaining. A few more steps and I'd kick it in, and we'd have the bastard caught between us. I raised the pistol and aimed into the gap. Bang! The second shot was deafening, and in the same millisecond, something slammed into my thigh with catastrophic, knockdown force. A lead bullet dropped me where I stood. A blinding explosion of pain shredded my consciousness. My fingers went slack on their own. They simply had nothing left. The heavy Makarov tore out of my grip and hit the paving stones with a sharp, metallic clang, spinning away. The ground rushed up to meet me. My body went limp and crashed onto the cold asphalt with my full, dead weight. The pain was so total, I couldn't even scream. All that came out of my throat was a wretched, broken rasp. Something heavy dropped onto me from above. A knee ground hard between my shoulder blades. Rough hands seized my wrists without mercy and wrenched them up behind my back. Click, click. Cold metal, handcuffs locked tight. I lay there, suffocating, cheek pressed against the filthy paving stones. I didn't understand anything. Through a blur of tears, I forced my head up and looked, and the world I had built inside my mind came apart completely. In front of me, breathing hard, weapons still raised and trained on me, stood two men. One in police uniform, the driver, and the other in a short leather jacket and jeans, the very same plainclothes detective whose mind I had believed, just seconds ago, that I was occupying. Alive, real, entirely himself. And directly behind them, the heavy front door of the mansion was slowly swinging open. And stepping through it, face pale, expression shattered with fear, was my half-brother, Vadim Svintsov.
Chapter 42. Christina.
A dead, ringing silence. I don't know how much time had passed since my face was driven into the frozen paving stones in front of Vadim's mansion. Time moved differently here, inside these walls. It wasn't measured in hours. It was measured in meal trays and forced injections, after which consciousness dissolved into a thick, gray cotton wool. I sat shackled to a heavy metal chair bolted to the floor. The rough, dense canvas of a straitjacket had my shoulders locked in a vise, not even my fingers free to move. Wide leather straps crossed my chest and bit into my ankles. The air was saturated with the caustic, nauseating smell of bleach, cheap soap, and old despair. On the other side of the metal table sat the man, Arkady Ilyich, chief physician of the forensic psychiatric unit, a man with tired, watery eyes and a neat gray beard. He didn't look at me with hatred or fear, the way the detectives had. He looked at me with professional, dissecting curiosity, the way an entomologist looks at a rare insect pinned to a corkboard. In front of him lay a thick yellow folder, swollen with papers. "Your case, Igor Valentinovich, is genuinely unique from a clinical psychiatry standpoint," Arkady Ilyich began unhurriedly, lifting his glasses off his nose and polishing them with a small cloth. Not a trace of emotion in his voice. "You are absolutely convinced that you possess some kind of mystical gift, a gift of astral projection. You claim to be capable of penetrating the minds of other people, even animals, subjugating their will and compelling them to carry out your commands, correct?" I stared at this dry, bureaucratic man from under my brow, pure contempt in my eyes. My jaw tightened involuntarily. "How many times do we have to go over the same ground?" I rasped. The tablets had turned my throat to sandpaper. "I've already told your investigators everything, and you as well." "Patience, Igor." The psychiatrist settled his glasses back onto his nose. "The thing is, your invented world contains one fundamental, irresolvable paradox. You claim that you are merely an invisible puppeteer, a spirit, but when your host sustained a physical injury, why did that injury appear on your own body?" He opened the folder and removed several color photographs, laying them out on the table in front of me with careful precision. The bite mark on your left index finger. The very one which, according to your version of events, patient Svetlana left on the orderly's hand at the rehabilitation clinic. The gunshot wound in your right shoulder, in the exact spot where Major Denisov allegedly shot a forest elk. He paused. Tell me, Igor, as someone who spent so long searching for logic in everything, does none of that give you pause? Spirits don't bleed. I don't know how the connection works, I snarled, jerking against the straps. The metal chair gave a vile clank. It's blowback, the price of the gift. Arkady Ilyich let out a long, slow sigh. The sigh of a man dealing with a difficult child. The thing is, Igor, the investigation is complete. The prosecutor's office has finally delivered all the materials in your criminal case. It took nearly 3 months to compile every forensic report, every piece of camera footage, every witness statement. And today, we are going to try to break through your defensive psychosis together. We are going to try to look at reality. Took your bought dogs long enough to cobble all that paperwork together, I said, with a sharp, ugly smile. Figuring out the most convenient way to lock me up so Vadim could swallow everything whole. The psychiatrist ignored the jab. He laced his fingers together and leaned forward. Consider this, Igor, a simple experiment. You claim to possess an extraordinarily powerful ability to control minds. You hate me. You hate these straps. So why don't you reach into my mind right now? Make me stand up. Make me unbuckle your restraints and open the ward door. Why aren't you doing it? My nostrils flared with rage. It's your chemicals, I snarled, wrenching at my bound wrists. Your damned pills. You've been pumping me full of haloperidol. You've turned my brain into slop. That poison blocks my signal. I can't concentrate. These pills, Igor, don't block a signal. They suppress your psychosis, the doctor cut in, gently but with absolute finality. They stop your mind from sheltering behind hallucinations. But fine. Let's assume the medication is to blame. Let's set aside the mysticism and turn to the cold facts of the case. He turned a page in the yellow folder. You claim that you were physically present in your sister Christina's home at the moment of her death, that you went to see her, an argument erupted between you, she insulted your mother, and in a fit of rage, you shoved her. She slipped on spilled marinade, struck the back of her head, and died, and that you, guided by the voice of a supernatural entity, removed a black bag containing 4 kilograms of gold from her storage room. Is that correct? Am I getting anything wrong? Yes, that's exactly how it happened, I confirmed furiously, straining every muscle beneath the coarse fabric until it hurt. I was there. I took what was mine. I brought those ingots home and hid them in the basement. I have said this 1,000 times. Arkady Ilyich drew a long, almost sorrowful breath. He placed a printed document on the table. Igor Valentinovich, you were not there. You were not there at all. I went still. The air in the room seemed to turn to ice. What are you talking about? I rasped. That evening you were at home. You had too much to drink, fell asleep at the kitchen table, and never left the building. This is confirmed by your mobile phone cell tower data and by the street surveillance cameras covering the entire route. You do not appear on a single one of them. The doctor tapped a finger on the document in front of him. Christina's live-in partner, Nikolai, was present in the house at the time of the tragedy. These are his official witness statements. He was standing in the kitchen doorway and saw everything from beginning to end. Christina was completely alone. She simply dropped the jar, slipped on the mushrooms, and struck the back of her head. It was an accident. A tragic, senseless domestic accident. No argument, no murder, and no you. He paused. Nikolai also confirmed that there was never any gold in that house. certainly not 4 kilograms of bullion. And as a precaution, investigators searched your basement. There are no buried metal ingots there either. He's lying, the words tore out of me. Vadim paid him off. Vadim made him say that, to cover himself and make me look insane. Nikolai has no reason to lie, Igor. Just as cell tower records and street cameras have no reason to lie, the psychiatrist continued, his voice flat and pitiless. Let us go back to the chronology. At the wake, your brother Vadim described to you in precise detail how your sister died. The jar, the mushrooms, the shattered floor tile. And your brain, inflamed by alcoholic psychosis, by a sense of deep social injustice, by savage hatred of your family, simply took that account and wrote you into it. The psychiatrist leaned forward, studying my dilated pupils. Your mind constructed a perfect illusion, Igor. It invented a demon who granted you the right to take revenge. But most importantly, it invented your guilt in your sister's death. It needed you to feel like a killer, not an instrument of justice, a killer specifically. The doctor's words were dropping onto me like heavy concrete blocks, grinding my defenses to dust. Do you understand? Arkady Ilyitch's voice hardened. For an ordinary person, crossing that line is terrifying. Spilling blood for the first time is terrifying. But your brain convinced you that you had already done it, that there was no way back. You believed you had already killed your sister, and that invented sin released every internal brake you had. You allowed yourself to go on killing because you believed, by that point, that you had nothing left to lose. That's a lie, I whispered, shaking my head in desperation. My world, my carefully constructed, life-saving reality, cracked with a sound like a detonation. You're lying, I screamed until my voice broke, thrashing in the restraints so violently that the chair skittered and shrieked across the floor. You're all lying. This is a conspiracy. You just want to drive me insane. Quiet, Igor. Quiet. Save your strength. Arkady Ilyich didn't flinch. He watched my breakdown with the perfectly level, cool gaze of a man who witnesses shattered minds every single day. You may choose to see Nikolai as your brother's pawn. You may deny the facts. That is your right. But we've only just begun. The psychiatrist carefully turned to the next page in the thick folder. A hard, surgical gleam passed through his eyes. What comes next, Igor, will be far more interesting. Chapter 43. Kirill. The air in the office felt heavy, the way it does before a thunderstorm. My breath came out in a whistling rasp through my parched throat. Blood pulsed at my temples, and the sheet of paper with Nikolai's statement still floated in front of my eyes. My brain was scrambling desperately to throw up new barricades in place of the ones that had just collapsed. But Arkady Ilyich didn't give me a single second to regroup. He turned several pages in his bulging yellow folder without any change of expression. Well, we've dealt with Christina. Now let's move on to the next episode. Kirill. The psychiatrist looked at me over the top of his glasses. You blame yourself for his death as well. Though in this case, according to your own account, you killed him not through any physical act, but through the use of your newly awakened gift, correct? I said nothing, staring at him from under my brow. You claim, the doctor continued, consulting his notes, that you first entered Kirill's mind in order to find out which road he was traveling, and then transferred your consciousness into a wild animal, a roe deer. Inside this animal's body, you ran at speed through the forest in order to dart out onto the road directly in front of Kirill's car and cause a fatal accident. Have I summarized that correctly? Yes, I said hoarsely. Being asked to recount my triumph returned a small grain of certainty to me. I was there. I could smell the pine needles and the wet earth. I made him yank the wheel. Excellent. And this is precisely where, Igor, we run into one critical detail. A detail that smashes your entire logic to pieces. Arkady Ilyitch's voice remained level and completely without effect. Either you chose to suppress it, or, more likely, your brain simply failed to account for it when constructing this particular hallucination. The psychiatrist folded his hands together. Let's return once more to the fundamental rule of your so-called gift. Any physical injury sustained by your host is instantly mirrored on your own body. Blowback, as you termed it. A bite means a bite. A bullet means a bullet wound. It follows, then, that if Kirill had struck that roe deer at speed and killed it, your human body, lying at home at the time, should also have died from multiple fractures and ruptured internal organs. Correct? I let a contemptuous smile cross my face. This office-bound worm thought he'd caught me. Exactly right, I threw back at him, but he didn't hit me. When I burst out onto the asphalt in the animal's body, Kirill jerked the wheel. He swerved into the ditch to avoid the impact. I took no damage in the animal's body whatsoever. The car flew past me and hit a tree. I had calculated every part of it. Arkady Ilyitch studied me for a long, unreadable moment. Then he slowly reached toward the folder. Your brain is a remarkable defense mechanism, Igor Valentinovich. It patches holes in your invented reality with extraordinary precision. But against physical evidence, it is powerless. The doctor withdrew several color photographs, A4 size, and laid them on the metal table in front of my face, one after another. I lowered my eyes. The first photograph showed Kirill's car, crushed, contorted into a heap of scrap metal, driven hard into the trunk of a massive pine. The bonnet had folded like an accordion. The windscreen was gone. But it was the second photograph that stopped me cold. The tarmac of the highway. Tire marks scorched into the surface, and the torn, broken body of a large roe deer, snapped almost in two, lying in a pool of blood so dark it looked black in the camera flash. The third photograph showed a close-up of Kirill's front bumper, caved inward, with tufts of fur and pieces of flesh caught in the crumpled metal. Kirill did indeed die when his car struck a tree at 140 kilometers per hour. Arkady Ilyitch's voice reached me as if from a great distance. But before leaving the road, he struck an animal and killed it outright. The impact was catastrophic. That impact is precisely what caused him to lose control. I stared at the bloodied carcass in the photograph, and a thin, maddening ringing began to build in my ears. The pieces don't fit, Igor, the psychiatrist said, his tone merciless, tapping his pen against the photograph of the dead deer. By your own logic, your gift, your rules of blowback, you should not be sitting across from me in that chair right now. Your body should have been reduced to pulp on the floor of your house. But you are alive, without a scratch, which means you were not inside that animal. That's... I swallowed thickly, wrenching at the restraints. My breathing had gone ragged. That's Photoshop. Igor, the doctor began with a sigh. You staged all of it, I screamed, feeling panic sink its frozen claws into my gut. The investigators planted this. They faked these photos. You've been planning this for a long time, to drive me out of my mind. I won't even bother asking why we would do that, Arkady Ilyitch cut in, calm as stone. I know that your inflamed mind can find an explanation for anything right now, up to and including a global conspiracy. But let's be honest with each other. I can see doubt beginning to break through in your eyes. You are an intelligent person, Igor, and your own real logic, the logic that is truly yours, is screaming at you right now that I am right. And that is a very good thing. That is the first step toward recovery. I was breathing hard, unable to pull my eyes from the photographs of the dead animal on the table. My reality was coming apart at the seams, splitting open and falling to pieces. Understand just one thing. The psychiatrist's voice softened suddenly, the official severity draining out of it. We have now examined 2 deaths together. If you were truly in the hands of corrupt agents, as you call them, they would be trying to beat a confession out of you. They would be pressing you to take the blame. But notice what is actually happening here, in this room, right now. I am sitting in front of you and, on the basis of established facts, proving that you had no part in any of it. The doctor leaned closer to me, looking directly into my eyes. I am proving your innocence to you, Igor. These were accidents. Tragic, terrible, but accidents. Coincidences. You had absolutely nothing to do with them. You did not kill them. The doctor's words bounced off the tiled walls and seeped into my brain like a poison, dissolving everything I had ever believed. Arkady Ilyich held a long pause, allowing the thought to take root in my mind completely.
Chapter 44. Denisov and Romanov. Arkady Ilyich rummaged through his bottomless yellow folder again. He produced several more color photographs and dealt them onto the metal table with deliberate care, as though laying out a hand of cards. In the first image, Major Denisov lay in a pool of mud and his own blood. His chest had been punctured, his clothes soaked through with crimson. The second photograph showed Lieutenant Romanov, or rather, what was left of him. His head had been reduced to a horrific, pulped ruin. "There you are, Igor. Take a good look," the psychiatrist said in a measured, almost lulling tone. "You claim that these 2 police officers were killed in the forest by a bull elk, a massive wild animal whose mind you allegedly entered. In your version of events, the elk was blinded by rage, gored Major Denisov with its antlers, and trampled the lieutenant to death with its hooves. Correct?" I said nothing, breathing hard and unevenly. My eyes were fixed on the photographs of my dead enemies. But reality, Igor, is considerably more prosaic and considerably more brutal. Arkady Ilyich placed one more photograph on top of the others. It was a close-up of a thick, snapped branch coated in dark, dried blood and shreds of flesh. Denisov's chest was pierced with this stick. I couldn't suppress my reaction when I heard that. My eyebrows climbed involuntarily, and an unpleasant, clammy chill ran down my spine. You truly became something like a devil in that moment, under catastrophic stress, facing mortal danger, the doctor continued, watching my reaction closely. But you were not any elk. You simply grabbed a sharpened branch, got to your feet, and drove it into Denisov's chest with every ounce of your raw, primal strength. Arkady Ilyich tapped his pen against the photograph of the major. As he was dying, Denisov's finger closed on the trigger by reflex. And the bullet, the very bullet you attributed to blowback from a wounded animal, simply grazed your shoulder. He paused. What followed, Igor, played out like something from a violent action film. The psychiatrist moved his pen to the photograph of the dead Romanov. The lieutenant, seeing his superior die, opened fire on you. But you didn't freeze. You grabbed Denisov's limp body and used it as a shield. Forensic examination found several rounds in the major's body that had been fired from Romanov's service weapon. And the moment the lieutenant's magazine ran dry, you threw the corpse aside and launched yourself at Romanov. Yes, exactly like a wild animal. But it wasn't hooves that destroyed his face. You beat him to death with a large stone. The forensic team found it next to his body. The doctor paused and removed his glasses. Ah, one more detail. As for the handcuffs, he set his glasses on the table. No one put them on you. Both pairs were found untouched in the belt holsters of the dead officers. As I listened to all of this, a nervous, vicious laughter was starting to boil up inside me. My brain, still thick with medication, had begun to sharpen at the edges, recovering some of its old, hard clarity. "What a fascinating account, Doctor," I said with open sarcasm,
jerking at my bound wrists. Practically a screenplay for a crime series. But then, why don't you go ahead and explain one more little detail? What the three of us were doing in that forest in the first place, and why those uniformed bastards were beating me and planning to put me in the ground. Arkady Ilyich sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Unfortunately, Igor, you have a point there. At this time, we cannot establish with certainty the reason you ended up in that forest with those officers. You maintain that you did not steal the necklace, but the report of its disappearance exists and is entirely real. I can allow, and the investigation does not rule out, that these corrupt officers decided to locate the stolen item and simply pocket it themselves, which is why they were attempting to beat a confession out of you. But your theory that Vadim personally ordered your framing and your execution, I couldn't hold it in. A loud, hysterical laugh burst out of me and rang off the walls of the office. You're just as bought and paid for as those two cops in the forest, I snarled, looking at him with undisguised hatred. Of course, Vadim has nothing to do with any of it. It's just me, Igor, completely out of his mind, made the whole thing up himself. My mind was sharpening by the second. The illusion of the good doctor had dissolved. I could see it clearly now. This clown in his white coat was performing a cheap pantomime for my benefit. He was covering for Vadim, and he was methodically, point by point, building the case that I was a violent psychotic who deserved a padded cell for the rest of his natural life. You know what, Igor? Arkady Ilyich leaned forward suddenly, and his tone shifted with a snap. The clinical condescension was gone. Let me stop trying to convince you of anything. I'm going to make you a deal. I went still, teeth clenched. Hear me out to the end of what I have to say, the psychiatrist said firmly. No interruptions. Just listen to the facts. And in return, I will authorize suspension of your medication for a couple of days. No injections, no sedatives. Your brain will clear completely. And if you genuinely are who you believe yourself to be, you'll have no trouble using your so-called ability to walk right out of this facility. Do we have an agreement? You have my word as a physician. I curled my lip in a contemptuous smile. Your word means nothing to me. You're covering for filth. Your word isn't worth the air it's spoken into. But even as I shouted it, I went quiet. The offer was too tempting to dismiss. Suspension of medication, that was my only real chance to get my mind back, to get the gift back. If he wasn't lying, I could possess one of the guards, open the doors, and walk out of here. I just had to play his game a little longer. The psychiatrist read my silence as agreement. He gave a satisfied nod and lowered his eyes back to the yellow folder. Then we have a deal, Igor. Settled. He picked up his pen and pointed it at the photograph of the dead Denisov. So, let us continue. You beat 2 police officers to death in the forest. You then searched the bodies and took Major Denisov's service weapon, that same pistol your mind worked so hard to forget about, and you walked on from there.
Chapter 45. Svetlana and the Orderly. Something happened to you after you killed those police officers, Igor. Arkady Ilyitch's voice was measured, almost soothing. The voice of a lecturer at a medical conference, not an interrogator. It was as though you had tasted blood. Or, to use your own terminology, you finally became a true believer in your gift. You looked at those officers and... I'll be honest with you. I understand this on a human level. They genuinely weren't clean men. You understood that the world is profoundly, irredeemably unjust. That everywhere you turned, someone was trying to deceive you, to take the last of what you had. And so you appointed yourself the instrument of punishment, the sword of balance. The psychiatrist removed his glasses,
polished them with methodical precision, and looked directly into my eyes. But your gift, Igor, is a textbook clinical illusion, a brilliantly constructed defense mechanism. You have always considered yourself a good person, a fair one. The world treated you harshly for as long as you can remember, and over time, you built an aura of martyrdom around yourself. But martyrs don't kill people, do they? And so your brain produced its saving response. It isn't me doing the killing. Other people are killing, or animals. I am merely a disembodied spirit. I am clean. I am blameless. Because without that fiction, your psyche would have simply shattered, the moment it was forced to accept that you strangled your own sister with your bare hands in that rehabilitation clinic, and that you killed a completely innocent orderly. I lunged against the restraints with such violence that the metal chair shrieked across the tiled floor. Completely innocent? I rasped, spitting with rage. That piece of filth was raping girls in that clinic, chaining them to their beds while they were going through withdrawal. And here you sit in your white coat covering for a serial predator who should be in my place right now if I hadn't put him down. The doctor exhaled with the heavy, practiced sympathy of a professional. This is a phenomenon in psychiatry called rationalization, Igor. Your brain invented a monster. It constructed a villain who deserved to be put down. Do you understand? Every inhuman thing that orderly supposedly did, every detail you claim to have witnessed through your gift, that was a projection of your own mind. You needed to justify eliminating him because he was on duty that night and he was an unwanted witness. You could have left him untouched, but your narrative required a villain. He paused. Allow me to show you objective evidence, footage. This should resolve any remaining doubt. The doctor pulled his laptop toward him, clicked the mouse, turned the screen to face me, and pressed play. The rehabilitation clinic's CCTV footage was gray-green and grainy, fractured with the interference of cheap optics. A back courtyard. A figure in a dark jacket with the hood pulled up approaches a door propped open with a brick. The movement is heavy and physical. The figure leaves impressions in the mud with each step. I locked my eyes on the screen. The figure's face turned toward the lens. It didn't look like my normal face. It was blurred, broken into pixels, and it looked like the face of some kind of golem, puffy and bloated, with the nose twisted grotesquely, unnaturally to one side. Something went cold inside me. I recognized that nose, the one broken in the forest. On screen, the figure walked with quiet confidence down the corridor. It glanced into the nurse's station, patient files spread across the desk, staff asleep on the cots. The figure flipped quickly through the papers, found the room number it was looking for, and moved on. Entered the treatment room, forced open a cabinet, drew out a syringe, several ampules, and filled a lethal cocktail. Cut. A camera inside one of the wards. Svetka lay on the bed. She turned her head at the sound of the door. The hooded figure threw itself at her, clamping a hand over her mouth with crushing force. A silent, terrible struggle began. The figure pressed a pillow down. Svetka convulsed beneath it. The syringe skittered off the side of the bed and disappeared under the nightstand. When it was over, the killer retrieved the syringe from the floor, stepped out into the corridor, slipped quietly into the room where the orderly lay sleeping, drove the needle into his thigh with one sharp, practiced jab, and walked away into the dark. The video stopped. A ringing silence settled over the room. "Don't recognize anyone, Igor?" the doctor asked softly. "No. No." I shook my head in desperation. Though somewhere very deep, in a place I couldn't reach or silence, something cold and sticky had begun to stir. "It's a setup, a deepfake. The whole thing is fabricated." Arkady Ilyich raised his eyebrows slightly. Igor, let's be objective about this. Do you have any grasp of the scale of falsification you're describing? To fabricate footage across multiple cameras, forge timestamps, alter faces, coordinate all of this while circumventing a state-level criminal investigation? That would require a production studio the size of Paramount Pictures. Maybe that's exactly what it is, I exploded, lurching forward and pulling the leather straps until they groaned. My voice cracked into a shout. You're trying to make me believe I'm just a lunatic. But I know the truth. The government is trying to suppress the existence of people like me. You're hiding everything. I watched his composed face, and it enraged me even further. I had to drive something through that wall of condescension. I had to hit him with facts. You think I don't know how your system works? The words were pouring out of me now, barely keeping up with my thoughts. You're hiding the global flood. And space. You know perfectly well that no one has ever actually been to space. All that ISS footage is underwater filming and computer graphics. There are gigabytes of analysis online. There is not a single uncut video of a rocket launching from the ground and reaching orbit with no edits. Not one. And what about the artifacts of the previous civilization? You're hiding that too. Look at the columns in St. Petersburg. Look at St. Isaac's Cathedral. Look at the polygonal masonry. You genuinely expect me to believe some peasants in bast shoes chiseled all that out with a primitive chisel and polished it with a rag? The evidence is endless. I'm giving you a fraction of a fraction, and you already know all of it, because you work for them. And my gift is just one more thing you're trying to bury, patched together with a cheap little forgery you knocked up on your lunch break. Arkady Ilyich listened to my entire tirade without moving a single muscle. He merely adjusted his shirt cuff. Igor, he said, his voice impeccably, infuriatingly calm. If you are right, if your gift is real and represents such a colossal threat to the system, wouldn't it simply have been easier to eliminate you quietly? A bullet in the back of the head, right there in the forest. No courts, no video editing, no expensive psychiatric ward. Think about it. I bared my teeth in a triumphant smile. My split lips stretched wide. I knew this answer. I had studied this system to its bones. You don't have the right to kill me, I said, measuring each word, looking at him with pure contempt. I am a free man, a living man. Not even your bought court has jurisdiction over me. Only God has the right to judge and to take life. The powers of this world, your handlers, know the laws of creation perfectly well. As long as I have not declared myself your slave, a legal fiction citizen, you cannot destroy me. The system cannot kill a free man without violating its own global covenant. That is why you keep me here and fill me with pills. You cannot kill me. The doctor leaned back in his chair. Something crossed his eyes, something that looked almost like professional admiration. Extraordinary, he said quietly. The living man concept. The sovereign citizen framework. He paused. I'll be honest with you, Igor. The way your psyche has integrated this popular internet escapism construct into your delusional system is a clinical masterpiece. Your brain will find its way out of any logical dead end, wriggle free of any contradiction, take shelter behind any theory it can find online. Anything, as long as you remain, in your own eyes, an invincible architect of justice. He folded his hands on the table. But I am a doctor, Igor, and my purpose is to return people to reality. I have no interest in feeding your delusions further. The fact is, beyond the police officers, you killed 2 completely innocent people. People who, by your own logic, were also free men. The psychiatrist leaned forward, elbows on the metal table. You observed yourself, Igor. That clinic is saturated with cameras. The investigation seized the servers covering the entire past year. There is nowhere, not one frame, not a single second of footage showing that tired, hard-worn orderly coercing or assaulting a patient restrained to a bed. He was a rough man working for next to nothing. You killed an innocent person in cold blood. Something inside me collapsed. My heart dropped into a void. Lies, I said, throwing the word out with desperate force, clinging to ground that was dissolving beneath me. Everyone knows you can kill a camera feed when you need to. Scum like that always know where the blind spots are. The doctor only shook his head slowly, with the quiet exhaustion of a man who had heard it all before. Chapter 46. The Mind's Hiding Place. Arkady Ilyich let out a heavy sigh, closed his swollen yellow folder, and folded his hands on the table. His watery eyes held an expression of infinite professional exhaustion. I can see, Igor, that your armor isn't going to crack just yet, and there's probably little point in showing you the street camera footage. He paused, as though considering whether to bother. The footage of you standing on the pavement as a patrol car with its lights going pulls up and stops beside you. Of you waiting for the officer to approach you himself. Of you drawing Major Denisov's stolen pistol from inside your jacket. Of you shooting Captain Stepanov point blank in the chest, cold-faced, not a flicker of emotion. And then, using the same technique you'd already perfected, shielding yourself with his body and killing the second officer in the driver's seat. You'll say it's edited footage regardless, or that someone else was controlling your body. I sat there breathing hard, grinding my teeth until they screamed. The suffocating fury had physically stolen the air from my lungs, and I could do nothing but bore into the doctor with eyes full of blood. Let's try to pick apart the end of the story instead, the psychiatrist said, settling his glasses back onto his nose. The way you were caught outside the mansion. In your version, you deployed your gift and entered the mind of Detective Captain Skvortsov, correct? You claim you suppressed his will and sent him to kill your half-brother Vadim. But here's the problem, Igor. Instead of Vadim, Captain Skvortsov somehow ended up shooting you. How do you account for that? I don't know, I ground out through clenched teeth, my voice a raw scrape. I'd lost a lot of blood. I'd been beaten half to death in the forest. I'd barely slept in 4 days. My control had slipped. I could explain the mechanism, but your damned chemicals, these injections and pills you keep stuffing into me, have turned my brain into porridge. A faint, bitter smile passed across Arkady Ilyich's lips. Our injections and pills, Igor, somehow don't interfere in the slightest with your ability to construct conspiracy theories of cosmic proportions. They don't stop you from holding forth on flat Earth and fake space travel and your sovereign status. Yet, when it comes to explaining a simple inconsistency in your own delusion, you suddenly find yourself at a loss. Don't you find that strange? He leaned closer, elbows on the table. Let me explain to you what actually happened, from a forensic medical standpoint. You experienced an acute dissociative episode. You believed, once again, that you had entered another person's mind. You were walking along the street and genuinely believed that you were Captain Skvortsov, which is why, as you passed the real Skvortsov, standing beside his patrol car, you didn't register him at all. Your brain simply cut him out of the picture. But you noticed his partner. You turned toward him, said something about Vadim Svintsov being a murderer, and walked directly toward the entrance of the mansion with a pistol in your hand. The psychiatrist opened the folder again and produced a stapled set of pages stamped with blue seals, but the two police officers didn't see their colleague. They saw you, Igor. A man in a black jacket with the hood up and a destroyed face, walking with purpose toward the mansion, a gun held openly at his side. Can you picture what that looked like? More than sufficient to raise alarm and compel the officers to draw their weapons. He tapped the document. Here, report on the discharge of a service weapon, an official document. Skvortsov fired a warning shot into the air, and when you didn't stop, when you raised the weapon in the direction of Vadim, he shot you in the thigh. The doctor dropped the report onto the table between us. What do you say to that, Igor? Answer me one question, just one. Why are you prepared to believe in absolutely anything? Demons, global conspiracies, mind control, but not in your own madness? I said nothing. The coarse fabric of the straitjacket bit into my shoulders, pinning me completely still. Everything inside me had contracted into a single, dense, frozen knot. His words were too coherent, too logical. The logic of it was making me physically afraid. Arkady Ilyich suddenly removed his glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and looked at me differently. The official severity of the forensic psychiatrist had gone. Something had entered his expression, something heavy, something moralistic. Understand this, Igor. His voice dropped, became quieter, more penetrating. All of this blood is on your hands, one way or another. Whether you killed through your imaginary gift or with your own hands, the outcome is identical. People died. As a man of faith, I sincerely urge you to stop, to comprehend what you have done, and to repent. I swallowed involuntarily. Something in his tone had suddenly snagged on something inside me, like a nail catching on cloth. Repent before God, the psychiatrist continued, looking straight into my soul. Repent before your family. Repent before Vadim. Return the family heirloom that you stole, and try to... He didn't finish. In my head, a flashbang grenade went off, a blinding, deafening explosion of comprehension. Heirloom? He said family heirloom? Where in God's name had this bureaucratic headshrinker picked up a phrase like that? The investigators and the police had been looking for a necklace, the same necklace they'd been planning to plant on me, and in that instant, the entire puzzle snapped together in my mind with terrifying clarity. There had never been any treatment. This entire long conversation, this whole performance with its official reports, the psychological pressure, the pompous speeches about God and repentance, it had all been constructed for one single purpose. Vadim needed the necklace back, and this doctor was in league with him. Had been trying to extract the hiding place from me all along. The doctor had almost reached me. A single second earlier, I had been half a step from surrender, from believing in my own sickness and collapsing into the abyss of madness. But that one word had changed everything. So that's what this is. A savage, animal sound tore itself from my throat. I lunged forward with a force that felt beyond human. The heavy metal chair, bolted to the floor, shrieked and shuddered, the anchor bolts threatening to tear clean from the tile. The leather straps crackled and groaned. "I knew it!" I screamed, flecks of saliva flying, eyes rolling wild. "You bought piece of filth! You bastard in your white coat! I almost believed you!" Arkady Ilyich recoiled sharply, his chair scraping back, instinctively raising the folder between himself and me like a shield. "Igor, calm down," he called out. But for the first time something flickered in his eyes, genuine fear. Return the heirloom? Repent before Vadim? I was spiraling into hysteria, snapping my teeth, straining to reach him. "They got to you too. They got to all of you. You filth. You arranged every bit of this." Total, absolute panic swallowed me whole. This wasn't just rage. This was the disintegration of my reality. My brain was being torn in two by an unbearable cognitive dissonance. One half screaming that I really was a psychopath, a killer with a shattered mind, and the doctor had simply used the word by accident. The other half howling that I was right, that Vadim had bought even the chief physician, that this was a conspiracy, a lie of global dimensions, and I was the only person alive who could see. I no longer knew where the truth was. I no longer knew who I was. The walls of the office had begun to close in, pulsing in time with my hammering heart. "Let me go. Take this off me right now," I shrieked, writhing in the restraints, tearing the skin from my wrists until the blood came. "Get Vadim in here. Get him in here. I will destroy all of you." Arkady Ilyich hit the red button under the tabletop without hesitation. The office door crashed open, and two large, shaven-headed orderlies in blue uniforms poured through it. "Full restraint," the psychiatrist barked, and the cold professional control had returned to him in an instant. Enormous hands slammed down on me, driving me back into the chair, crushing the air out of my lungs. I writhed and choked and threw my legs at them, but the straps held absolutely. The doctor crossed quickly to the intercom on the wall. "Treatment room, urgent, office 5. His voice was metallic and precise. "Patient presenting with acute psychomotor agitation and active delusional symptoms. Prepare a lytic cocktail immediately. Chlorpromazine, 4 cubic centimeters. Haloperidol, 2. Diazepam, all in 1 syringe, intramuscular. And prepare bed restraints. We're transferring to the observation ward. We're going to break this episode now." Within seconds, a nurse ran into the office, syringe ready in her hand. I saw the long steel needle catch the light, and I thrashed in the last convulsions of my desperation. "You won't make me forget. I know the truth. I know every—" The needle drove through the fabric of the straitjacket and into my shoulder. The sharp, antiseptic smell of hospital alcohol hit my nostrils. Within 10 seconds, the savage fire in my blood had begun its transformation, becoming heavy, gray ash. My body went limp. The screaming faded into incoherent moaning, and my mind began to sink, slowly, inevitably, into the thick, pharmaceutical dark. Chapter 47. Kovrino. My consciousness crawled back from the darkness with excruciating slowness. A thick, gray fog had settled inside my skull. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids felt like they'd been filled with lead. My mouth was parched, and a bitter, viscous chemical aftertaste had coated my tongue all the way to the back of my throat. My body wouldn't obey me. I tried to move my arm, and a dull, burning pain shot through my wrist. A wide leather strap had it pinned fast against the metal frame of the bed. My legs were secured too. A horizontal chest restraint compressed my rib cage with every breath, making it impossible to fill my lungs completely. The observation ward. A ringing, scorched emptiness where my emotions used to be, cauterized clean by the chlorpromazine and haloperidol. With tremendous effort, I turned my heavy head to the side and saw it. It was sitting on the empty hospital bed beside mine, the thing from the night forest. Its body was bent at an impossible, spider-like angle. Long, unnaturally thin legs dangled off the edge of the mattress. The ragged mask of gray ash, with 2 smoldering coals glowing deep in the hollows of its eye sockets. The familiar smell of burnt fur and old blood hung heavily in the stale air of the ward. It sat hunched forward, knuckled claws pressed into the mattress, swinging its legs in the air without a care in the world. I stared at it through the murky chemical haze. My drugged mind had no reserves left for panic. Only one thought remained, the only one that mattered. "Did I kill Christina and Kirill?" I asked, in a flat, lifeless voice. The words barely made it out of my dried-out throat. The demon stopped swinging its legs. It tilted its head to one side and fixed me with its burning coal eyes. One long claw scraped slowly across its rotten chin. "Nope," it said, lightly and matter-of-factly. "You made all that up." The meaning of those words took a moment to penetrate the chemical sludge, but when it did, a cold, razored fury hit my bloodstream and tore through the paralysis. I thrashed in the leather straps so violently that the iron bed clanged and juddered across the tiled floor. "I made it up?" I screamed, shredding my voice down to a rasp. "Me? You put it all in my head. You told me all of it. It was you. It was all you." The entity sat perfectly still. "How dare you?" I was breaking apart, choking on tears and helpless fury. "Demons can't lie. You're not allowed. You don't know how." The creature suddenly froze. Its ashen face elongated. The demon threw its clawed hands up to its chest and flung its burning eyes wide open, performing a pantomime of absolute, cartoonish astonishment. "Who on earth told you that?" it asked, in a high, indignant squeak. "You did," I spat. "You said it yourself, in the forest. You told me that lying is forbidden to demons by their very nature." The entity went quiet. The demon slowly lowered its hands. It looked at me, and in the ringing silence of the observation ward, a short, vile, almost sheepish little laugh escaped it. I lied. A note from the author. Afterword. This book astonished me. I genuinely wrote it as a reader, and believe me, that sounds exactly as unsettling as it feels. Right up to the very last page, I was gripped by a trembling need to know what was happening to the protagonist. Had he finally lost his mind completely, or was this terrifying gift real? But now that the story is finished, I want to draw your attention to one thing, to a frightening numerology that I did not engineer. Perhaps an attentive reader already noticed it, and saw even more in it than I did. But when I looked back at the structure of the finished text, a cold sweat moved through me. Judge for yourselves. Let's begin with the fact that I wrote this book in exactly 9 days. In mystical tradition, 9 is the number of the completed cycle. But there is something more disturbing than that. The ancient Greeks believed that if you dropped an anvil from the earth into Tartarus, it would fall through the darkness for exactly 9 days and 9 nights. In Dante, hell is divided into 9 circles. My 9 days were not simply a writing deadline, they were my own personal descent. Each day I went 1 circle deeper, while my fingers hammered this story out across the keyboard. Then there is chapter 33, the Age of Christ. Rereading the finished text, I flinched when I grasped the damned irony of it. Remember what happens there. It is in chapter 33 that the most blasphemous scene in the novel unfolds. The demon walks Igor through the 10 commandments of God, one by one. That vicious, calibrated synchronicity placed itself in the text entirely on its own. And finally, chapter 40. In our culture, everyone knows it. For exactly 40 days, the soul of the dead wanders among the living. It is in denial. It refuses to believe it has died, hides behind illusions, clutches at the old world. Only on the 40th day does the illusion shatter. The soul stands before the threshold, accepts its own death, and passes into the dark for good. Remember what Igor arrived at in chapter 40. Up until that point, he had been in denial. He had hidden behind his curse, convincing himself that it wasn't him doing the killing, it was his mystical gift. But it is in the chapter numbered 40 that his personal illusion dissolves. Igor commits his first true murder without any gift at all. There is no magic in his hand. There is only an ordinary pistol. And he himself, of his own free will, cold-bloodedly kills the police officer sitting in the car. That was the 40th day of his dead conscience. The Igor he used to be had been given his last rites and buried. The moment he pulled the trigger, he accepted his darkness. And now that you have caught this numerology, I want to tell you plainly how it stands. I still don't know whether I invented this story myself in the delirium of a fever, or whether it truly came to me from somewhere outside. But this perfect, unsettling structure, the unbearable temperature, the burn scar on my hand, all of it makes me want to believe, or rather makes me terrifyingly, dizzyingly afraid to believe, in something beyond the rational. I imagined one thing. What if Igor actually exists? Remember, he watched my videos. He knew me as a blogger who went looking for the mystical. And what if he truly possesses this gift? What if at some point, when he had reached his absolute edge, he simply forced his way into my feverish mind through sheer force of will, across the distance between us, and made me write his story down? That would explain everything. Where this text came from, how these numbers fell into place, and why my hand did not belong to me for those 9 days. Thank you for reading. Tim Morozov.